hello, everybody. We have just gone live. As you can see, we are here today with KJ Driz. We are going to go ahead and just kind of talk for a bit before we do the actual interview, give people a chance to kind of filter in. We were just talking before the podcast a bit. I had some technical issues, as is the streamer norm. So we're about 15 minutes behind, but all in all, I think we are all set up and good to go now, chat.
You're not a real streamer if your computer doesn't shut down.
100%.
You know, when I first started streaming, I would have days where my computer would shut down because I was running off a laptop 3 or 4 times in a day.
Oh, wow. Yeah, when I first started streaming, I was having a lot of issues with people being able to connect correctly because I thought I did all of my homework. And I was like, oh, I can set my bitrate really high because I have such an amazing upload speed, not realizing that even if I have a great upload speed, the people I'm streaming to don't. So like nobody could watch me for like the first 2 weeks I was streaming on like mobile or anything like that because I was like running 6,000 bitrate.
Yeah. It's complicated. It's technical. And if that's not your thing, you better figure out how to make it your thing because it's such an important piece that nobody thinks about.
Yeah, there's as much research as you can do ahead of time. There's just so many moving parts to this.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
Then interviews are new for me, so this is yet another moving part that we're.
I love it. Well, I love to talk, so this is gonna be a good one.
I also love to talk, so we should be great.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. Hey, Gypsy Sun. Good to see you. Perfect. Hey, Ezra Dill. Everybody's saying hello. I don't know if you have the stream up or not, KJ, so I'll just make sure I'm
let me pull it up. I was just like, I'm going to pull it up. Oh, look, there we are.
Awesome.
Mr. Guy, I know. So I'm having some problems with the lighting in the back. Streamer problems. So I am orange today.
Yeah, those tech issues. They
Yeah. I'm like trying to figure it out because I have light in front of me, 2 different colored lights behind me. This is orange. So I'm like a little close to that.
Yeah, color correction is still difficult. I end up actually running even if my background's not pink, running a bit pink because I'm still getting my color corrections down.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Guy.
Mr. Guy, I don't think I did, but if it was on Discord, I haven't checked for a while. Mr. Guy?
Awesome. So yeah, we're just gonna, like I said, we're gonna give a few more minutes everybody who's already here in chat before we get started. I think we're gonna get started in about 5 minutes. Since we started late, I wanted to make sure everybody had a chance who wanted to be here from the get-go. For those of people who are here, I have most of my channel point redemptions off for the interview, but I've added one that's only 100 channel points, so it's really easy to use. It's for questions, so that way if you have any questions you want for myself or KJ, once we get through the interview, they'll all be sorted in my channel point redemption. So while can definitely grab questions from chat as I see them come through, the easiest way to make sure your questions get answered is to use those that channel point redemption for just 100 channel points.
Oh, look at that, 100 points.
Yeah, just kept it cheap. Actually, I'm going to see if I can set it while we're getting set up. I'm going to see if I can actually set it cheaper. I don't know what the lowest we can go because the whole point was just to sort it. I don't want anybody. Let's see. Can I set it for 25? I can. Never mind. It is 25 channel points to ask a question. I do have it set so people have a limit of 2 questions, but that's mainly to avoid people trolling it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right as I say that, Gypsy posts 4,000 questions. But yeah, if you ask the questions in chat once we're to the Q&A session, we'll also be able to get them. This is just so if you think of something while we're going through the interview, you can go ahead and ask it. And also, everybody here, it looks good on my end. Just want to make sure it's the volume is okay for both myself and KJ for you.
I know I'm a little orange. Looks like I got a nice tan.
That's fair, Mr. Guy. I feel like a lot of people here probably already know. I just wanted to make sure anybody who had questions had a chance. Hey there, Blackwatch Soldier.
Blackwatch. Earthquake, how are you? Both sound good.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. So yeah, today what we're going to be doing is starting with Tavern Talks podcast. For those of you who haven't been around the channel, when I started streaming, I'm a live action role player. So I was doing a podcast before that. And during that, related to that, with COVID and the inability to go do live action role playing, it kind of fell off. And then I decided it would be fun to bring it back and actually have these kind of one-on-one talks with other streamers. So moving Tavern Talks to deal with streamers and ESO and things like that.
This is so exciting for me.
And I really appreciate you, like I've already said like 100 times, being here.
Yeah, no, I like I said earlier, it's really rare that two streamers have candid conversations about anything or open it up to a community for to ask anything. So it's pretty I don't know, I'm really excited about it. And yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's not like it's taboo. It's we normally have a schedule, what we want to do, how we want to do it, that sort of thing. So it's nice to have this time to just get to know you, get to know, people in your community, our community. And I'm really looking forward to it. All these questions.
Yeah. And that's, that was kind of the big thing is I spend as much time as I can in other streamers' streams. I spend as much time as I can in Discords, but I'm also planning my own stuff, doing my own streams. And I was like, I know, yeah, I keep wanting to like schedule time. Like, oh, I should just get on a call with people. So by making it as part of stream, other people can be there for it, ask questions as well. But also that thing that keeps slipping through the cracks, like you said, where I don't get a chance to really like just get on a Discord call sometimes with other streamers.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Doing really good, Blackwatch. Thanks for asking. And hello, everybody. Hello, Kimber. Yeah, we are going to get going here in just a moment. So real quick again, if you have any questions during the Q&A section, that's a good time to ask. But if you want to just use 25 channel points, that way they go into the channel point log. I'll make sure I also get to those during the Q&A section. For those of you who aren't going to be able to stick around for the whole thing or might not be catching it today and seeing this on YouTube, I'm going to be cutting this down, putting it on YouTube. I'll also be editing the audio so that it can go up on podcast thing. So it'll be out there, not just in a VOD going forward. Cool. All right. So with that, I want to welcome every one of you. Welcome once again to the Locktopus Party. But more importantly, welcome everybody to our Tavern Talks podcast, episode 1 of Getting to Know Streamers. As you may be able to see, but for those of you who are listening, we are joined today on our first podcast ever by the amazing KJ Driz. KJ is a fellow streamer, an Elder Scrolls Online streamer, as well as a variety of other games as well. So yeah, today we'll be getting to know KJ a bit better, talking about streaming, life, and things like that.
Thank you very much for having me. Excited to be here.
Excited to have you here. So, to kind of start things out, I accidentally closed my notes. So that's always fun. So to start things out, let me open my notes again. But yeah, so kind of to start things out, just tell us a little bit about yourself. Just kind of, I guess to start things out, what brought you to streaming? Like, there's a lot of different paths people take to decide they want to become a streamer. So I'm just curious, what was your path to streaming?
Yes. So I I feel like people who know my channel are probably really tired of hearing this story, but I got my dream job here in Las Vegas as a food scientist. I loved it. I was super happy. It was my second degree. I went back to school as an adult, and COVID hit Vegas, especially really hard. 3 months after I got my dream job, I got furloughed and eventually laid off. Here I was in Las Vegas with nobody that I knew and nothing to really do, no way to get out, no outlet. And I was already playing video games. So I thought, hey, I'm going to stream and start streaming. And I had always been playing Elder Scrolls. And I honestly decided to stream because I wanted to meet people and talk to people. And Mr. Guy in chat is actually the first person that I ever talked to on stream. And we used to play Elder Scrolls together, which is really cool.
Awesome. Yeah. Shout out to Mr. Guy. And I think that is, an amazing part about the streaming experience is really getting to meet and getting to know people. Even in an MMO like Elder Scrolls, it can sometimes be hard to meet new people and bond with them. So that is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that you got your dream job, but unfortunately, due to the global pandemic, you lost that job. I'm just curious, you want to talk a little bit about what that dream job, that outside of Twitch job, what it is you were doing before COVID?
Yeah, of course. Streaming. So so my degree's in food science, but I was an internal food auditor for Caesars Entertainment in Las Vegas. So basically, I just made sure that your food was safe to eat. I wanted to make sure that everybody got grade A health ratings. Every casino, every kitchen, every restaurant, I was responsible for all of that. So I was super active. I was walking like 11 miles a day. And I'm kind of, I love rules. So I basically got to make corrections and validations and verifications every single day. And a big passion of mine is just making sure that your food is safe to eat. It's something we don't think about.
Yeah, it's definitely something I don't think about. I consume a lot of challenges and other foods on on my own channel, and even before streaming. And I've never really thought about if it's safe or not. I just kind of trust it is. So your job is to make sure that what I'm eating is safe. When I'm cramming my gullet at Caesar's Palace, when I'm in Vegas, that what I'm eating is not going to kill me.
Yes, exactly. And it's a big thing we don't think about. We're so lucky in this country that we don't have to, open up a bag of chips and wonder if we're going to, get E. coli. So we're really privileged, honestly.
Yeah, that's again something I didn't think about, is the privilege we have being here in the States, as far as making sure that our food is for the most part safe. So it seems like being a food scientist and the work you do, and then your streaming is really kind of related around Elder Scrolls and other games. But even with there not seeming to be much of a correlation between your education or work experience, is there any of that you brought to streaming, to your style, or anything like that?
I'd say probably my biggest thing is my work ethic. I think, when I started streaming, that I said, I'm playing video games, I might as well stream anyway. And I started streaming and realized that's not the case at all. If you're not preparing for your stream, if you're not doing things to improve your stream, if you're not working hard, then, you're not going to get out of it what you put in. So I've always loved to work. I'm pretty obsessive, and that's something I think people don't see. And I love to work hard. I love to improve. I want to better myself. And I kind of brought that work ethic to the stream. And I would say that's probably the biggest correlation, but it's also something I'm really passionate about. I mean, I genuinely love my community and everybody in my stream. And I'm just super passionate about that and about them and anybody who takes time out of their day to spend it with me.
Yeah, that's really awesome that you were able to bring your work ethic in, and you did touch on a lot of different really great points. So I'm going to kind of go back through a few of them because I think they're really kind of important things. And when you're talking about work ethic and not knowing how much is involved in streaming. That kind of mindset a lot of people have getting into streaming. Oh, I'm playing games, I might as well stream them. Turns out to be a lot more. What are some of the things that like really initially surprised you, like that you didn't expect getting into streaming?
Equipment is the biggest thing. I don't think people realize or understand, especially, you know, I was unemployed and I got my first unemployment check after 15 weeks and I spent it on a new PC. You don't think about the financial side of things as being a challenge. And that's something I learned very quickly. You know, I wanted a computer, then I needed 2 monitors, then I wanted a new camera, I wanted new lights. I think that the aesthetics of a stream are something so underrated. You can, you know, people do a green screen, some people do a background. It's never going to be perfect, but I think it's extremely important. You're not going to watch a stream where the picture is fuzzy all the time. So that was something that really surprised me, is the financial aspect of streaming itself is pretty incredible and just something you really don't think about. So that was a big one for me.
Yeah, for me, it was a little bit of the equipment. I tend to do a ton of homework, so I was like, kind of got an idea of that. And then the other thing that caught me off guard, though, is all of the technical aspects of like OBS or Twitch broadcast or whatever broadcasting platform you happen to use. In addition to the equipment, did you find yourself struggling a bit with that, or like how did you get used to like maintaining chat, handling OBS, your scenes, and things like that?
Oh, I had help and I still have help. If you want to talk about streaming as a whole, if you want to talk about Discord, Twitch, OBS, you know, working on your overlays, I for sure have help. I for sure have to ask people, you know, for assistance. Actually, earlier today, my mouse decided to stop working and I had to video chat with somebody to get it to work again. I am not an expert at that. I for sure don't pretend to be. I need help. And it's a consistent challenge for me, since that side, that you know, trial and error side of trying to get things working is very overwhelming for me. It's extremely overwhelming for me. So that's why I ask for help, because I just can't do it all myself.
And I love that you said help, because I found while I've been streaming, I also had asked for a lot of help, or found a lot of help on the internet. Just as a quick shout out, Harris Heller Alpha Gaming is a network you can find on YouTube that has just a tremendous amount of information. There's a lot of other sites like that, but also just help from people. And I think I've met a lot of people that I've been able to help, but a lot of people don't always think to ask for help. So the reason I love that you called that out is I think anybody who's listening to this, who's interested in streaming or already streaming, don't be afraid to ask for help. Anybody, no matter how big, how small, where they are in their streaming path, has had to ask for help and still has to consistently ask for help. So I love that you called that out. The next thing I kind of wanted to touch on, kind of in the same realm as like getting started and things like that, is did you have any goals, or did you set any goals early on for what you wanted to accomplish maybe in your first year or first months, or did you have any goals going in, or just kind of go in and kind of go with the flow?
So I didn't have any goals. I didn't really think about it too much. I talked to people a lot of the times about things that I wish I had done, things I wish I knew about before I started streaming. Because you start streaming, you know, I started streaming with this intention of, hey, maybe I'll meet people to talk to and I won't feel so alone and we can bond over a game. I don't think I thought about, I'm going to one day get more than 3 people watching me. It took me a month and a half to average over 3 viewers. And I never thought, you know, I never thought that I would even have any more than that. And looking back, you know, at how I started this journey, there are a lot of things I would have done different. There are a lot of things that I would have thought of differently. I think now, of course, I have goals. Like I would love to grow as a community, but there has to be a safe zone and a safe space for that. I would rather have, everybody in my community, respectful and together and whole, and have, 20 people every day rather than 200 where there's some toxicity in the community and, a lot of negativity. So I do want to see myself grow. I think every streamer who puts effort into it does, but there's kind of that cap on that where you just want to have a safe space. You want to have a comfortable space. You want to have a space where everybody feels welcome. And, I also love that personal aspect. It's kind of weird, but I want to know about everybody in my community. I know we are the public face, but again, I genuinely care about every single person that I chat with.
Yeah, and so you'd say your goal right now basically is continuing to foster the community that you have and the community that you want to see it become, kind of making sure you're fostering out the toxicity and really kind of like enhancing the elements that really kind of make your community your community.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is a candid conversation. Again, it's not, I don't talk about this stuff a lot, but recently there have been a lot of changes in my stream. I banned about 10 people within my community that I just felt like no matter how many times I talked to them about negative comments or saying things that I felt were inappropriate, and they continued. And I finally, you stop looking at, hey, I have like 50 viewers, and you start saying, hey, these people are causing a problem for me. They're making people uncomfortable. Yeah, maybe they've been with me for a while, but this has to change, So there's like that very fine line, and you have to protect your community. You have to, like, for me, that's the most important thing. So I've had to make a lot of changes recently. I know that I have pushed a lot of people who've watched me for a while away, but those people were just bringing a lot of negativity, to my stream. And that's, we have to do those uncomfortable things sometimes.
Yeah. And I'm really happy to be talking about that specifically because I see there's a lot of stream advice out there. You can find a lot of amazing advice, but a lot doesn't get mentioned about how you shape your community. And sometimes on my end, like, you can start getting too worried about like your numbers, or worrying if like I start getting rid of this, is it going to like stop growing? Am I going to plateau? Because in the back of your head, even if you're not super numbers focused, there is that when you see metrics go up and down, it can take a toll on you. At least it can for me.
Yeah.
So for like me, I had people that got caught in kind of scamming some of the giveaways. And while at the end of the day, it's not a major thing on my end, I am still giving the thing away. That was creating toxicity in my community. And you had other things that were causing that toxicity in your community. So I think that's really good advice for streamers and people to think about, is a person doesn't have to necessarily, though, do anything wrong, or they don't have to do anything that's like breaks a specific rule for you to be able to get rid of them. You can, if they're creating a negative vibe, a negative impact, remove them, because that fosters people that you want, the people that like aren't toxic, to want to come view the streams, as opposed to them getting kind of pushed away in favor of the toxic ones. At least that's my opinion on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I think there is that, you see your numbers go down, but at the same time, like when you realize, okay, this made such a positive impact on my community, this took such a relief off of me. Who cares about the numbers? You will grow, you will get growth. I've been in so many streamers communities that have grown, but then you see toxic comments and people, and then you're like, I don't want to go in there anymore. I did not ever want to make anybody feel uncomfortable. And sometimes, that's the sacrifice you make, but it's something that has really, mentally helped my health moving forward.
My metaphor I always used for it, and we used in my Discord for it, is if you want your garden to grow and to flourish, you do occasionally have to weed. If you don't weed, then the weeds are going to overtake the garden. Or if you're, another one that someone in my chat used was a bonsai tree. Like, to get the like full beauty out of the bonsai tree as it grows, you do have to like snip some branches. So making sure you're snipping the things that are going to be like pollutants to the community to make the community better, I think is a better choice. And in the long term, the growth you have will be much, much better for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just kind of continue on that. So not everybody who is a troll is toxic. Like there's a difference between toxicity and trolling. Something that's kind of come up in my chat a bit recently. So I'm just curious what your opinion is on trolls. And when I say trolls, I don't mean bigots or toxic people, but just trolls who are there to kind of have fun. Like a certain limit. Like for me, I have like my threshold of like, that's funny. The person is actually creating a funny environment. They're not harassing people in my chat. They're not being bigoted. And so the trolling is kind of fun and we like to play. And then a lot of them ended up coming back. So do you have like a threshold for yourself for, acceptable levels of trolling versus like, this is too toxic?
Yeah. So there's a really fine line, and to me, it's a lot about the relationship you have with that person. So I'd say that's kind of my big thing is like, there are people who come in my chat and they do troll. But a lot of the times I'll have conversations with them offline. There is no drama on my stream. There will not be drama. We talk about that afterwards. We take that off stream. And if there was trolling that just went on way too long or way too hard, I say, hey, sorry, this has to stop. This can't continue. Also, I think, we all have certain personalities and certain people who come into our stream and you kind of know and expect that, I have people who know my personality and who can push me in a certain way in my gameplay where other people may not see that as a positive thing. But I know their intentions. I talk to them outside of stream and I know that they're trying to push me in the right direction. So there is that really fine line, but I'm also about communication, so if someone is making you uncomfortable, if something is going on, nip it right in the butt after that stream, have a talk with them. And then, if they continue trolling and it's not appropriate, something has to be done. But for the most part, like, I want to have fun. I want to have a good time. And I think, people know that. So it's really just kind of balancing that fine line. And I think it's a lot about communication with the people in your channel.
Yeah, I think communication is, I agree, 100% the most important thing. I've tried to be transparent on and off stream about that. I think, yeah, if you communicate it and people know, oh, you're pushing the limit a little too far and they back off, then it's great. I actually brought it up because one of the people, one of my favorite people in my stream, a bit of a troll, Tony Week, was in chat. So I wanted to bring it up because like he pushes things in a way that is very funny and engaging, but never crosses that line. And just to also address something in chat, Kimber, as KJ is aware of being a bit on the orange side. So thanks for pointing it out. But that's, yeah, KJ is aware of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that a lot of like those things do tie obviously back into goals and into growth. Obviously, growing in the correct way, growing in the way that you want to shape your community and what you want to see. Because I think the other thing you touched on that's really important is people who are new to the channel. So as somebody with ADHD, I've done a lot of time in my life where I monitor situations before I will engage. And so when you see a certain behavior, you're like, oh, that's okay. Or, oh, that's how you engage with this person. So I think it's also very important to communicate, like you said, with the people that are pushing it maybe a little too far, or get rid of the people who, aren't willing to back off is important because, yeah, you might have new people come in, people who are lurking, and when they decide to engage, they don't even realize that they're engaging in a negative way because what they've seen and what's been allowed indicates to them that oh, that's how I engage with this streamer.
Yes, and I think that's part of what I love about Twitch is there are so many people, different streamers and different and unique personalities. I love that you kind of can create that environment because I know, especially for me, when I talk about getting hard on my channel, if you come into me talking about that, a lot of people are like, whoa, what is going on? you know, or you know, I'm joking around with someone, or you know, someone in my channel is telling me what I'm doing is not right in the game. If you come into that, that might seem a little intense. That might seem a little awkward. That might be a little, you know, confusing, you know, to my friends who don't play Elder Scrolls and don't understand. So I think it's really interesting, and you know, I think that I'm okay if people don't understand my sense of humor. Then you know, I'm okay with them not following. I'm okay with that. I never want someone to feel like I'm putting someone down, or you know, there's no being disrespectful. Like, that's not accepted in my channel. But if someone doesn't get my sense of humor, if someone doesn't, you know, appreciate my channel, I'm totally fine with that, because I am not the streamer for everybody. And people are going to come in and watch and lurk at really bad times. That's just what happens.
Yeah, that's very true, and that's actually brings us really well into kind of the next point that I kind of wanted to talk about, which is so I use a lot of metaphors when I talk about things, but one of the things I like to say is you know, not going to be everybody's cup of tea. And what I think is really cool about streaming and about the platform is there's so many people streaming in any game or topic that you can check out somebody, and if they're not your cup of tea, maybe I'm not your cup of tea, maybe you're not somebody's cup of tea, but they can easily still find somebody. I think that's really cool about the platform. What do you think about people being able to like find people that really fit with them? Is that, just curious about your thoughts on that?
Oh, I love it. That's what I love about Twitch. You can find everything and anything you want, whatever you're into. And, you know, a lot of people have said, or when they start to go into streaming, or they say, I'm afraid to stream because there's so many people who stream, you know, the market is so saturated. And I say, no, that's what's great. That's what's so great about Twitch, because you can find everything and anything that you want. On my stream, I have people come in and say, hey, I don't want to get yelled at. Okay, then, well, this probably isn't the channel for you, because you're going to get yelled at, you know? But they can go somewhere else and find someone like chill and relax. Or obviously you, again, super high energy. You're always doing something crazy, inventive, new, you know? You can find anything on Twitch. And I love individuality, and I love different personalities. And I think that's what makes Twitch such an amazing place.
I agree completely. And just, I want to give a couple shout outs, because talking about cups of tea, and like, we're both high energy in different ways, but if you want somebody who's like super knowledgeable, very chill, pleasing to listen to, you have people out there like Ninetail Fox, the Camp Robber. They're both very knowledgeable, very soothing. I love both their streams because they're very soothing. If you want like really in-depth like PvP from people who've been Emperor, you got people like Sakar and Biz Lobo, and I know there's a ton of other streamers in the Elder Scrolls directory, but just kind of like, you do have people that focus on different things and also have like different energies, and I think that's like super great. And also the way that the reason I really mentioned the Camp Robber, for example, is both of us have rated Camp's rated as us, which is kind of part of the like more extended community of streamers. And so I think it's also great to know that just because one streamer is like high energy doesn't mean the only part of the extended community is going to be only that kind of type of streamer.
Oh yeah. And I love promoting each other. Like, I love promoting you. I love promoting Camp, but I'm not going to talk about people that I genuinely don't have an interest in. You know, I genuinely watch you, and you know, probably one of my first times really watching your stream was when you did that 24-hour stream. I love how you push yourself, you know, physically, mentally. I don't know how your stomach was after you ate all that stuff the other day. I just love that this is you, this is your channel, this is what you do, and I love you for that. And then I go to Camp, who's like quiet and reserved, and, you know, just totally sees the game from a different aspect. And I love just, you know, like, we're a community. We're all in this together. And I just love the fact that we can support each other and promote each other, rather than, you know, what you can see happening in other places, I guess.
100%. And I think that comes with something that is a kind of a common thread is being, and we mentioned it earlier, being a community driven streamer. So people like Harris Heller, people who like really give advice, they mention like you need to know kind of what type of streamer or what is the value you bring. Is it knowledge? Is it entertainment? Is it community? Like, and it can be a mix of all those things. But I think at the end of the day, we're all very community focused. And I think that's what kind of draws us all towards each other. And I'm the same issues. Like, I definitely promote a bunch of people. I'm really big on promoting other streamers, but there are always streamers that I've watched and I'm genuinely like, it's my channel. People are watching me. I want to make sure if I'm giving a recommendation, it's an honest one. Like, I don't want to send people just willy-nilly to somebody. So
yeah, of course.
So I'm going to take just a real quick minute before we move on to the next question. Just so you know, chat, not ignoring you, just since we're in the middle of an interview, it's kind of hard to follow with chat, but just want to say hello, everybody. I've seen a few more comments as people have come in. KJ is aware that
My color.
he is a bit orange due to lighting. So we're just doing the podcast. If you have any questions, be sure to use the it's only 25 channel points. You can ask a question that way. They're sorted for the questions at the end. And again, I'm not and I'll make sure I call out everybody that follows and does all that at the end of the interview as well. I just didn't want anybody to think that we are ignoring chat while we're in the middle of the interview. So moving on from that last question then. ADHD, I have my 8 different tracks of thinking so I can
I'm with you.
Switchboard them, kind of like an old switchboard. So switchboarding back into the interview. Kind of the last thing as far as like getting into streaming I wanted to talk about is some streamers don't have any kind of inspiration going in. They just want to stream. Some people have inspiration that aren't necessarily other streamers. Maybe it's like other media, comedians, TV. Some people have inspiration that's other streamers. And recently a really like one of the top 50 streamers on the platform, Ludwig, actually did a how to be a big streamer thing. And one of the things that he mentioned was having 3 to 5 people that inspire you or you want to kind of slightly model yourself off to. I was just curious if you have anybody that is that for you. Is there any like people that are the big inspiration, or do you kind of just draw inspiration from yourself?
So my big one, and I talk about this a little bit, obviously not a ton for various reasons, but it's Dr. Disrespect. I'm a huge Doc fan. And for people who don't know him, he kind of, created a character. He created a character. He has this like unique, crazy branding, high energy, a little offensive, not for everybody type streamer. What I love about him, and this is probably my favorite thing, is he is unapologetically himself. And not only that, but he curated this community that understands him and his sense of humor. So no matter if you like him or not, because I know he's not liked by a lot of people, I have so much respect for how much effort he's put into his streaming from every aspect possible, because there's a lot of streamers who get 60K viewers who don't put any aesthetics into their stream. So I appreciate that about him. And if you go and watch his stream, you see how many people get him. People understand his really unique sense of humor. And like we kind of were talking about earlier, if you come into a community at a weird time where someone's trolling and that's going on, but that's okay with you, it might push some people away or bring in other toxicity. He has curated this community where people get him and people get that sense of humor. And thinking about how you want your community to be, I can't imagine how much thought and time that had to take to kind of do all that. So I really appreciate all of the work that he has put into that. And I really think super highly of him from that aspect. And I would say he's probably my big one, because I don't see myself as the best gamer in the world. I'm never going to be the best Elder Scrolls player. I see myself kind of as an entertainer just because I like to have fun, but I want to, have a community that understands me and my sense of humor and feels like it's a safe space. And I think right now I'm kind of going through that transition period where I'm trying to find that. And I really, when I want to get hyped up before a stream, I watch him. And I watch everything about him, from his mannerisms to what he's doing before his stream, what he's doing at the end of his stream, in order to kind of, pump myself up and say, hey, like, these are areas that I really can improve on. And I really love that about him.
Awesome. Yeah, Doc is very, I think, like you already mentioned, unique in that a lot of streamers, are themselves, or played up versions, sort of aspects turned up to 11, whereas Doc has that full on created persona. But the other thing I think is really important you commented on that I really like, and I think that people, when they're thinking about, like, it's not just pressing the go live button when it comes to being a streamer, like, it's coming up with, what am I going to do on my next stream? Maybe it's making content for other platforms, which we'll get into a little bit later. But it is also, I think there's a lot of time, if you want to grow as a streamer personally, it's not just self-reflection. It's like you said, it's watching those streamers that are an inspiration, seeing what they do, what works, what doesn't work, and to kind of steal a term out there, the yoink and twist, finding those things that, I'm not going to be exactly like, you're not Doc, but you're able to find those things about Doc that you really identify with, that you enjoy, and put that twist on it to make them KJ and bring it to your stream. And I think that's something other streamers sometimes, when they're starting out, don't think about, is how having inspirations like that and studying other streamers can actually be a huge asset.
Oh yeah, huge. Very, very underrated. And I think, I love to watch streamers. I had been watching streamers on Twitch for years before I started streaming, but I think you can learn a lot from every single other streamer. And again, another thing I love about Twitch, the individuality, but there's so much you can learn from everybody. I don't care if you think it's a good or a bad streamer, or whatever your opinion may be, there is something you can learn either about improving, or what you want to do, or what you don't want to do. And I think it's kind of important to study all of that. I do.
I agree completely. And sometimes I'll even watch bigger streamers that aren't necessarily my cup of tea, because there's something about them that people obviously resonate with. Maybe there's something in there that I could glean information from. For me, my big inspiration, just to answer the same question I asked you, is mentioned him before, is Ludwig. Ludwig's one of those big streamers that I've really admired, how able to connect with community, but also constantly trying things new instead of being complacent with like one sort of thing. So it's really good to have those big streamers, but also just kind of going back into inspiration. I don't know if it's the same for you, but for me, I also, when I'm watching other streamers, when I am watching other people in the community, like we mentioned earlier, people in ESO or other things, even starting streamers, I also watch with that kind of critical eye to see, oh, is there something here that I can resonate with, or either maybe offer help, and not just always offer help. Sometimes I see something that they're doing, I'm like, that's really cool. Oh, that gives me an idea of something I can do. So is that the same for you, where you get inspiration also from maybe smaller streamers, or streamers who you're just checking out for the first time, who might not be like Doc or Ludwig, where they're like top of the streaming game?
Oh yeah. Well, it's funny that you talk about this, because I look to you and Camp a lot. And this has kind of, been since I met you. What I love about you, and it's something that I just don't know if I'm capable of, but again, I love how you push yourself. I have seen many streamers attempt 24-hour plus streams. You're the only successful one I've seen. I love seeing how you push those physical boundaries, which is not that easy. It's not that easy. And so I see you do that. I see you do your food challenges, which I love. And I've thought about, like, how can I incorporate this? I don't have the guts to do that yet. But I see how much fun and interaction you bring to your stream. And I see how excited it makes people. And a lot of the times I think, okay, is there something I can bring with this? You do a lot of giveaways, which I think are amazing. I'm terrified of giveaways because I've seen them go wrong. But even though they have, that hasn't stopped you from pushing and figuring out a way to make it work. And I really see a lot of things that you do in that I'm like, man, I want to find a way to kind of like incorporate some of that, in my stream. And then kind of from the gaming side, I am not a relaxing streamer, right? I'm never going to be relaxing. That's not me. But I see how knowledgeable Camp is as a streamer. And not only that, but how he's a leader in his stream. He's a leader and he wants to teach people and he wants to help people. And I want to get to that point. I'm not there. I have no idea what I'm doing in this game. But I want to get to that point because I see so many people from just a gaming standpoint look up to him and ask him questions. So I want to be like that. So that's coming from almost like, I guess if you want to say a business side, from a business side. But as far as like a streaming personal side, I love all of the stuff you do to make everybody included. And that's something that I've been trying to incorporate. Like when I started doing marbles, I'm just not sure if that worked for me. But I love those things that you do for your community and to get everybody involved. And I'm constantly trying to think and brainstorm ways like, how can I incorporate that into my stream?
Yeah. And that's a lot of like, so you mentioned like when it comes to me pushing limits and things like that, a lot of that for me comes from, that is like, that's what I bring from my background into things. I've always been like the one to do a dare as long as it's safe within reason, the one to jump off a bridge into the deep water below, things like that. And so for me, it's been kind of a constant, like, how can I push myself in a way that's also entertaining? And even for me, like there's been some hits and some misses. I originally, when I was doing food stuff, I would eat things like butter or drink soy sauce as part of like punishments on this like wheel we have on channel. And then I found that while those are somewhat entertaining, like there's more entertainment to be had in like a Bean Boozle, which is still a challenge, but you get the reaction, but doesn't have like the same like turning some people away. Back to like, how can I push myself? And like the heat challenges, for example, they push me without turning too many people away. But I also think just all streaming in general, like to kind of loop back to what we're talking about, is about pushing yourself, because if you don't want to stagnate, if you want to grow, you have to like consistently be like trying something new, or like you said, twisting something. Maybe what a streamer doesn't necessarily work. Like you're not going to do a food challenge, but maybe there's a way you could push yourself and things like that. I think that's super important. And I know we keep looping back to it, but I think that's kind of like a consistent through line about streaming is when you want to grow, when you're thinking about growing, like how can you push yourself? And kind of in the same like vein of continuing to talk a little bit about growth. So my approach to growth has always been, I call it like one step. I have ADHD, like I mentioned. So 4 steps to me is 40. So every stream, instead of going, I want to do this huge, big thing, I want to do this, or I need to completely get rid of this, I always look at like, I try to find one thing that it didn't go super well, people didn't respond to it, and one thing that's like, oh, that went well. And then so try to take one step forward to like make the thing that went well, like how do I grow that? And the thing that didn't go well is like, how can I mitigate that? How is your approach to like figuring out how to basically, I guess for lack of a better word, how to curate your content, like what you're going to get rid of, what you're going to keep?
So really for me, so I started out streaming Elder Scrolls, and I tried to transition a little bit to Cold War. I love playing first person shooters, especially Call of Duty. I saw the negative impact that had on my community. I immediately stopped that. That's something that I decided, that's going to be off stream. I started marbles for a little bit, and I actually love marbles, but then I cut back my stream time since I, started working again. Now I'm back to just Elder Scrolls. So I've kind of been rolling with the punches, but I have this new kind of motto, and it's almost not from a streaming standpoint, but it's from a gaming standpoint. And every day I want to do something that's uncomfortable for me. And a lot of the times right now that has to do with what I'm doing in the game. I want to do something that I'm not great at, that I'm uncomfortable with doing. Maybe that's a little too difficult for me to do. I want to push those boundaries every day with myself. And I'm almost at this point, it's almost personal growth for me. And with this difficult content comes difficult comments in my stream. And I think I'm learning to handle that and learning to grow with that. And that's something that I've really enjoyed doing, especially recently. So it's almost been, my motto is every day do something that makes you uncomfortable and really, really go for it. Go for it unapologetically and roll with the punches, see how it goes, and be proud of yourself no matter what.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a really great approach too, is just kind of jumping in and trying something, doing something that's a bit scary. And yeah, I think that's streaming in a nutshell. It's like it's always going to be scary when you push that go live button. And when you start to feel comfortable, that's when you should do. Like for me, it's finding those little steps and figure out how to push those. For you, it's like finding something like new and different to do that's scary. Because I feel like when you as a streamer get to the point where you're not a little bit scared, a little bit apprehensive when you hit the go live button, that might be when you're at a place where you're kind of plateauing and not, you're going into like a consistent mode, which again, there's nothing wrong. If you're like at a level you like, you want to be consistent. But I think growth really is connected to like it always being a little bit scary, or maybe even like a lot scary. Like I know going live today, even without the tech issues, I was like, oh, I haven't done a podcast in a long time. I haven't done a podcast since the channel's grown. Like, so I was a little scared hitting the go live button. And I think that fear really does push me though. It sounds like it pushes you as well.
The fear for sure is a driving factor for me. I try and do one thing to improve my stream every day. And it doesn't always go good. But whether it be changing the words on my sign, to changing around something I have in my background, or doing something in my Discord or something on the back end of Twitch, I try and make one small improvement every single day, because if you're not trying to push forward, I think you can get stagnant. And that's something I try and, really hold myself to. Is it easy? No, but I for sure try and, do something like that every single day. And yeah, it is, I feel like, people think you just get on camera and it's fine and it's easy. There is nerves, there is expectation. And I think a lot of that's self-imposed. And I know you do that to yourself as well. But I feel like that's almost every single day, every single stream. That's someone who wants to grow their community. That's someone who cares. But yeah, that's a real thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a real thing. And yeah, it does. I think that's something you said there that really just resonated with me. I think, again, that apprehension or that fear actually comes from a place of like wanting to do well for your community. It's not like, yeah, I'm a bit fearful of doing this or that, but it's more like I want to make sure what I'm bringing to my community is something that is going to be for their enjoyment.
Of course.
So since we've been talking a little bit about like growth and like getting into streaming, I want to kind of switch just gears a little bit to basically style. Because you mentioned it quite a few times throughout some of our other questions, which is like working on the aesthetics of the stream or overlays, and like calling back to like your inspiration from Dr. Disrespect, wanting to make sure like what you're bringing visually to the table, but like, and also talk about, being a bit loud as a streamer. How would you describe your style? Like what's the best way to describe your style as a streamer?
Loud. Loud, fun. I like to look at my streaming style as growth as a player. But, I like to have fun. I would say super high energy fun, a little loud, a little obnoxious. And that's me. That's how I am. That's not something I'm going to apologize about. I have a lot of people who come in and, they leave, or they tell me they're going to leave. Hey, you're yelling at me. You know what? That's fine. So I'd say it's loud, fun, energetic, also someone who has ADHD. I'm kind of all over the place, and I know that's not for everybody, and that's fine. So I do want to think that we have fun, high energy, and from that gaming standpoint, I'm never going to be that best gamer, but I like to think that through my streaming, it's been a progression of me in the game as well. And I eventually want to be someone that's really taken seriously in this game. I'm super competitive and I want to get there. So I'd like to think I bring that loud, fun aspect to this, game, and kind of bring out that competitive nature and that competitiveness to a point where people can really relate and resonate and learn along the way too.
Yeah, as somebody who really enjoys your streams and spends a decent amount of time, I spend a lot of time lurking nowadays, but in there, yeah, while you are loud, a lot of that things you mentioned do come through. Like, you want to be good. You're constantly pushing yourself to be better at the game, working with your community, people you are playing the game with to be better. Another thing that I wanted to talk about is like just observations from your stream, things that I think are really neat, and just like how you've developed to be able to do those. So one of the biggest things about your stream that for people who are fine with it being loud and who stick around is you have an amazing tendency to be able to call everybody out. In fact, most of the time no matter how busy your chat seems to be, you're able to, as long as you're not in the middle of like a veteran hard mode raid, call out people's like names and address them as they come in, as they say things in your chat, which I think is like, again, it made me feel very involved from the get-go. The first time I was clicking through ESO streamers and caught your stream, I was like, oh wow, this is cool, because you feel included. You make people feel included because they're not having to like subscribe, they don't have to like give subs or bits or anything like that necessarily to get called out. You're just going to call people out because they're in the chat. And I'm just curious, is that just something you've done from the beginning, or how did you develop the skill to be able to like consistently call people out, especially as you've grown? And sometimes you'll have days where you have 100 people in there and a lot of them are chatting, still be able to call everybody out.
Yeah, and it's not that I want to make you feel included. You are included. If you're spending time with me, time is the most valuable thing that you can give anybody. I don't ever take that for granted. And from the beginning, the reason why I started streaming was for relationships. I didn't have, anybody to talk to. So genuinely, every single person who comes into my stream and who talks, I want to make sure they're heard, because I want to hear them, because I want to know what they have to say. And it's so funny because I'm seeing these people come through in your chat as we're having this conversation, and I just want to yell every single one of them out, just because I'm so happy they're here. I'm so happy they're here, and I'm so happy that they're able to see this conversation and, us getting to know each other better, talk about our communities. Everybody's important to me. So from the beginning, Mr. Guy in here was the first person that ever came in to chat and would talk to me. He's so important to me. I know he knows that, but I can't tell him that enough. Everybody, Kate, I see you. I just love everybody in here so much. And from a selfish standpoint, I don't know what I would do without streaming and without these people, because I think a lot of us start streaming or continue streaming because we're at a low point, right? Like, we need help. We need people to talk to. And I think that without these people, I would not have gotten through a lot of the things that, I was struggling with personally. So, everybody is really important to me. So I love to call people out. Like, it makes me so happy. And I like to, the more I yell at people, the more I can associate, like, okay, this person with this person that, and I can get to know them through that. Even though we are the visible ones, I want to know everybody on the other end of that too. So yeah, that's something I've done from the beginning, but yeah, genuinely important to me.
Awesome. And yeah, there's a couple of things I just kind of wanted to touch on in that. that amazing kind of description of calling people out in community. One of them is the thing time. That's another thing we really both connect on is even if people aren't supporting, and obviously it's never expected for people to support financially in any way, but that time, whether it's a day one, like Mr. Guy for you or Belnord TV for me, where there's a day one or somebody that just, it came in with a raid and spent 10 minutes in the stream. The fact that like, that's 10 minutes. That's a couple minutes of someone's life, even if I'm on a back tab that they're kind of listening to, that like, we only have so much time in the world. So yeah, I agree with you with that. That's a super important and valuable thing to recognize. And then, yeah, same thing with community as well, is I've made legitimate friends, and it's hard to say, because like, obviously streaming is a parasocial relationship, at least at first, where we're streaming, like the level of engagement in a parasocial relationship is a little bit different. You know, you're only going to reveal so much on a stream or things like that. But there have been people made real, like, deep connections with through Discord and through like a continued community. And I think that's super, super amazing. And I'm going to kind of skip ahead to another question and kind of come back to some of these other ones, because it's something that, like, on my mind, like, it's far off in the future. It might never come, but like, as streamers grow, there becomes levels where, and I've had people, the reason I bring it up, I've had people ask ahead of time about interviews coming up like this to bring it up. And it's been asked in my Discord, which is like, eventually sometimes streamers they get bigger, and like there's a certain threshold where it becomes harder to do that. Like, and it's, for me, like, I'm not really thinking about it because that's such a distant thought, but have you given any thought to like how that might look as you continue to grow? Like, have given any thought to like using Discord, or how you're going to continue to make those same connections?
So this is a really big question. And this is something that I am currently very much struggling with. As much as I am a streamer, I'm also a content creator. I know you are as well. And, you know, we have all these multiple platforms where you're getting multiple inbox messages from multiple people, and it becomes very overwhelming. I had a chat with a streamer who averages over 200 viewers. And I contacted her and I said, how do you do this? Because I genuinely want to give all of these people my time, but I'm working 16 hours a day and I'm struggling mentally. I'm struggling physically. How do you do it? And she said something to me that I had never thought about, which was, you have to set boundaries. Number one, you have to protect yourself and your mental health. And something that kind of was interesting to me, she said, I don't respond to direct messages. That's never how I want to be and how I want my community to be. For the most part, how I have it now is I respond to Discords. However, it takes me a while. I started a new job where I'm working 12 hours a day, and I'm really, really struggling to be able to respond to people and talk to people that I want to. I know moving forward, that's going to be more and more difficult. So I'm trying to really go to a place in my Discord where I can talk to everybody in the masses. And that's kind of the best way for me to communicate with people. But I still want to be able to have those conversations with people. I'm just not going to be able to have those as often as possible. Also, something really interesting that I don't think I'm interested in doing is, this person had suggested, hey, you should hire someone to answer all your stuff. I would rather it be me and respond 3 weeks later than it be not me and who's responding, all the time. So there has to be that balance. And, from someone who I stream 7 days a week for 5 months, you have to, have that boundary for yourself and do your best and do what you think is right. You're never going to make everybody happy, but it's always going to be a problem. It's always going to be a struggle, because you're going to want to give all this time that you don't necessarily have.
Right. And that's really important. And you mentioned boundaries, and then I did see something in chat that I wanted to call out. Carpo719, though I'm not able to get to most chat messages, does mention how boundaries are extremely important when making content online. Also, it's good to see, being newer to Twitch, seeing that Twitch has content more than just gaming. So, Carpo, we're trying to do podcasts. There's a lot of amazing content out there that's not just gaming. But the thing I really want to call it is the boundaries are extremely important. And I think what you touched on there, KG, is like finding boundaries as you grow. Because I've had to change my Twitch DM so that if I don't message first, I don't get a message. And I am nowhere near like you're a size above that, and then there's people that are even like above that. And so I think it's important to consider those things when growing, and still finding ways to connect with people, make people feel valued, feel part of the community. When like as a smaller streamer, and that's kind of the really cool part about hanging out with a smaller streamer, like they're going to be able to talk and answer every single message, and then at a certain size that stops being there. So it's really awesome to hear that you're considering like, how do I continue to make those connections, make people feel heard, make people feel valued, knowing that as you get bigger, it's going to be impossible to necessarily respond to like every single message or DM and things like that.
Yep. And the way I see it is the people who are important to me and understand me will not get offended when I say, hey, this might take me a while to get back to you. If there are people who get offended by that or have a problem with that, they're probably not people that I want in my community anyway. There's this dude that comments on every single one of my TikTok videos, hey, she never responds. Like he's responding to other people's comments and saying, hey, she never responds. As much as I wanted to kind of lash out and be like, hey, dude, do you know how much I have going on? Instead, I did the right thing, which was respond to everybody except for him. You're never going to make everybody happy, and you're never going to have all the time in the world. And those people who understand you and value you and you value them are going to understand that. There are never going to be people who agree with everything that you do. But if they understand that, then, you know, there's no problems. But yeah, for sure, it's almost like a weeding out point, because people should understand.
Exactly. So yeah, thanks for sharing that. So before we kind of move on, since we were talking about style, I'm going to pull up a couple clips from your channel. So anybody who might be here, or even people who regularly go to your channel, get an idea of that energy that we were talking about with KJ. Let's go ahead and where are you? Technical problem. Just a second. Getting the clip pulled up. That's not the clip at all. Bear with me for a second.
I'm so excited about this. This is a surprise.
All right. Oh, my stream made the clip way better. There we go. So, let me try that again. I have the sound off, so let's get the sound back on. There we go. Let's try that again.
Still thought you. Okay, so I wasn't listening, I guess. Because I still thought you.
Yeah. Oops. All right. One more second. I pulled up the wrong clip there, but anyway, that is I think a funny clip in its own right. This is a new talk show, so I'm still learning the ropes here, y'all. Anyway, here we go. This is the clip I'd originally. There we go.
Oh, oh, oh,
I feel like that clip is humorous, but also really captures your energy. Not always being the best at the game, wanting to be, but also like that kind of energy that you try to bring to your streams. So just a clip for people, as far as if you haven't there's a lot of actually really great clips on KJ's channel. You should check them out.
Yeah, and that's I tell everybody there's a lot of incredible ESO players that come into my stream. I am not the best player in the world. I am learning, but I make mistakes. I make a lot of mistakes, and you want to know what? There's a lot of streamers out there who are afraid to make mistakes. I am not, and I own them. It might be hard to watch sometimes, but there's only one way to learn. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one.
Also think, yeah, being a streamer is obviously, even when the mistakes happen, being able to respond in a way that the audience can enjoy. And I think you're very good at, even in failures, keeping it entertaining.
They're genuine reactions.
Exactly.
Yep.
And then kind of continuing with just like talking about your style or your stream is, you've brought up a lot, you're loud. We've brought up you calling people out. You have a very high level of energy. Probably one of the most energetic streamers I've had the pleasure of watching on Twitch. How do you manage to kind of maintain that energy? Because like as people, we have low days. We have days where we're exhausted. And it seems like even on days where you might be exhausted, you're still able to bring that level of energy. Like, how are you able to keep that kind of level of energy every time you're live, or at least keep a certain level of that energy there while you're live?
Yeah, I mean, we're all human, right? I for sure have good and bad days. I love coffee. Coffee helps. But I think there are people who know me who can watch my stream and say, okay, something was going on outside of this. Or you were a little tired today, or you were, something else was going on. So I'm high energy. This morning I ran 14 miles because it kind of centers me. I kind of have like energy issues. I don't know if that's the right word to say. So I am super high energy. And I try and control that as best as possible. It helps that now I have neighbors who yell at me if I'm too loud. But I am genuinely high energy. I think, if I look back to when I started streaming, I think I was trying to be somebody that I wasn't. I was trying to be quiet. I was trying to be a little more reserved. I was really worried that people weren't going to like me. And I decided, at some point, the real you is going to come out. You stream enough, the real you is going to come out. So I am naturally high energy. I fidget. I move all over the place. That is just me. That is just my personality. I just am super high energy. And there's no right or wrong, because I think people are crazy. There are some people who watch me before they go to sleep. They are nuts. That's not, I don't know how anybody does that. But again, like, this is my style. That's just how I am. And I don't want to watch streamers like me. Like, I love watching relaxing, calming streams, It is just me and how I am. And when I had tried to be more reserved and quiet and more cautious and not make mistakes, it just was not a good stream. It just was not good. But for sure, I have more high energy days. I have lower energy days, but no matter what, that's me and who I am, for sure.
Awesome. And yeah, that's some really good points were brought up there as well, as far as like being yourself, because there's a tendency, like, there are streamers who do really great job of, they're still themselves. There's definitely aspects of themselves, like, to go back to your inspiration, Dr. Disrespect. Like, I could never do what Doc does. And I don't just mean because Doc's huge. I mean, in general, like, being able to create a character and a persona. And I've seen a lot of streamers who can do that and maintain that I could never do that as well. That was kind of my initial concept, and my branding and a lot of things are changing away from that, because like I had this whole, like, I putting on a character, because I have a theater background and stuff like that. But I realized that's not going to come through well. And then being somebody who has ADHD, I do a lot of masking in my life. So I had to make that decision early on. Like, I don't want to be a character so much as I want to just be myself. So I don't have to mask. And then for me, part of why I got into streaming was bringing awareness. I was super inspired. Another one of my inspirations, Sweet Anita, a big content creator on the platform, has Tourette's. And I really admire how she is able to bring awareness and understanding to that kind of neurodivergent thing with Tourette's. And I wanted to, as somebody with ADHD, be able to like make sure that was part of my content as well. So also, yeah, my early content was like, I can't be something I'm not. So I need to just dive headfirst into who I am. So
Right. Yep. I agree with that. Yeah. Eventually it's going to come out. And, you know, while I don't know Doc, I would argue that he's probably very similar off stream.
yeah, I'm sure he's very similar. Like, I think most things about Doc are Doc. He just has that extra like layer of aesthetics.
Yes.
But I think that layer of aesthetics is probably also him. People like that, I think, are, for lack of a very different term, are a little bit extra. And like, they're the sort of person when they go out, they take that extra level. So I think that is part of who he is. So we are going to continue the conversation. We're going to move on to some other stuff. We're going to talk about ESO, other platforms and creations. But since we've been going for a while, I wanted to go ahead and take a look quickly at chat. So we'll go through a few things in chat. So Carpo saying, I make YouTube videos, and when it's controversial, I can't respond to all the comments. Time is precious. So kind of going back to that finding boundaries thing. And I think that's, really important, is like, and you said the same thing about TikTok, is like, maybe I'm not going to respond to this person who says I don't respond to things, and knowing when to and when not to. Gypsy Sun also said it'd be nice if Twitch gave new streamers direction and easy access to information, including financial, social boundaries, etc. The reason I pulled that comment out is that wasn't something I had in my initial notes, but I kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit, because starting out on Twitch, starting out as a content creator, they have a lot of things about like how to go live, and they have like these goal metrics to kind of shoot for, but they don't talk a lot about like, hey, this is how you need to kind of like set social boundaries. Some of the things we talked about not letting chat push you when it's within reason, but also knowing when to go, no, we're not we're not going to do this. And also things like financials, because it's really easy for people to want to, like you say, it can be expensive getting into streaming, but luckily there's a lot of new things since you started streaming and since I started streaming out there that actually make things like your camera and other things much more viable. So it's a lot cheaper. So I agree with Gypsy, and I'm just curious about your thoughts on like, even if it's not Twitch, like having more resources accessible, because there is great resources for how to get into streaming, how to do streaming, but making like a series of resources that are like, hey, this is what you need to kind of consider with your financials. This is kind of the financial investment. This is what you need to consider with the like social, like with your anxiety and your mental health, like having more resources like that. What's your thought on things like that?
I don't think that's possible. I want to sit here and tell you like, it's a great idea. I think that things are constantly changing. Things are constantly evolving, and everybody is so unique. I think there's like a general guideline, a general thing I wish people had told me before I started streaming.
I thought I would just shut up.
But there's no one size fits all for everybody and every community. And I think no matter what, it's going to be a learning experience along the way. Because while we both are streamers, we both have had separate issues. While you might love to be connected to people all day, mentally that wears on my health, and I have to set strict boundaries. So I think that everybody is different. I think that there are some things that you should consider, like very general things like, hey, equipment's going to be expensive. Hey, you might want to set boundaries. Hey, I don't know, whatever advice. Like for me, it would be maybe don't pigeonhole yourself into one game. I wish there was kind of a general thing, but I think nothing can prepare you. You never think you're going to have to deal with some of the issues that you do deal with when you stream. And I think that's what is the most difficult thing to consider is when you're dealing with people and different and unique personalities, there's going to be clashes. What they are going to be, who knows? But you can predict a lot of things, but you can't predict people. You can't predict technology prices. You might find somebody who can buy an old computer for $100 where someone pays $2,000. There is no standard. There's no one size fits all. There's no right or wrong way. I think it's just a learning experience for everybody along the way. I probably, if I Googled like things to consider to start when I started streaming, they probably had that. But otherwise, I think it's more learning and adapting along the way.
Yeah, I agree with learning and adapting because, yeah, my stream, if you go back through my VODs, looks so much different. And that's been through learning and adapting. And there isn't, like you said, a one size fits all. But to kind of call back to earlier in the conversation, I think as opposed to like a set resource, like you said, because there isn't a one size fits all, is asking for help. I mentioned like asking for help. Even now, you mentioned like it's been very important to be able to ask for help. So instead of, you're not necessarily going to be able to find a resource, but if you are new or you are starting out or you are experienced and you have somebody where you already have that connection and you can't find the answer, find people, that Discords and things like that you can be in where you can get those answers. I think that's because there's not a one size fits all. I think asking for help ends up being, and just that goes back to the biggest piece of advice from the start of the conversation today, which is don't be afraid to ask for help.
Yeah, I would say don't be afraid to ask for help, and make sure that you're supporting yourself and your community with people that you want to be around. I think that's also really important. And those are the same people, Master, who helped me with my mouse 2 hours ago, that I'm proud to have, cross paths with through Twitch.
And I think that is really true of a lot of streamers as well, finding those people, because I know when I've been in channels, some people have asked, like they asked Karis Heller, who has all those gear questions, like, how did you find Sam, which is his editor? And he's like, he was part of my community. People asked Ludwig, how did you find your editor? How did you find this? They were part of their community. How did Doc find J+1? J+1 posted a song in Dr. Disrespect's Discord. Doc loved it, and now Doc goes to J+1 for all of his music. So like asking for help, and you said, building those communities, because there are people in communities who have different skills that you can get help from, commission. I have amazing artists in mind that I'm able to commission for art. So yeah, being able to rely on your community, I think, is a huge thing too.
Oh yeah, that's why I want to know everything about most of them. I find people so fascinating and so interesting, and I love individuality. And I think the more I've gotten to know, the people that I've met on Twitch, the more, I get excited when I get to stream and talk to them. I'm like, wow, this person's really incredible. Like they're so talented, this, that, like they're so interesting. I love that. Like, I love to get to know everybody, and I look forward to seeing them every single time.
Yeah, same for me and my community. That's awesome. Just before we move on to the next part of the interview, just a couple more comments I want to call out. Obviously can't get to everything, but Liger Queen says, I'm enjoying listening to you too. Thanks for taking time to do this. Kate the Great says, yes, thank you both. So you're very welcome. It's like I said, this mentioned at the start, KJ mentioned it. It's not often I get to be able to get on Discords with other content creators. So being able to do this in a way that's both having this conversation, this candid conversation, but also helping other people or giving other people insight, I think is really, really great. So I'm really excited to be doing it. And I'm glad that people are enjoying the content here and gaining something from this conversation. And then another one was HTP says, I'm not a proper streamer yet, but as a gamer with a lot of friends, I struggle with people being more or less jealous of my time here and there. It's hard when I have to decline a game invite because I already promised someone else or because I'm busy. First part of that, my opinion, I don't know if KJ agrees or disagrees. I think proper streamer is the day you hit the go live button, you're now a proper streamer. Like there's going to be a lot to learn. We both had a ton to learn. Other streamers had a ton to learn, but I think the day you actually say, I'm going to go live, you become a proper streamer.
There's no such thing as an improper streamer.
Yeah, exactly. There's a streamer I started watching recently, Makari Morph, said when somebody kept calling themselves a beginner or not a proper streamer, something I took from him I really like is you're not an improper streamer, you're not a beginning streamer, you're an aspiring content creator, because you're aspiring to, and I'm still an aspiring content creator, so I think that's a better way. But yeah, times also, this conversation, to the other part of your comment there, HCP, this conversation came from, like, bringing back the podcast in general, came from, I really want to have conversations with all of these people, and I can't have conversations with them because, yeah, when I'm not streaming, I'm planning streams, I'm making content for other platforms, I'm monitoring Twitter and Instagram to see if there's something that comes along there. I'm watching other content, like, so much time. So definitely understand, like, it's hard to balance time. But yeah, not get to anybody else's comments, but I just wanted to get to a couple of those. And we'll definitely, like, if you have other questions or want to continue to talk about things, we'll get back to more at the end. Just use the 25 channel points to write a question or a comment. We'll get to that at the very end of the stream. But yeah, so continuing on, the next thing I did want to talk about, and we mentioned it there and mentioned it throughout, is other content creation. Because whether it's Harris Heller or it's Ludwig or it's a ton of other people who are going to give you this advice, and it's really true, is like, the best way to grow on Twitch is to develop a following on other content platforms and bring them to Twitch. And the reason you hear all these people give that advice, and I'm just recycling their advice, is Twitch is not discoverable unless you are live, whereas everything else is. I know you're working on other content, but I want to start with the one where you, I think, have put in the most effort to start with, which was TikTok. So the decision to start making TikToks, where did that come from? How have you kind of developed what makes really good TikTok content? Because you've grown quite a bit on TikTok. So just kind of curious about creating content for TikTok and how that came about and how that has had impact, both good and bad, on your stream.
So it took me a month and a half to reach affiliate status on Twitch. I remember being really frustrated and just thinking, like, how can I get people to find me? I hate social media. I actually don't have personal social media accounts. I don't like pictures of myself. I didn't really like doing skits. I didn't really like doing all of that stuff. But I said, okay, I'm already putting myself out there on Twitch. What can I do? So if you look up the #1 tool to find and follow streamers, it's TikTok. I don't care if you love or hate TikTok. If you want to grow and you are not posting on TikTok, it's a mistake. And this is something that I'm really strong about. People have asked me how I've grown. TikTok. It put a lot of time and effort into my TikTok. At first, I started just doing videos saying, hey, my name's KJ Driz, I'm going live, that sort of thing. But it's kind of developed into skits and funny stuff. And I think what I post on my TikToks are a lot of what's going on in my Twitch world, in my world. You can see through my TikToks when I'm having a bad day, you know, I'm getting really negative gamer girl messages online, or if I'm feeling really accomplished and I'm getting a lot of kills in Call of Duty. It's almost self-expression for me at this point. And because of that, people see your personality and say, hey, I want to follow this person. And you know, something really important for me to point out is I really didn't want to go on TikTok. I'm really super awkward and uncomfortable. And it's fine on stream. It's my stream. I can be awkward and uncomfortable. But when something lives on the internet like that, I was really, I really fought it. I really fought that idea. But over time, it kind of grew on me. When I was streaming full time and not working at all, I was actually posting 5 videos a day. Now I'm doing it to 2 videos a day. I think it's ridiculously important. I think it's so undervalued. I like to have fun with it now. Not every video I'm going to post is the best, but not only has it gotten me so much exposure, but I met 4 other small streamers when I just started streaming who I have been friends with to today, who have helped me through this process. And not only have I seen so much growth through that platform, I have seen them grow. And I have loved to see their progress through the platform. And there is a streamer who I talked to who started streaming 3 months ago. And he said, "Hey, I'm not getting any viewers on Twitch. I don't know what to do." I said, "TikTok." I said, "Do TikTok, find a niche and do it." He just applied for partner after 3 months. He had a few viral videos, which are incredible. And he's already averaging over 75 viewers. It's, again, not all about numbers. You can get follows from TikTok. I was getting 20 follows a day when I was not streaming from TikTok, just to tell you how powerful it is. Getting those people to watch me and stay with me, that's another story. That's not very realistic. But from that exposure point of view, it's huge. It's massive. And it's so underrated. But the problem is people don't want to work. If you want to be a successful streamer and content creator, it is work. As much as it might be fun, it's work.
It's it's a ton of work. Again, I'll always go back to like the big content creators I watch, but again, because Ludwig recently did how to be a big streamer, Ludwig's week, not including time spent on Twitter being on, because you're always on as a creative versus a 9-to-5 job, you work your hours. A salary job, you work your hours. Maybe you have to work some more because you're salary, but at the end of the day, like, you can leave your work usually at work. Content creation, like, you have to constantly be on even when you're not working. So like, it's often for people to work 55 to 80 hours in a week when it comes to content creation. I think TikTok is very well utilized by the people utilizing it, such as yourself. So I think it's a really great call out. That's why I wanted to call it out, because the 2 biggest platforms I've seen bring people over have been TikTok and YouTube. A lot of people talk about YouTube because it's this bigger, more established thing. But if you have a video blow up there, Tim the Tatman is somebody that's a very good example of, they had an amazing big viral video on YouTube and it brought a lot of people through to his stream. And then the content was there, so they stuck around. Same with yourself and the content creator you mentioned who's a partner now. Like, the TikToks can get people to your stream to check it out. And if the content is there, people are going to stick around more than any other side platform. I think TikTok and YouTube are really important. I think TikTok is more underutilized.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I'm just curious about your thoughts on like the best type of content to put on TikTok. I'm not somebody, I'm still learning TikTok, but I've talked to a lot of people. There's been people who have not grown a lot, so they think TikTok's not that great, but the content they put on, like, even though they have links to their stream, doesn't really relate back to the stream enough. So I don't see them grow. Whereas your content, like, you have headphones on, it relates to what you're doing. So I think it's important. And I don't know if you agree or disagree. I'm, again, not a TikTok creator at this point, making sure that your content does, like, it's different. It shows a different side of yourself, but still connects to what they're going to find if they click through.
Right. But so what? Those people did TikToks for a month and gave up. I mean, nothing's going to come easy. You're not going to post a video that you think's great and get 50 new followers. It is work. But not only that, is the way I see it is you have one opportunity where someone might scroll on your video and they can either say, "Hey, I want to click and watch this person," or they just keep scrolling. So for me, I used to make videos that say, "Hey, everybody, my name's KJ Driz. If you want a cool community, come follow me." If I saw that on TikTok, I wouldn't really care. But if there's somebody who's posting a really funny dad joke and I think they're awesome, and then I see they're a streamer, I'm like, yeah, I really want to follow that. That's how I like to think about it, is if I saw this video, would it make me want to follow that person or not? I'm just not going to follow someone who's promoting themselves for the most part, unless they do something really unique. Probably not going to do that. But I think that niche content is great. I think the most important thing is do something fun and true to you. Like, I just like to find sounds and do stuff to that. But really, I think people who don't know what to do just need to find niche content. I have a friend who started out on TikTok, and he started making fun of other streamers, like people who had good senses of humor. So he did a few TikToks of me with a fake tambourine and, was crying with tears, and I thought it was hysterical. He did not get 50 followers in one day, so he got discouraged and decided to not continue. If he had continued that niche, you can see how that grows over time. People want everything to be easy. Yeah, I would love for it to be easy. I would have loved to have just gotten, that 50 followers on Twitch, in my first day, in my first week, like a lot of people did. That took me 1.5 months, and I worked for that 1.5 months. It is the same thing with TikTok. You have to be consistent. I think with everything, no matter what it is, consistency is key. I am not consistent on any social media platform other than TikTok. I went from posting 5 videos a day for 7 days a week to now I do 2 videos every single day. I work a lot during the week now. Every weekend, every Saturday, every Sunday, I make 7 TikTok videos each day to post throughout the week. This is work. But it's content and it's fun, and hopefully it makes people want to click on me. And I just think it's super important. Just have fun with it, but just think, hey, would I want to follow this person on Twitch based off of what I saw?
Yeah, and you do a really good job, obviously, and kind of like developing streams over months of streaming. Same goes for YouTube. Same goes for TikTok. It is hard work to find your niche or find what is working, and you have to be consistent, like streaming to 3 people for a while until you find what works and start to grow, or posting TikToks that may not get a lot of views until it starts to grow. And like you said, being consistent. And that is something people don't think about, is content creation at the end of the day is work. If you're just there, just kind of like stream whenever or make things whenever, that's fine. But if you're looking to grow, it is, yeah, like you said, it's work. You're on your days off, you're streaming, you're also making TikToks for the week, you're being consistent. You're also considering other platforms to possibly grow on. And so, yeah, I think it's really important to always call out just how much work goes into these things. Before we kind of move on with that topic, I'm going to go ahead real quick and bring up another browser source. I just want to show some people a couple of your TikToks, just so people can get an idea of like what your TikToks look like now, and the sort of content that gets kind of put on TikTok that's bringing people kind of through to your channel.
All right. I have a hard time watching my TikToks after they're posted because I cringe when I see them. So this is fun.
I definitely know that feeling, because the same way with things I'm putting on YouTube, yeah. Like watch it a bunch of times, and once it's out there, I'm like, it's out to the world. So rewatching it can be a trip. All right, let's go ahead and add the window capture now. Boop, boop, and there we go. So I'll just bring up my browser here, since I didn't plan to originally do this, but I think it's great. So like this is KJ's page here. You can find KJ at KJ Driz on TikTok, by the way, so people can find it. So let's turn the sound on.
Pardon? What are you looking for in a man now to wear this cologne? I'm not looking for a man. Let's start there. And what are you looking for?
sorry, those weren't trimmed up, but just as a kind of an example of like, yeah, the sort of content you might find on TikTok relatable to KJ's personality, to things happening in games they're playing online or offline. You saw a number of things from like overreacting out of getting killed in the gulag.
What are you looking for in a man
Volume off
now?
on that. People coming into stream asking if you're single, or people entitled to their own opinion. So a lot of like being able to share that emotion and those things you go through in a like way that still connects with people in that like smaller format. So
Yeah, and I pretty much, I mean, you kind of know, if you watch my TikToks, you kind of know what I'm going through. I think like, it can be a really positive outlet, but based off of the videos I post, you can understand a lot, kind of what's going on with someone. And so that's what I do like about TikTok. And I know there's a lot of people in here who can relate that, you post things that are true to you at the moment. And that's something that's really nice about it.
yeah, I agree with that. For me, how I kind of also view external content, even things like Twitter and Instagram, is kind of fleshing out the edges of my content and stream, like showing maybe a slightly different side, still related to it, but that way people who see it like get a bigger picture, like you said with TikToks, what you're going through, but still in an entertaining way. And I think that's a really good usage of that, not just to bring people into stream, but to like for the people who already follow you on multiple platforms, for them to be able to connect with you more as a creator, because you're able to show different things in different mediums.
Yeah, and not only that, but something to point out is I love watching people that I know's TikToks, because while I cannot see them on here, I get to see them on TikTok. And, there's a lot of people that I love to watch on TikTok, and I love getting to know them. And again, that's why I like it. Like, I obviously don't know how from their perspective it feels, but like, I feel like I have a stronger relationship with them after watching their videos. And I love that about the platform as well.
Awesome. So kind of switching gears here, because just go with ADHD, just kind of, as I always say here, it's about the journey, not the destination. So kind of circling around topics and coming back to them. I do want to kind of come back to Elder Scrolls Online a little bit, mainly because that's the medium that I like game you were originally playing. That's your main game. That's still my main game. So I'm kind of curious, like you've mentioned it already earlier, really just kind of looking for people to connect with and play with, but why Elder Scrolls as one of your main games, primary games? Why still Elder Scrolls?
So I, I started playing Oblivion, Skyrim, and when you play those games, Elder Scrolls and Online is like the next one that you're going to play. I had been playing that on Xbox, so I was just playing that with a bunch of my friends, which is why I decided to start streaming that, I guess. I had tried to stream other games where I didn't find the community so welcoming and positive. So I decided to stick with Elder Scrolls, and the more I stuck with it, I've never played a game where other players come and find me and say, hey, let me help you. Hey, let me show you this. Let me help you become a better player. Are you kidding me? How can you not love that community? So I am someone who plays a game and sticks with it. But if it weren't for the incredible community and people I've met, and this is a game where you can get lost for years of your life, I probably wouldn't have stuck with this game. But I love this game with all of my heart. I'm genuinely obsessed and addicted. And I owe it to a lot of the people that I get to play with every single day that make me love it even more.
Awesome. Yeah. And that brings me kind of to the next point, which is see it a lot on social media. You see it in emotes that actually just were posted in chat. The kind of concept of hashtag ESO fam. And obviously, it's not that Elder Scrolls Online is devoid of toxicity. Every community is going to have some, but I think you hit a really good point, which Elder Scrolls seems to have a much more connected and giving community, whether it be people just playing the game, artists on Twitter, streamers in general who really want to connect. Like I said, you can be new to Elder Scrolls, put that, hey, I'm a newbie at Elder Scrolls. That's what you're doing on stream. And people will go, oh, and go into like somebody who's just starting out stream because they want to help. So I really think ESO fam is something that really does exist. So do you want to talk a little bit more just kind of like about hashtag ESO fam or the community, like in general, like things that you've gained from it or feel you've given back to it?
So I don't feel like I've given back anything yet, but one day I want to. I think, I met certain people in the community, early on in the game, and obviously I'm going to call some people out. T-Funk was my 6th follower and someone who's really important to me in my community, who I was playing in first person when I met T-Funk, and he was like, wait, let me show you how to play this game. He gave me like, $75K in the game, said, buy yourself some pack upgrades. I'm like, what the heck is that? And he kind of showed me the ropes of this game that I thought I was good at, to find out I was terrible. People like him, Gypsy, Lego, Eritar, Eljon. There's like this ESO fam. I don't even know how to explain it. They're like people who just find people like us, help us. And I'm like, what did we do to deserve this? I can't believe this. Like, I think it's so incredible. And it's like we have become a very dysfunctional family over time, like learning and growing together. And I'm just so thankful for this, not only for what they have taught me in the game, but the relationships that I have made with these people are something I'm going to carry with me for the rest of my life. And it's not just ESO fam in the stream, it's ESO outside of the stream. And I'm so thankful for all of these people who drag me in places to watch me panic, because I would not be the player that I am without that support. I don't know any other community that does that. I genuinely don't know any other community that does that. And I just love it. I can't get enough of it. And all of these people that have helped me, I want to one day pay that forward. One day I want to be going in people's streams and helping them do things, or teaching them how to play the game. I want to do that. I want to continue that family. I want to continue helping people out like people have helped me. And I never want those people who continue to help me every single day to feel like I'm ungrateful. But if it were not for them, I would not be where I am as a streamer and as a player, because obviously Elder Scrolls is my main game. But hashtag ESO fam is the most accurate hashtag there is. We are a family and we're in this together. And it's just proven by, those pertinent members of the community.
Yeah, I agree completely with that. Also, just as a streamer, just speaking about ESO fam as a streamer, part of a lot of communities. I've been on Twitch a long time just as a viewer. ESO has a really high proportion amount of people who stream at all sizes, from some of the biggest people in our category in our game to some of the newest who actually engage, not just view or, hang out, but actually engage in Discords and chats with other streamers. I think that's another huge part of the ESO fam. Clearly all the players, the people, the community, but the fact that streamers helping streamers, sometimes it's easy to view Twitch as competition. Like if you're getting 70 average viewers and I'm getting 30 average viewers, then I think a natural human instinct is to look at it competitively sometimes. Whereas with ESO, I found the community is not like that. You don't have people there might be some people, but for the most part, I haven't found people that are like super competitive. In fact, Reishi Spores, a streamer, likes to say community, not competition. I feel like ESO, there's probably other, I don't want to like broad statement that no other like communities like this, but ESO seems really unique in that streamers generally, for the most part, seem to want to help each other out.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that.
So as far as, and that's great about like Elder Scrolls, and obviously that's still been my primary game, but I want to kind of also move into some of the other things we brought up earlier, which is like, you mentioned you tried other games, they weren't great for stream. But just kind of looking at the future, do you view yourself as just remaining primarily like an Elder Scrolls streamer, or trying to eventually find more games to move into in your content, kind of like vary your content, or like stay really focused on Elder Scrolls?
Well, so I always thought Elder Scrolls to be my main game, but I've always been a gamer. I really was waiting for Fable, Halo Infinite to come out, 2 games that I'm like super stoked about. Again, I'm always going to love Elder Scrolls, but you know, I'm not going to not play something because I know people aren't going to watch me. That's going to happen, you know, like you're always going, if you play a specific game all the time, you're going to have viewers that only watch you because of that. I am not afraid to play a different game and stream a different game that I want to and lose viewers. That's just how it's going to go. So moving forward, I mean, those are games that I'm super stoked about, especially Fable. I think Fable 2 is up there with one of my favorite games. So I do see myself obviously streaming other things, but each time I had tried going to another game, it makes me appreciate Elder Scrolls even more. And that's actually what I like the most about going to some other different games and playing something for a while, is then saying, hey, let me go back to this. So for sure, Elder Scrolls main game, but I do love experimenting, trying new games, having a little fun, and breaking up the monotony. I think it's hard to not see things in numbers sometimes, but in the long scheme of things, that doesn't matter. Who cares?
Yeah, it can be really hard. I think it's easy to get kind of lost in the numbers. So I'm glad you brought that up, because for a while, like I was growing at a steady rate. Started doing a lot more Elder Scrolls. With ADHD, I was just hyper focused, so I did a bunch of it. And then when I would branch into other things, I would see that the viewership dip, and I had to really fight an internal battle. Whereas, like in the long run, my growth is going to be connected to Elder Scrolls. I'm going to stay part of that community. But if I want to challenge myself, so bringing more just chatting streams, doing things like this podcast, like despite the viewer dip, I think will round things out. Also, I found that like there's kind of like tiers to your viewership. So there's people who like, you know, you're like a secondary thing where you know, and that's awesome. Like if somebody else is not on, they might tune in. Then you have people like, oh, you're definitely the person I'm always going to watch when you're on, but I really only like to watch Elder Scrolls content, so they're going to tune in there. And then you get the people who are like, doesn't matter what you're going to do, they're going to stick with you. And I think trying for me, I don't know if you had a different path, but for me, it was like getting away from the numbers and more paying attention to the people who were there for the new content. Like, I don't want to keep doing something that my community is going to hate and is not going to go well with them. But at the same time, I don't want to not do new things because I'm going to have like a 20 viewership dip if I do a talk show or if I eat spicy foods.
Yeah. And you know, just to kind of touch on that, you know, if someone just wants to watch me play Elder Scrolls, I totally understand that. You know, I totally get that. There are some, especially larger streamers, that I only watch that specific game that they play. So I understand. I understand it from a viewer standpoint. And again, that's just how it is. It's more a matter of like, are you okay with that? You know, if you do other streams outside of your norm, it's going to probably have lower numbers, but you know, it's kind of like, so what? And that's really how I feel. And it's a lot about doing what you want to do. You know, if you spend your streaming career trying to do something that you don't love, and doesn't make you happy, then it's going to show. There's been a lot of streamers that I've watched, averaging 20,000 viewers, and they switch to a different game for a bit and they get 3K. And they're like, hey, look, I just was not having fun anymore. And that's something, people don't think about. So it's great to do something different every once in a while. Not everyone's going to love it, but sometimes you have to do what you want, what's going to work for you. And that's another thing that a lot of the times as a viewer, viewers don't think about, which is just a struggle of a streamer.
Yeah, in fact, if anything, when you change, viewers are actively probably going to dislike it because people like what they want, and as people we get kind of comfortable in it. But as streamers, it's back to that, like sometimes it's okay to be uncomfortable. And I don't want to anybody to feel like I'm calling them out, so I want to kind of like clarify more what I'm saying. I think viewers who lurk very rarely, no one else is on, they followed you, they lurk for a little bit, are as valid as a day one who goes to every content you do and they watch every minute of your content. I don't want it to sound like when I said there's tiers, it's like one is more valuable than the other. It was more like in terms of like overall numbers, there's kind of a funnel there. But yeah, I think again, people who want to stick with one game, I think it's great. But also for me, yeah, if I didn't push myself to try new things and different things, I could eventually. I've played Elder Scrolls Online console before coming to PC and streaming it for over 4 years. So I know there is going to be phases where I'm still casually playing Elder Scrolls. But if I have to force myself to do like 80 hours a month of Elder Scrolls, that's going to come through. And then even if I'm doing what people want, it's not going to be good because I'm not there for it.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
And also, I've also seen a lot of big creators, like you mentioned, who they switch and they have big drops. And I think that's fine. But that's also why personally, for what I've been doing, just to kind of like do that is as I'm earlier in streaming and the dips, like if I was getting 10,000 people and then I was getting 2,000, that would be like, oh no. Whereas I can do it now and be like getting 60 people and now I'm getting 20. It's easier to do that now and kind of build like what to expect now, in my opinion. I don't know if that's an opinion you share. Like it's kind of good, like as you're growing, to like step outside of the box more so you don't have to maybe take as big of a leap later.
Yeah, I think no matter what, it's always going to be a leap.
That's fair.
That's kind of how I see it. Unless you're Shroud and you're like just pulling big numbers, no matter what you do. Things are always going to dip. Things are always going to go up and down. Especially when I was starting out, I would say it hurt me much more. I would average 7 viewers and I was so happy. And then like for 2 weeks, I'd average like 1 or 2 viewers. And it really hurt me emotionally. Now you just know that's how it's going to go. That's how it's going to go. Like, this is life. This is people. Things happen. I would never want people to just, come and hang around and, feel obligated or lurk because they felt like they had to. Life is a real thing. We're streamers, so this is part of our life. But, watching Twitch for a lot of people is temporary. Some people only watch Twitch for a few months and then they never want to come back on it again. Things are going to go up and down. Things are going to be inconsistent. That's just how it is. No matter if you switch games or if you don't, it's can you handle that? And mentally, you kind of have to get over that. And you either decide like, yes, I can handle this. I'm going to push through no matter what, or you can let it get to you. But that's just always how it's going to go. And yeah, hashtag streamer life,
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just gonna take a real quick break before I respond to that, because we got a bunch of people on. So thank you so much, Punk in the Band, for rating. If we can get a mod to give Punk in the Band a shout out. We're doing a podcast at the moment with KJ Driz, talking about streaming and life and things like that. So I might not be as responsive in chat. But we'll definitely get to people's questions and stuff afterwards. But I just wanted to take a minute and say Thank you for the raid, and let the raiders know what we're doing. To kind of go back to what we were just talking about with being comfortable with being uncomfortable is kind of, I think, the name of the game with streaming, because also you can do everything the same, like your biggest stream, you can do everything the exact same day, same time, same number, everything. And that stream can be way smaller. Like, cause you said what people are doing that day, like people have lives. And I think that's really good advice for people who are streamers, is to remember what you are like as a viewer. That's why when some streamers are upset about people lurking, or they're upset about people not being able to be there all the time, I'm like, think about yourself as a viewer. Are you there all the time? Are there times where you lurk? And I think it's good to remember that, yeah, people have lives outside of watching what we do, and what we're trying to do is provide a community and a place they can come to when they have the time.
Yeah. Yep. And this is kind of harsh. But a lot of people have asked for advice, which, I don't know if I feel especially comfortable giving, but, they've been like, well, I've been streaming for 2 weeks and my numbers are really going up and down, and, it's really bothering me, and I stopped streaming for a few weeks. And I said, maybe you're not meant to be a streamer. Maybe this isn't for you, which is a super honest thing for me to say, but I don't think streaming is for the faint of heart. I really don't. I think at first I thought, oh, I'm playing games, so I should stream. Or you think, oh, this is going to be an average of 3 viewers, easy. Absolutely not. It was not for me. Obviously, this depends on your goals and what you want, but I do think consistency is key, but it is not easy. And that's something that I do try and tell people before they start streaming, that it might seem simple and easy and everybody can do it, but it's really not for the faint of heart. And if you can't handle that, then maybe it's just not for you. We all do things that we try and it just doesn't work out. But yeah, I've said that to many people. There are people who are no longer on Twitch, no longer streaming, but I really believe that's true. And streaming is not for everybody.
Yeah. And I think we talked about it earlier, as far as like, it's a lot of work, and that's true of all creative. That's true for writers and filmmakers. Like, there's a stage of being always on that people might not take into consideration. And that's talking about streaming as far as like being a streamer and trying to grow as a streamer. Like, I know there's a subset of streamers who stream occasionally, let their friends know they're streaming, don't really get bothered if their numbers are up or down. Like, it's no sweat, because they're not even necessarily trying to get affiliate. And for that sort of streamer, what we're talking about is kind of moot. Like, but as far as like, I want to grow as a streamer, I want to become an affiliate. Hopefully one day I can become a partner. It's a lot of work. TikTok, like we mentioned earlier, is a lot of work. YouTube's like, it's work. If you look at a site like twitchtracker.com, you can look at January, and in January there was 9.8 million unique streamers. Some of those are just going to be like, went live once. Some of those are going to be like, I'm just streaming whenever, I don't really care. But that's a lot of people who want to hopefully make it. And then when you listen to content creators like Harris Heller, they'll say like, the reason I give all this advice is 99% aren't necessarily going to make it. And it's not to be mean or to be harsh. It is kind of very blunt advice, but I think giving it's important and talking about it's important, because going into it assuming, it's easy and I can just do this and make it, could have a lot more of a toll than going, okay, it is hard work to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. And for sure those are good points, and I would I definitely would agree with that. It for sure depends on your intention and again, what you want to do and what you want to get out of it. But this is always going to be a grind. It's always going to be a grind. and it's always going to go up and down. Things are always going to go up and down. And, some people can handle it and some people can't. And yeah, that's just what it is.
Yeah. And just because I saw the comment there in chat, just to answer your comment, Zenike, you said, what defines a streamer? Someone who does it as a job, or what if a person just streams as a hobby? So honestly, it's kind of a broad term. What defines a streamer is actually the same thing that defines a basketball player or not a pro, but a sports player. So I can be a baseball player who plays in like a local, like my town's like local, like community center league. I can be a baseball player who plays for the Seattle Mariners. I might play for a AAA team. I might just be playing in college. I might just play baseball sometimes with my friends. So streamer is all encompassing, and anybody who streams is a streamer. When we're talking about how hard of work it is, what we're really kind of focusing on is the people who want to stream and are concerned about things like growth and things like that. If you're just streaming as a hobby with no actual care for numbers and growth, some of this stuff doesn't really necessarily apply the same. But if you're like, I'm getting into streaming because I want to grow, or maybe one day I'd like to like make a part-time income, or maybe I want to like make it my full-time thing, that's where like thinking about the hard work and stuff like that comes in. So just kind of moving on from that. So we've talked about most of the things that I have before we get to the Q&A, such as community and stuff like that. So the other thing I just kind of wanted to bring up as far as games go is, you mentioned games. You've already mentioned this a little bit, but just kind of talk about it a little bit more, like games for you versus games for stream. Because yeah, going into it's like, if I playing a game, I should be streaming. But then I found very quickly, like there are games that are for me. They're either for me because they don't make for good content for my style of content. Like I couldn't stream Cyberpunk, not because of glitches, but because I get so invested in games like that it's hard for me to also talk to chat and interact. And there's also games that are for me because like I have to have certain things that are just for me or for me and my close friends. So do you have games like that, games that are just for you, or games that like don't work for stream? I know we already mentioned Call of Duty, but curious if there's other games.
It really, it's Call of Duty. I just because I play so much Elder Scrolls, Call of Duty is the only other game really that I play, and I really enjoy it. I think at its height, I had to ban 8 people on stream from coming in from that Call of Duty community and saying really negative things. So I decided to not stream that because it was bleeding into my community, and I still do play it off stream. For sure, not as much as I would like to. But yeah, that's really my big one. I am genuinely quite obsessed with Elder Scrolls. I want to be good at the game. I want to be somebody who can carry other players eventually. That is my goal in the game. So, I really play a lot of Elder Scrolls, but Call of Duty just didn't work as far as streaming for me. And I play some other games like offline, really old stuff, Command and Conquer. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Myst, Riven, Abduction, kind of escape room type games off stream. But really I play Elder Scrolls probably the most off stream. But I also do stream it.
First off, I grew up on Command and Conquer. Command and Conquer Red Alert was when I finally got my family finally got a PC. One of the 2 games that came with it was like Mech Warrior 2 and Command and Conquer Red Alert. So I have played so much Command and Conquer. So yeah, no, I definitely know Command and Conquer. Also, my partner Juicebox, but also myself, things like Myst and Riven. There's some people kickstarting and making games like that again. I actually really like those just kind of exploration puzzle games as well. So don't worry, I'm with you on those games. So the next thing I kind of wanted to talk about is working and streaming. Obviously, originally you pulled the trigger on streaming, like we said at the start, because you were furloughed. But now that you're back to work, you're working in your field again. How is it like, how are you finding managing content creation, not just streaming, but, TikTok and all these things? Because like you said, you put out like 2 videos a day on TikTok. You also still stream. How are you finding it managing working a full-time job and also streaming?
Oh, it's rough. It's really rough. Especially if you don't work a job that's shift work, where you have a definitive clock in and clock out time. And actually, I went from streaming 6 days a week for the first 2 weeks of my job, and I had to cut it down to 3. No matter what I emotionally wanted to do, I had to shift my time to my job because that is the most important thing that I have. So given that, I chose Sunday through Tuesday to be my days to stream. And I did it from like a pure, this is what's best for me perspective. I was also doing Saturdays. I decided I wanted a day for myself. It's really difficult. Last week, I streamed from 4:00 until 9:00, and then I had to work until 1 a.m. and then wake up again at 4 a.m. This is just the sacrifices that you have to do if you want to work and also stream. Will there have to be other adjustments? Yeah, maybe. That's going to depend. But could they be adding days rather than getting rid of days? Yeah, of course. So it's all about adjusting. It's all about being open. It's all about being realistic. And no matter what, I decided that through this transition, through this process, through everything, that I had to protect myself and my mental health the most. So that was really the big stemming decision to change my stream from 6 days a week to 3 days a week. Because could I handle that with work? Yes. But mentally, specific things were wearing on me. And I said, hey, I want to stream these days. I want to hang out with my friends these days. But I really need to protect myself and be true to myself. And I did end up cutting it down to 3 days a week. Is it what I want to do? No. But my job has to be my priority. I still want to be a streamer. I still want to put all of my effort that I can into that. But you also have to be realistic about it as well.
Yeah, it's not just hard work, but I think it's really good to talk about. This is another boundary that you do have to set. And I'm really glad that you mentioned it, because I think a lot of people who get into streaming, you're not going to jump into streaming and make enough money to really make a living off of it right away. And because of that, like whether it be school or work or other things, like you have to find a work-life streaming balance. And since streaming does take a lot of energy, I think it's good to mention. I'm glad you mentioned like finding the balance between work, time for yourself, and time to still pursue streaming. So
yeah, and I still haven't found that. I think for me that's a process. I spend my weekends making TikToks because my week is filled with work and streaming. I spend my weekends making TikToks so that I can post them throughout the week. So this is a work in progress for me. I struggle with, trying to be able to talk to people on an individual basis. When you throw that into everything, currently I'm still working like 15, 16-hour days. So I'm still trying to figure this all out. Right. And again, I think it's a marathon, not a sprint. There's always going to be areas you can improve. And balance is difficult. But no matter what you're doing, balance is difficult. But again, it's a learning experience.
Yeah, it's every day is a different opportunity to learn and to figure out that balance. And yeah, that's another thing, is like part of that is finding time to talk to people and friends. And being a streamer, no matter what your school or work situation is, it does take away from that. So finding that balance can definitely be difficult.
Yeah.
So other than that, I just had a few more things, and then we'll open it up to questions.
All
I
right.
feel like we already kind of covered advice, but if there's something that hasn't been covered, what's like one solid piece of advice you give to somebody who is either starting out in streaming or maybe hit their first kind of hurdle with streaming, just kind of like might be newer to streaming? What's like a piece of advice that you would give?
Have fun. If you're not having fun, what's the point? If you're not having fun in what you're doing, it's going to show. It's going to show. So that's been kind of my number one thing is have fun and kind of do what you want. This is your show. It's not anybody else's. And make sure that you dictate that. I know that there have been times where I haven't been having fun with what I've been doing, or I've been in a bad mood and I have ended my stream early. I don't want that to come off as negative, but we're all human. I think at the end of the day, you have to enjoy what you do. You have to be, I don't want to say you have to be enthusiastic, but if you're not having fun, I mean, I don't want to watch a streamer who's not enjoying themselves. And that's what it comes down to. So if you're not having fun, then maybe you should rethink things. If streaming is a constant source of frustration and you're just not getting it and you're just not understanding it after a week, a month, and longer than that, then maybe you should rethink things. But I think if you are having fun and you're consistent, you are going to be successful. But those are two things that are not given. They are not given.
I agree 100%. And kind of switching gears just a little bit, but still kind of looking towards the future. So obviously during COVID, the ability to do things, go out, get food, all of these things have been obviously restricted because of the nature of that pandemic. And I know for myself, I really want to do some more like IRL stuff, travel stuff with my stream. I know some people just want to stick with the games and stuff they do. Do you have any plans like post-COVID when it comes to streaming that you've thought about, things that you would like to do once the world is kind of opened up again? Or do you plan to kind of like stick with Elder Scrolls and games?
I want to stick with Elder Scrolls, but one thing that I've been wanting to do for a while, and just logistically, I don't know how it's realistic for me, but I have my Elder Scrolls cookbook. Ta-da! And I would love to do
this one?
Yay!
Yeah.
I want to do not only an Elder Scrolls cooking stream, but a food science stream.
Ooh.
And that's something that I've really been wanting to do. Logistically, I don't know how realistic that is for me. And I've been trying to figure that out. And really, that's from a financial standpoint. That's not like the easiest thing for me to figure out right now. But I don't have any I know a bunch of people who wanted to travel and stream, which I think is amazing. I want to mix my two worlds. 3, streaming, Elder Scrolls, food science. And that's something that I would love to incorporate into my stream and do every once in a while, and maybe teach some people some things that aren't, Elder Scrolls related, but something that, might stick with them for a while.
Yeah, I think that's really awesome. Also, it's something that you uniquely could bring. I also want to do cooking stream with the Elder Scrolls cookbook, but my concept based on how I do things is always challenging. So it's using the levels in there to make do cooking streams and level myself up. So once I get to level 100, I can reward myself by making the sweet roll. But I think, yeah, being able to mix in food science, that's your dream job. That's what you do. That's what that's something I don't know if any other Twitch streamer actually even works in that field. I think that would be really amazing. Again, that's in a concept of finances and timing, but I think that's a really cool concept.
Yeah, one day.
One day. So before we kind of wrap things up and get to the Q&A section, the last thing I really wanted, or one of the last two things I wanted to bring up was, I forgot to earlier, is recently, and I will post a link to that in chat. There'll be a link in the YouTube video and the podcast as well, is Mandatory put out an article called The 10 Most Titillating Twitch Channels to Fill Your Lockdown Binging Void. This was back on January 27th. And they went through a bunch of channels. And the third one listed is actually yourself. So I wanted to talk to you about, did they contact you ahead of time? Did you talk to them? How much did you know about it before it came out? Kind of the impact it had having that really cool article where they shouted you out with a number of other amazing, like, unique streamers.
So kind of funny. I hadn't checked my Twitch or my Twitter for a few days. And I'm not super great with Twitter. And one day I went on there and I had all these notifications and I had no idea what they were about. And I opened this article that someone tagged me in, and I was like, why did someone tag me this? And I scrolled down and I saw myself and I could not believe it. I couldn't believe it. And I was so excited and honestly so happy that, they included me in a picture of my walrus outfit. It's just such an honor when you get recognized, and that whether that be from someone tweeting out, hey, I like your stream or, this article. I just thought it was the coolest, most incredible thing in the whole world. Unfortunately, I don't have people that I know in my real life that I could share that with and be happy for me. But, I was so proud and I could, repost it and send it to specific people in my community and people see it and be happy for me. And I just thought it was so cool. And I honestly just thought it was such an honor. And I was so shocked. I actually didn't know about it at all. Surprise.
Yeah, and it's really, really amazing. Again, check out that article. But going through the article, when you posted it or when people were linking you in it, like to be included, because you're included with people like Zicky Dice, who's a professional wrestler, so brought in their entire like pro wrestling like fan base when he started streaming. You're there with Ron Funks, who's a amazing comedian who's on television. You're on there with Mega Ran, who's done a lot of like music productions. Like it's a very amazing list of people that you kind of share that with. So I think it's really well deserved. I think you are interesting and you bring something very unique. And to be included with all these different unique people, I think is really awesome. It's a really good group of people, and so it's really cool that you were included. So
thank you.
And has that had any impact on your streams? Not necessarily like what you do day to day, but maybe new people have come in and commented on it or anything like that. Like, has there been like a notable impact from that? Not in terms of numbers, but more just like the community. Like you already mentioned, kind of like huge hype for the existing community, but like for like maybe newer people.
Yeah, not for newer people. I probably would say that when it came out, I had like a few extra follows that day. Which, honestly, that makes me happy. So it really, for me, it was like more, community. So my community saw that and was happy for me. And I was so proud and I was so excited. And like you said, to be associated with, all of those other people in there. But, what's always crazy to me is like, that could be you in there. There's so many incredible streamers out there that it just takes the right person to find them. So, I kind of was like, how did this person find me? That sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, I think it could have just as well been you as me. I think we all have something so incredible and unique to offer. But yeah, no major impact other than I just was really excited about it.
It's really something to be excited about. Like you said, it's cool that someone like that, like outside of your community found you. And it's kind of validation. Like you can get validation all day long for numbers, but those numbers don't tell a true story. So having somebody like watch your stream, be excited about it and write things, I think that's a really cool form of validation to get.
Really, for sure.
So definitely we have been at this for quite a long time. So I really want to thank you for taking your time, working through some of the hiccups as I figure out how to do this podcast thing. So I'm going to go ahead now, and if people have questions, please go ahead and write them in chat. I'm going to go ahead and go through the ones that were put into the channel point system first. So the first question that was asked 2 hours ago by your day one, Mr. Guy 138. Mr. Guy asks, I have only one question. When is KJ going to play Phasmophobia?
Never again. I am not playing that game again. I played that game once because I thought it would be fun. That was a mistake. I did one stream of that. I genuinely was terrified. I was up until 3 a.m. I couldn't sleep. Yeah, I did not like it. I understand that it might have been entertaining. And this is an example where someone said, do you know how many viewers you could get? I said, I don't care. I am not, I'm just not interested in doing that again. So Mr. Guy, I apologize. I will not be playing that again. That emotionally was not a good game for me. And I was sick for about a week after from screaming so loud because I was terrified.
Yeah, it's definitely good to try new things, but it's also good to recognize when sounds like, the impact on your life, not worth the content. And that's definitely something that I also have to acknowledge on the other end, because people ask me the opposite way, where they're like, when are you going to play Phasmophobia again? People are like, why do you keep eating spicy hot foods or pushing yourself? I'm like, well, I genuinely do enjoy that. Like, I go to bed very refreshed because I make the YouTube video for it and go, I did that. We did that as a community, but it's also important to recognize, like, no, that that no amount of follows and viewership is worth that.
Yeah.
The next question that was put in is from Gypsy Sun, and Gypsy Sun asks, what are each of your favorite moments, accomplishments in Elder Scrolls Online, and priority goals for yourself in ESO?
Ooh, you go first.
So my favorite moment and accomplishment in ESO, I'll list two. Like I said, before I ever streamed it, before I built my PC, at the end of 2019, and I was on PlayStation. So my biggest accomplishment on PlayStation was when I finally got to 40,000 achievements, which is not the max, but it was way up there. It was a huge goal. As far as my favorite moments and accomplishments since I've been on PC, and most of my things on PC have been streamed, honestly, it was doing the storyline content of the Gold Coast, having the dialogue on and just immersing myself in it. And when we finished, because I hadn't done that story for years, or paid attention to it, just instead of flying through the quest, but really immersed in it. And I do lore reading stuff. So doing a stream afterwards where I told a story from storytelling, but from the perspective of my character. So I think, oddly enough, just the DLC, the Gold Coast, and immersing in the story is like the coolest moment accomplishment in ESO. As far as priority goals in ESO, with my ADHD, they shift so rapidly. Right now, I need to switch focus now that we're almost done gathering all the sky shards to actually gearing myself up, because I need to get into end game dungeon and trials. I love them. I keep focusing on other things. So that's my current priority in ESO.
Trying to think of mine. Biggest accomplishment is pretty easy for me. But as far as like where, what I want to be, what I want to do, that's kind of harder for me. But probably, this is an interesting one, but my biggest accomplishment, like for some reason, the first thing that came to my mind is when me, Gypsy, Lego, and Disturbed did Vet on Hallowed Grave hard mode. Which is a really hard dungeon and super mechanic heavy. And it took 4.5 hours to beat that. I died 148 times. And I think as a streamer, it was really hard for me because I'm messing up. I'm playing with 3 really seasoned, incredible players who, for some reason, have the patience for me. The feeling of accomplishment when, I'm the healer. I didn't even do that much, but the feeling of accomplishment, beating that as a team was something I'll never forget, because I just was so bad. But we ended up getting through it, and through all the criticism that I got while on stream, all of the mistakes that I made, just completing that and working through that with them made everything worth it to me. And I remember being incredibly proud, you know, of that moment. And obviously it's not really, to me, it's not really on me to be proud. But it's really my teammates for sticking with me. And it was kind of all of that as a whole that made that such an accomplishment for me, because I can tell you I'm not about to spend 4.5 hours and waste my time, because time is so precious. So the fact that they did that with me, you know, was really special in every way possible. But as far as where I want to be in the game, you know, those are 3 players that I really look up to, and I see how they help other players. And I think this is from, like, you know, different perspective. Like, I don't know if this is considered in the game, outside of the game, but I want to help other players that are starting out in this game. I'm not at that level yet. I want to help teach them mechanics. I want to learn how to tank. I want to learn how to DPS. I want to learn how to properly heal. I want to do all that. And then I want to help other people who are passionate about this game get better and grow. So obviously I'm not there yet. I have a lot to go. But I want to be like them when I grow up, and inspire other players and help other players. And we all have a good time and we all have fun. But I appreciate them so much, and I want to be a better player, and I, you know, want to be who they are to me, to somebody else. And that's kind of where I see myself, you know, like in a year or two in this game, for sure.
That's really awesome. Also, I think it's really cool to have those shared experiences with your community, because I don't know everybody you play with, whether or not they stream on their own or don't stream on their own. Sorry if you guys hear my dog in the background. Virgil. Anyway, but I know a lot of times people I've played with, or people come my stream, whether they're streamers or not, like, they are part of the community. So by doing things with them, they're on voice, they become part of the stream as well. And other people get to know them, not just through them talking in stream, but through seeing them persevere and go through it. And to use Lego My Legs 69's comment to something you said, they said, "We didn't waste time, we beat it." So
yeah, I mean, that just tells you the kind of people they are. That's incredible.
Yeah. And another comment that came through while we're talking was Sakar said, Virgil, baby, it's okay, buddy. I said PvP win. And so to answer your question, since that's when I was talking, Sakar, I actually enjoyed Midyear Mayhem. I never did it when I was on PlayStation. So I need to make a character for it, or start gearing my character to be able to do it in addition to Trials. But I actually really enjoyed my time in Zero. And now I, for the first time in forever, I actually want to try PvP. So. All right, so the next question we had in the question thing, I actually didn't recognize the person had put it in as a question. I just saw it and I wanted to comment on, which was when Zenike said, "What defines a streamer? Someone who does it as a job, or what if a person just streams as a hobby?" I had answered that earlier, but do you have any other thoughts on that?
I mean, that's just, you can't define a streamer. I just don't think you can define that. A streamer is someone who gets online and streams something. You know, I don't think there's a set time. I don't think there's a set place. So yeah, it's what is a streamer is whatever you want it to be.
Awesome. So yeah, there's no other questions in the question thing. So if anybody else in chat has any questions, feel free to ask them now. I want to thank you again, KJ, for coming on this first Tavern Talks podcast, being really candid and open about streaming and life, content creation on other platforms, and basically just talking about everything. So like I said, we learn something every time. So I've learned a lot about how to do these in the future, but I think a lot of other people have learned a lot as well.
Yes. Yeah. And thank you again for having me. It's really this podcast is really special, and I look forward to watching you continue doing this, because it allows us your face. It allows us to get to know each other better in the community. And you're so open and welcoming, and thank you for giving me a platform to allow me to talk openly and freely. And I really look forward to more of these podcasts.
Awesome. I do have one more question, but before I do that, I do need to say thank you very much, Master Control Program, gifting 10 subs to the community. And said, not a question, just wanted to say doing podcasts like this with other streamers is a great thing. Keep it up. Thank you so much. Obviously, it's never expected or required. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs to the community. And welcome to the Party Krakens, Eddie B, Serpic, PKD Sus, Caitlin, Templar, Kira, Sailor Midgard, Matt Kazama, Lee9264, and Kate the Great. But yeah, thank you so much for that. And since I'm thanking people real quick, I also want to say thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you for joining. Thank you for following Fire Tribe Wolf. Thank you for the raid earlier in the 4 bits punk in the band. Thank you for following Cali X July. Thanks for following Carpo719. Thank you both Dormouse and Velvet Brunette for resubscribing at tier 1 for 4 and 3 months respectively. Thanks for the host KJ. And thank you, Snow and Shadow, for following. So I just want to throw those thank yous out, because I haven't been able to call them out on stream. The last thing I wanted to basically ask after community questions and things were done is, because I just realized now that I was scrolling all around and didn't get to it, is collaborations. So Devin Nash, who's an analyst and a streamer, pointed out that the current meta on Twitch right now is collaborations, specifically collaborations between other streamers where they're playing the same game, sometimes with light RP elements. Obviously, we have collaborations such as this one where we're doing the podcast, collaborations when people are playing the same game in ESO. But what are your thoughts on like collaborations? And obviously, there's only so much time. We've talked about that, but trying to find new ways to like stay within the ESO sphere, but also collaborate.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. Really when I first started, I tried to get a lot of people to collaborate with me, and I think I got turned down like 10 times, or people would just not, hey, let's do this night. And they kind of would bail last minute, or I'd be waiting for something and bail. But as far as like, I love playing with other streamers. I'm not great at coordinating. I'm not great at setting things up, like how you set up this podcast, but I think it's really important. I think it's really special. I love being able to play with other streamers who are streaming at the same time. So I'm totally in for collaboration. I'm not the best organizer to begin with, but yeah, I'm all for it. I think we need to collaborate to grow. I think it's great to collaborate to learn about each other's communities. Yeah, and especially with the awesome ESO community, I think it's important to do for sure.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Been trying to find more unique ways myself, but yeah, finding ways to collaborate more is always good. Thank you once again. Last comment we had come through the guest questions was Don't Cry Wolf says cooking stream ? I will be doing my first cooking stream in March. KJ answered earlier that they want to do a cooking stream with the ESO cookbook and mix in the food science stuff they do, but they're not sure when, but that's an idea for the future.
Yes, one day.
So thank you everybody who tuned in. Thank you once again. KJ, we're going to be doing more of these. I've had a lot of people express interest, people I've also reached out to. So stay tuned. We'll be doing more of these. The idea as far as how it's going to go is I'm going to try to edit these down as I do them. We're doing kind of a batch to start with into YouTube videos. Because obviously this was 2 hours, trying to get it down to like a good solid, like maybe 30 for YouTube, and then edit the audio down for podcasting. So starting in March, you should see one of the videos, or two interviews per week as far as the videos go for it, but one podcast a week as far as the audio goes. So it's going to be a few weeks before this is available on podcast and on YouTube, but that is the plan, is to do these live first and then edit them down to content for those platforms. So once again, thank you, KJ. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I will let you go now. KJ, for everybody else, I will be streaming for a bit longer. I'm going to take a break after this interview, though. We still have our Heat Week challenge. I still have a one chip challenge to do this evening. We're going to play some marbles and some ESO. So we still have more stream ahead. Thank you again, KJ. Everybody in chat, please thank KJ for being here. And again, you can check out KJ Driz on TikTok. It's at KJ Driz. You can check out KJ on Twitch at twitch.tv/KJ_. Driz, is there any other places you want people to be able to find you, or people can find you, KJ?
No.
Okay.
No.
Please. Also, if you could share again, what's your current streaming schedule?
So I stream Sunday 1 to 4 p.m. Pacific, and Monday and Tuesday 4 to 7 p.m. Pacific.
So yeah, if you want a very high energy stream, yelling, name getting called out, lots of fun, lots of excitement, somebody that's going to take your energy from 0 to 60 in less than a second, please check out KJ on those days. Thank you once again, KJ. It has been amazing. I will touch bases with you before, like, once I edit the video, so you can take a look at it and stuff, make sure nothing's too wonky. But thank you again so much.
Thank you so much. This is really incredible, and again, I look forward to watching these with you and other streamers. I think, all of this is just so important. So really, thank you.
You are welcome. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and exit the call now, and you have a great rest of your evening. Thank you again for taking 3 hours to do this.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
All right. So that was our first Tavern Talks podcast. Thank you so much for being there. Again, I am going to take a break now, get stretched, make sure my dogs are taken care of for dinner. We will be having more of these coming up in the future. There's been a number of people who've expressed interest, from Juicebox Hero to Reishi, other people I have them set up with, such as Lady Wolf and Sakar. So this is something I plan to keep doing. So if you enjoyed it, I'll be posting in Discord and on Twitter future dates for these. So keep your eyes out. I'm glad everybody enjoyed it. Thank you all for saying thanks to KJ. Thanks again. Oh, wow. Gypsy Son, thank you so much for that 1,000 bits. Thank you again, Master Control Program, for the 10 gifted. Thank you, everybody who followed and resubscribed. It's really appreciated. I do need to decompress, so give me probably 10 to 15 minutes. For anybody who's not sticking around for the one chip challenge and our other content tonight, thank you so much for being here. The most valuable thing, as KJ said, and I always say, is time. Appreciate you spending your time with me. I love you, and thanks for spending the time. Everybody else, when I get back, we will be doing a giveaway for our new Locktopus Party shirt, which I'll go ahead and put on. I'll actually get that going before I go to break. We'll be giving away a shirt, doing some Heat Week stuff, and generally continuing the Locktopus Party. So give me a moment to get the giveaway set up. Thanks, KJ. Thank you all. Just going through comments. I probably missed a bunch. Hey, Lady Wolf. Hello, Livy. Hello, everybody. Cats with Pika. Kate the Great. Glad you enjoyed it, Lady Wolf. Glad everybody seemed to enjoy it. Hey, KJ. Thank you so much for 4 months. Thanks for resubscribing, and thank you for 4 months of being a Party Kraken. Thank you so much. For all of our new Party Krakens, and for everybody here, always remember to
release the party.
Will your podcast be available in the future audio versions? All right, so we got the giveaway up and going. Master Control version program. I signed up for a service, so they should be available everywhere podcasts are carried. I'll double check it, but I know for sure they'll be available on iPhones, podcasts, so on iPodcasts, on Spotify, and then like 18 other places. The service I signed up for should be sending them to every major podcast carrier. So once I double check that for sure, I'll make sure I post that master control program. And let me go ahead and I'll pop up that shirt so people can see what that looks like. The shirt that we're doing a giveaway for at the moment. I got a preview shirt available from new design for merch that my artist has just recently done. So that's what we're giving away for free at the moment. It ships anywhere in the world. That Streamlabs shirts was just so far everywhere I found. And this is the of course the Windows captured. It doesn't work. 1 second. There we go. This is the shirt in question. It's got our disco ball holding octopus. So exclamation point Anti up if you're interested in that. And yeah, I'll get Stream Raiders up and going when we get back as well. I love you all. Hope to see you when I get back. If you need to go, have a great rest of your day, evening, whatever time it can be. And yes, don't cry wolf. I can say,
release the Kraken.
In that voice for you. Not a problem. Boom, boom, boom. Hello, everybody. I am back. Thank you for that little bit of a longer break. Just needed to decompress after the interview. I hope everybody really enjoyed the interview. Yeah, I'm interested in any feedback. You can leave it for me on Discord if you don't want to post it in Twitch chat. But yeah, any things you liked, didn't like. Like I said, I have a number of these coming up. Want to keep doing them. So there's things you'd love to see. If you're a content creator yourself and you'd like to do one, just yeah, let me know on hit me up in my DMs. Let me know on Discord. Going to put on a little background music. And check on the giveaway. So I got 18 minutes on the giveaway. And oh, I hear my dogs. I need to give them some water. I'll be right back. 1 more minute. Music down a little bit. Sorry about that. I forgot to feed my dogs there for a second. Let's go ahead. Catch up on chat really quick. That's mostly from earlier. Oh, Cats with Pika. Finally watching Hamilton and WoW. I felt the same way when I watched Hamilton on Disney Plus. I'd heard so much about it, but I was really surprised by how much I enjoyed it. I mean, I shouldn't. One of my degrees is in theater. But yeah, when I finally got around to it, I was like, wow, this is really good. I'm going to boot up Stream Raiders first. We have that going. And we'll move categories here in just a second. Finish decompressing after the podcast. But what next is my question for you in my poll. Obviously, we will be doing the one chip challenge here in just not too long. But do you want us to play some ESO? Want to do a little bit of marbles? Want to do some Marbies for our February circuit? Or do you want to do Stream Raiders but do the versus battles? We'll do Stream Raiders campaign in the background if we don't do versus, but let me know what you want to do next. Awesome, Sakar. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, and I'm really excited that you're interested in doing one. So it's my first one, so we'll refine it a bit more, but it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. It seemed like people genuinely really enjoyed getting to know content creators that, you know, on a different level, and learn more about, you know, what brought them there, what their philosophies are. For those who do Stream Raiders, it's exclamation point battle. If you could drop a unit, at least a unit, I'd really appreciate it. Please lend me your strength in these battles. As always, really helps me out. It's a lot of fun for us all. But and we'll move from that to versus if that's what people want for the next content. And thanks for lurking, and thanks for checking out and giving feedback, Sakar. Awesome, Gypsy. Yeah. Like I said, the first couple people who got back to me for the first couple we're going to do, we just did KJ. We're going to talk to Sakar. We're also going to talk to Pirate Steve and Lady Wolf, but I've already got expressed interest from Juicebox and from Reishi. So once we do our first couple, first like 4 or 5, I'll start getting them into like more of a cadence so people can know when to expect us to do them. But yeah, glad people enjoyed it. I don't know, I thanked people, but thank you again for resubscribing for 4 months, KJ. Thanks for the 3 months, Velvet, the 4 months, Dormouse. Thank you for following Snow and Shadow, Carpo, CaliX July. Thanks for the raid again, Punk in the Band. Fire Tribal, thank you for following. Thanks for the bits, Punk in the Band. Thank you for the 10 gifted Master Control Program, and thank you for the 1,000 bits, Gypsy Sun. All very much appreciated. Don't worry, my energy will rise again momentarily. I had a bit of a post-interview dump of energy because I went in being my first one having a bit of nerves, but you know me, we get hyped back up. We also have this horrible chip to do. Let me see where the poll's at. It's exclamation point ante up. Also, if you're interested in the Loctopus Party shirt, let's go ahead and take a look at the poll. See what we're doing next so I can get the stream adjusted. All right, a little more time left on that before. Looks like it's between ESO and Marbies. And ESO it is. Elder Scrolls Online. Cool. All right, let me adjust my stream info accordingly. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Sorry, just getting that adjusted, beginners. Welcome. Stream Raiders battle. Bum, ba-da-da-dum. Talk shows and podcasts, not anymore. Elder Scrolls Online is next. We're doing some Elder Scrolls Online. And interviews is not the right tag. Yeah, good. And adjusted, make sure it updated. Twitch sometimes doesn't update. It did. All right. Awesome, everybody. Hey, hi. How are you, Cryo Catalyst? Good to see you. Good, as always, to see wonderful people in our community getting ESO booted up now after our podcast. We still have time left on our shirt giveaway, real life shirt. So it's exclamation point ante up if you're interested in the shirt. We'll be doing some ESO giveaways here in a bit. Go ahead and give a shout out now for Cryo Catalyst, another amazing member of our ESO fam and Elder Scrolls community. Also a shout out for Sakar. Both of these are fabulous streamers. Cryo, very community focused. I mean, everybody in ESO is very community focused. Sakar, amazing PvPer. I just recorded an entire build video. So Sakar, when I went to edit it together, I realized I used the webcam. Oh no! I've just started making YouTube videos rather recently, and I have done that exact thing, Sakar. It's always like an oh no situation. Sorry to hear that though. Yeah, I'd also be pissed. I also learned last night to save my project more often, and I should have known that because my DaVinci Resolve crashed on me. 95% done with editing, so I've felt your pain. I had to delete 3 really good housing VODs for the same reason. Ouch. Yeah. It's not streaming and content creation if you don't run into tech issues, it seems like, unfortunately. Let me get my dog off my table. Hey, man. Edmund scaled the table as he is wont to do, and I had to remove him from his perch. Hopefully it's not too much to re-record your video though, Sakar. Hopefully you can just record a new audio track and sync it up all right. Really, really a rough situation to be in. I'm really sorry to hear it happened. So first things first in ESO, we'll do our chores, you know, gotta do our writs, to claim our daily stuff, train our mount, and the like. Yesterday, we finally finished off Cold Harbor, so we've done the entire Harborage storyline, the main storyline, the Cold Harbor storyline, not all the side quests and stuff, and we now have every single Sky Shard, Delve, Point of Interest, and lore book from all 3 of the Alliance and from Cold Harbor. However, turns out Ethereal Blue, my favorite blue in the game, I forgot, also requires me to get all of the shards from Cyrodiil. So, might need to gain some skill points, gain some gear, and get into PvP a little sooner than expected, because if I would have known that, I would have gathered more up during mid-year mayhem. Yeah, but still, a lot done. Storyline wise, we've still only done the storyline now for Cold Harbor, the main storyline, Gold Coast, and Western or Eastern Skyrim, but this means there's a lot of content left. All right, we've missed a few days claiming things, but we still have not ruined our chances at Keldora. The fact that I've decided my first big house I'm going to decorate is going to be a bar means we definitely need her. If anything, few things unclaimed from our previous giveaways. So if you're one of those people, just know that you need to claim your prizes still. And it dumped us out here in Cadwell's Silver afterwards, but we're gonna head to Western Skyrim to do our daily stuff real quick. Do you know how many ESO hours you have? I would have to look at my PlayStation where I've played the bulk of ESO to give a like full answer on that. If I take a look at my Steam, it claims that since I got the game in October, I've played 1,100 hours. Unfortunately, I know that's wrong because if the launcher is up and I forget to close the launcher, it counts hours even if I'm not actually in the game. So I'm not sure if there's a chat command to look at that, but I can definitely look on the PlayStation if there's a chat command, compare it and figure out those hours. Initial response though is just a lot because of all the time I put in on the console. One day I'll get through it all. That's the dream, is getting through it all. That said, since starting in October, while we're not near our 41,000 we have on PlayStation, we do have 7,700 achievement points, so we're making our way. They added a sticker book, so that's things to collect. There's never going to be stuff we don't need to round up on the game, but also for somebody like me who loves collecting, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Let's see where we're at with research. Looks like we need to get something researching in clothing. But also we need to use our daily scrolls. Oh, they're there. We'll get something on clothing and then use our daily scrolls. Hey, Ithis Gaming, how are you? Going well. Saw you earlier when we were doing the podcast. Good to see you again. How have you been, Ithis? How has your journeys in ESO been treating you? Or in streaming in general? Yeah, man, what are you grunting about, my little man? My little dog is grunting. Back in 5-10 minutes, just running up to the store. No worries, Max Daddy. See you when you get back, my friend. Let's get something research and pop up some research. There we go. Now I can use our dailies. All but jewelry, because jewelry costs like 15k a scroll. All right, everything's good there. Let's go finish the rest of our writs. At 240 CP currently, as now I am 12 days in this event. You are progressing at a much faster clip than I am. I think it's because coming from PlayStation, I've just gotten so sidetracked with achievement hunts and things like that. Because yeah, I've been doing this since October, only at 322, but that's awesome. That's really good progress at this. I'm glad you're having so much fun with the game. Love to hear that. PC records time per character. Cool. Do you know how to look at that, Cryo? Is that like just a command? Like, oh, it's game time probably. Let's go ahead and, nope, that's the time it is in the world. Is it play time? Played, maybe. Yes. Okay. So, oh, it's hidden by the Stream Raiders widget, but it says I have played. So I've only ever played on a second character to give away prizes and stuff. So it's going to be, this is basically all the time I put into PC. So I have played Locke Bailey for 12 days, 9 minutes and 28 seconds. So if we do 12 days is 24 times 24 hours. We have played for 288 hours, 9 minutes and 28 seconds. So 288 hours logged. And I'm going to go ahead before we progress because I can look at my PlayStation account, PSN, online, so I can actually get a full answer because I'm really curious as well. So let me sign in there. Two-step verification, open your authenticator app. Okay, let me grab my phone. I need my app. All right. Let's authenticate our account. PSN, there it is. Bum, bum. Cool, cool, cool. Now I'm logged in. Look at my account. And we want to look at games. And we want the Elder Scrolls Online. Bum, bum, bum. Not trophies, but played time, please. My PlayStation. All right. Buddy, just a second. Bum, bum, bum. Sorry, I get really curious by questions like this sometimes, and they take over my mind. So I'm making sure now I really want to know. So, Virgil, please no barking, buddy. Hey, Virgil, please. Sorry, my dogs are so barky tonight. Okay, it looks like I can't. Unfortunately, I'll have to get that answer for myself later. Boys, stop. But I can't. It doesn't look like I can look up my games online like I thought. My games on P. I'm gonna check if I can one more time. If not, no worries. I was just curious if I could. Boys, please stop barking. It's just our neighbors. Don't worry about it so much. Dun, 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 dun. Elder Scrolls Online. Let us find you, Elder Scrolls Online. Game library. There it is. My ADHD in full of force, making me fixate a little bit too hard on some things. It happens. All right, played. Virgil saying hi. That's true, peanut butter burrito. There we go. Loading up now. Website is slow. All right. All right. It doesn't look like, unlike on the PlayStation, does not actually look like I can find how many hours I've played. I'm very curious. I will answer the question in Discord or on a later stream. I am super curious, but unfortunately is not a thing I can see like I can on the platform. But I played 12 days, 288 hours on the PC so far. So that's still a good amount. I also wish they had a full account command. The only reason I don't have to go through all my characters is I only have one at this time, but I know on PlayStation I can look at it, but I just can't do it at the moment. I'm doing really well. We just did an interview with KJ Drizz earlier, our first podcast, so feeling really good from that peanut butter burrito. Now we're playing a little ESO before we do a spicy chip challenge. I was in the middle of doing my Ritz. I think we just did jewelry. We did. So finishing up a little bit of chores here before we get into more ESO content. So chowder, bum. And I need one of these days I'll stock up on all the ingredients because I just need to make a stack of like the 6 to 8 things you can actually do for the alchemy and cooking Ritz. That way it's just much faster to do. Also, when I start doing Ritz on my other characters, I don't have to worry about them having the crafting skill because they'll just pull it from the bank. Essence of Health is Lorcan's Tears. And these two. Nope. That makes an Essence of Cowardice. These are the two. And just one more writ then. But yeah, I'm doing really well. Like I said, great first podcast. And I'm playing some ESO, have a spicy challenge. All right. Come to the conclusion that there is an app or add-on for everything. There is an app or add-on for everything. There's, since moving to PC from console, the number of things I've been able to just find add-ons for. And if there's something like, oh, I wish I could look this up easier. Like somebody will always be like, oh, there's an add-on. So I know you're not speaking just about ESO, but yeah, the sheer number of add-ons is pretty staggering. Let's go ahead and give away a shirt so that we can do a giveaway that's ESO related. Still completing those. Whilst completing my writs, I will go ahead and pull a winner. So the winner of the shirt is Livy J. Use the link in chat, Livy, to claim that shirt. Congratulations, Livy, being our new Loctopus Party design on our preview shirt. Congratulations to you. I'm going to do a poll. If I were to do a giveaway, I will definitely be doing. Would you want brown crates? Give me them gamble boxes. Do you want furnishings? I gotta spruce up my home. Or do you want pets? Let me know in the poll which you would prefer. My boys are loud and vigilant, and I love them dearly. Oh yeah, no problem. I got really curious too about how long I played Zenic. So 12 days on PC, which is honestly 288 hours since October, and this not even being the main game I played or streamed when I first got on PC. That's I think that speaks for itself in a lot of ways. Thank you so much for the lurk, Zenic. Also really appreciate that. I love ESO too, Peanut Butter Burrito. I can't think of any other game I have returned to so many times. Like I said, I played for a little over 4 years on PlayStation, and even with breaks and stuff, even with not having people to play with, I would just come back to it. That's why no matter what new content we introduce to the channel, ESO is probably always going to be our one of our big staple games. Even though we're doing new stuff, we're still always going to come back to it for that reason. All right, I'm going to deconstruct a bunch of stuff real quick. Anything without a crate. Actually, stock up on more materials. Didn't wrap up stream by doing it like we normally do. Let's knock that out of the way right now. Oh, go look at certain things, see if there are anything that I need. I think I actually am upgrading, even though it's not a core set for my healing. I think I'm actually upgrading with this one. Before we do jewelry, let's see if we have any upgrades. We're actually about to start grinding out sets so we can actually do in-game content though, but for now, let's see. Staffs. Pretty sure this is... I mean, Stendar is a set that it's not a big set, but it is one of the many healing sets. I do want to get it, whereas so I think the healing stuff we have on is actually better than this one in that case. And I don't think Oblivion's Foe, I don't know if that's a set I really need to keep, but I'm going to keep it just in case, because I haven't looked at what sets I need for like DPS when I'm not doing healing. Or healing in PvP, so I'll double check that later. Boys, can we not be so loud tonight? Their answer is no, we're going to be loud. I also love craft. Boys, please. Please. I also really love crafting in ESO. Oh, yeah, I use Minion. Minion's the I don't know how many other programs there are, but Minion's the absolute best for just finding the add-ons I want to use. I also love crafting. That's one of the things I'm most sad about losing from my move was all my motifs and all my crafting stuff. So we've been on the grind for boys, on the grind to get our crafting back up. Boys, can we? No? Okay. All right. Doesn't look, yeah. As I said, don't think we have anything really with upgrades until we're actually grinding our sets. Like, these aren't the best. They're just what we have that we're grinding. This one's going to be like a slight upgrade for our Thespian's ring. Like I said, time to start grinding that gear is very soon. Starting with, we'll probably go on a little bit of a crafting spree soon. Can't quite craft our jewelry yet, but I think we have enough traits in most things that we need. Craft some pretty decent stuff. I did see it was a bit of a tie on the giveaway, so we're just gonna start crown crates. Crown crates are tried and true. We'll do a different giveaway a bit later if people are still up for it. Boys, come on. My neighbors are being like exceptionally loud tonight, so that is why my boys are a bit more vocal than normal. Although my neighbors have been a lot louder than normal a lot recently, which is why my boys have been very vocal lately. But yeah, I love the boys and it's okay. All right, let's do a quick bank check with Ezaby. If it's not part of a set we want, or it doesn't have a trait, we need to pull it out, which I think there's only one thing that needs to come out, but a few things that may need to go in. Is that. Cool. Otherwise, let's see if there's anything else I need to bank real quick. Bank a stack of these potions. That doesn't really sell for a lot, so. Doesn't look like much else that needs banked at this time. Yeah, I love Minion too. Minion I think is super awesome for handling add-ons and the like. Let me go ahead and see. 9:43. So I'm gonna set the giveaway for Crown Crates for 47 minutes. Instead of the top of the hour for the first one, we'll be like halfway through the next hour. So that there's a little more time on it before the giveaway, but not super long. When you see the message, feel free to ante up. Like I said, our first giveaway is going to be crown crates. That's because of the people who voted. It was a tie between crates and furnishings. So we're going to start with crates. Explanation point, ante up. Let's finish cleaning things up in our inventory. Bum, 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 bum. One thing I am very proud of is that after our shard hunts, we still have a lot of shards to go, but we're at 321 of 477, so that's a pretty solid, good feeling. All right, let's extract. Nice. All right. So yeah, crafting wise, I'm feeling pretty good. Light armor, we have two things that are at 6 traits. The rest are at 7 and one's even at 8. So we're getting there, but we can at least do any of our sets that are only 6 traits. We can do in light armor, which is nice. I do need to focus on picking up some more of the light armor ones since that's the main set I use. Medium armor, a couple over here are lower traits. Heavy armor, everything's also between 6 and 8. Weapons, we're between, or non like wood weapons. Lowest one we have is 5. So yeah, we're getting there, and then we're almost done with woodworking. So pretty happy there. Pretty happy with where we're at with jewelry. We still have forever to go on furnishing because 23 at 355, 14. Yeah, so a lot more patterns to collect, but all in all, doing. Last few months we put a pretty solid dent on it. Let's go ahead and do the battle. See how the battle turned out for Stream Raiders. Very small army. Looks like we may we'll see if we survive this or not. Looks like not a lot of people doing the Stream Raiders tonight, probably because of versus going on, a lot more focus on that. So what we'll do is probably won't do many more Stream Raiders battles this evening. Take a break from Stream Raiders given this, but I think we're at least going to win the battle, so that is still a bonus. Let's see what's in the box. Max Daddy TV and Arho, congrats on your bonuses. But yeah, we'll go ahead and put Stream Raiders on the back burner for this evening. This is a bonus stream after all, and like I said, Versus is going on, so I think most people who are focused on Stream Raiders are probably deep into conserving their units for Versus. So I mean, I can do another battle. I'll do another battle for you, Max Daddy TV. Let me finish getting everything cleaned up, and I'll do another battle for you. If you want to do battles, then that's fine. Yeah, I think because Versus, so the way Versus works is every 6 minutes. Let's go take a quick dip into the Thieves Refuge, launder some stuff. Every 6 minutes you can put a unit down in Versus. Or sorry, every 2 minutes you can put a unit down in Versus, and Versus battles are only 6 minutes. So when Versus is going on, a lot of people who do Versus conserve their units because you can burn through a lot of them really fast because the cooldowns usually don't matter. You can have 4 streamers doing campaign and not run out of cooldowns. But with Versus, it's different. So yeah, if people want to, people still want to do it, I'm fine doing it. We can have some smaller battles. I'm a-okay with that. And I'm also, I hit the wrong button, Max Daddy. I hit X accidentally. Can you send that friend request again? I quick pressed the wrong key. And I do want to be friends, so thank you. I saw the word accept and then the X, and even though I know that it's F for accept, I hit X. Take a look. Learn the things that we can learn. Go guild bank these things that are more common that other people might need to learn in one of our guilds. Don't really sell for much, so rather help people out who are starting out. Oh, for those of you who haven't stopped by the luxury vendor in Cold Harbor, the luxury items this week are Reekling banner, Wolf Pelt banner, Icy Straw beds. It's all Reekling stuff. Boar Pelt lean-to, just a standard pelt, the Ash and Bone fire pit, and the painted megalith shelters. So this is the stuff currently available in the luxury furnishing vendor. So if that's stuff that you want to stock up on, potential future furnishings, be sure to get out to Cold Harbor before the weekend's over. So I'll take a trip out there so you can see. But so in Cold Harbor, in the main city, there is a luxury goods furnishing vendor who's only there on the weekends, and every weekend they offer different furnishings. So it's always worth checking during the weekend. On the Discord, and a lot of people who play ESO have the same. It's called the Dwemer Automation Bot. So if you're on anybody's Discord who does ESO, they probably have this bot. We'll actually post out what that weekend's items are. You just sent me a friend request, so I'm assuming you're online right now, Max Daddy. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go to Cold Harbor, and then what you're going to do is travel to me. Use the travel to me thing. So bring up your friends list and travel to me once I arrive. That way, without having to go through the Harbridge quest line, you can get the Way Shrine. In fact, you can do the whole Cold Harbor quest line without doing any of the main story anymore. So yeah, if you bring up this list here, Max Daddy, and you right click, if you click travel to player, it's going to bring you right to this Way Shrine, and that way you'll be able to get here whenever you want. And while Max is traveling, I will go ahead and get another Stream Raiders battle up and going. Since by popular demand, you wanted to keep going, so it's going to be a harder battle. But so if you're around, please put down units. Lend me your strength. I get my captain on the field. Oh, pop the little timer back up, visible on the gameplay screen. There we are. Yep, not a problem, Max Daddy. And then once you're there from the Way Shrine, you just travel again right over here. Honestly, I picked up like 6 of everything, but I'm going to go pick up some more. Because after picking up the stuff yesterday, I had a bit of an idea for like a kind of primitive campground for a house I don't have yet. I'm gonna preemptively stock a few things. Hello, Xano. Especially since these are like 4K right now. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get 8 banners and beds, 12 of the lean-tos, 12 of the pelts, 6 fire pits should be plenty. There we go. And that reminds me that you have things to bank. Hey, as a bee, I need to deposit these fun things I picked up. Need to start collecting more. My furnishings, I have homes, but my furnishings are a bit sparse. I need to start actually building and collecting what I need to decorate my home now that I have some design ideas. Yeah. Log team is my user. You good, Max? Were you able to travel here? I don't want to leave until you've managed to get here, so. Hey, how are you doing? Living suspense? I'm doing good. Did a podcast earlier with KJ Driz. First episode of our new podcast on stream here. A little ESO. Gonna eat a spicy chip later, so doing good. Can't complain. How are you? One of Brittany's emotes there. Very awesome emote. Yeah, you did? Cool. Oh, cool. I wasn't never paid attention to who's next to me at things, so I'm glad you got here. All right, we'll go ahead and finish our pre-questing chores then. New Nightblade Dummer, also really cool. Awesome, Max. Now, we do have a giveaway going for crown crates. It's exclamation point ante up. Feel free to use that if you're interested in ESO crown crates. Got the Stream Raiders up, so drop some units. It would be appreciated. I know a lot of people are doing versus, but if you want to play standard campaign, we got that up and going. And let's take a look. Stop by the... Fortunately, our banker kitty cannot guild bank, so... I'll drop off some of these spare patterns I got for earlier things to... Let's see. Volunteers, Hot Boxes Guild. I think they're collecting some of the earlier things. Got some newer players, so I'm going to also any of the patterns I have that they may need. Cool. All good on that front now. It's ANTEUP. So it's instead of an I, it's an E. Hey, thanks for following. Appreciate that. Yeah, I have living. Just a second. So yeah, exclamation point in front of that word there. Yeah, I was actually taking a look. I buy a lot of crates and things like that. So I do have the gems. Like my camera's just barely covering it, so I'll move my camera real quick. So I do have like 2024 crown gems. Actually, we can leave the camera a little bit smaller like that. It's easier to see stuff on the screen like that. So it's very expensive, so I'm not sure. At the same time, like, it's so unique and cool. I'm back and forth. I think I'm probably gonna spend the gems. I think I have a lot of gems. I think it makes sense to spend it out because it looks really cool. I love it. I know with the Dwarven crates, so the Tribunal event starts on Saturday. And I know with the Tribunal event, if I don't get them from the crates, I need to spend a bunch of gems because I'm trying to recollect all of the motifs, the crafting motifs, after moving from PlayStation to PC. And I can get 3 of them. It's going to be another 600 gems. So, but I have 2,000. I think I might just go for it. Yeah, it's a very unique and cool looking mount, even if it's super expensive. And I think what we are going to do, so let's deposit the survey. Deposit the meals. Poisons, things like that we don't need at the moment. Can't deposit the things we got from leveling. The attribute, I don't know if I'll ever need to use the attribute scroll, but at the same time, I'm like, I got it from level. I'm a bit, but I don't need to really bank the repair. Bank these for now. Yeah, I think it may be time to do is, in addition to needing to track down armor sets we need and Brits and all that, it might be finally time to go do the treasure hunts. Master writs we can do. The reason I say it might be time for the treasure maps is I love scrying. And oh, I'm on consumables, that's why. Why isn't it finding it? It's miscellaneous. There you go. And if we go through the treasure maps, we'll be able to get leads for motifs and things like that. So there we go. Trophies is what's going on. So we want, not so worried about getting materials, so not so worried about these surveys. We just want to get down to T, which is where our treasure maps. I guess we'll just scroll until we find things called treasure maps with surveys and put them in, because yeah, they're going to be all mixed in. Alchemist survey, treasure map. Treasure map, treasure map. Survey. Treasure map. Survey. Survey. Survey says. Treasure map. Treasure map. Surveys. Yeah, 'cause we've stockpiled a lot of these, plus we got a bunch of the collector edition ones and stuff. Just from when we got the game on PC, so survey, and survey. All right. So I think it's time to be treasure hunters. Like my favorite character from Final Fantasy VI, Locke. Name, mainly because we share a name. Hey, Hawkeye! 3 months in a row. Thank you so much for the subscription, Hawkeye. Also, great to see you, my friend.
Locked of heart.
Good to see you. Thanks for 3 months. Thanks for always
Releasing the party.
How have you been, Hawkeye? Shout out Hawkeye 117. Hawkeye is an amazing part of the ESO fam and ESO community. Started streaming rather recently as far as I know, so please, if you're around, give Hawkeye a follow and check out Hawkeye's stream next time Hawkeye's streaming. I really should get this mount. That's so cool. 600 gems, but oh, that's the car. All right, Sakar. You have convinced me. I was on the fence and then I saw it, and now I can't be. You are all right. Okay, that was a good purchase. Thanks for convincing me, people, especially Sakar. Woo! Good, solid. How? Hell yeah. Ah, that's a cool mount. All right, that's cool. All right. It leaves a trail of fire. All right. All right. All right. Worth it. Stream rate budget. If it's just you and I and we lose, like I said, we'll give it a chance. I think so many people are really committed their pieces to versus today, Max. Living suspense, you brought it up. Sakar showed me his. I gotta. Car showed me his, I showed him mine. You know how it goes. Have a great night. Cryo, thank you again for stopping by. Appreciate it. Worth it, yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of treasure hunting. Start in Alkir and move our way around. So I think it counts even for the collector's edition maps. So once we get here, I'll show you. When it comes to scrying and antiquities, the treasure maps have a chance of giving you a lead, and depending on which faction you're in, that lead will generate motif chapters. So each of the factions has a motif, an ancient motif. So if I bring up my leads thing here, for example, I'll go with all leads, but current zone. We'll go with location. So this app, basically, this add-on shows like where you can get things and what they are. In Alkir Desert, from treasure maps, we can get the lead for the Ancestral Orc gloves and the Ancestral Orc swords. So main reason for going around doing these treasure maps, even in zones that don't necessarily have gear I want, is that there is a chance of getting these motif chapters. Something we've definitely been on the grind for. So Alkir Desert first. And I need to make sure my add-on is up and working, because I believe I should have an add-on that helps us with treasure map. Yeah, lost treasures. Should be up and going. So let's go to settings, add-ons, lost treasure. Oh, show on map is off. We turn it on. The icon with an X. All right. Now, with lost treasures, whenever we activate a treasure map, we will get big, beautiful treasure X. And that'll just let us know where to go. Yeah. Exclamation point battle if you want to drop a unit in Stream Raiders. I do understand it's a versus day, so not a lot of people actively playing. Also, it's exclamation point Anteup, ANTEUP. If you are interested in Crown Crate giveaway we have going on here tonight. Doing a little bit of treasure hunting post our podcast. I'm pretty excited. I think the podcast went really well earlier with KJ Drez. I think I learned a lot from it, so they're just going to get better. I'm really excited to do one with Sakar, Reishi Spores, Juicebox Hero, Lady Wolf, and so many others. It was a bit different. So playing a game or doing marbles, things, just doing a podcast, talking streamer stuff. I'm really excited for that. We're writing our new Wolf. ESO wise, we're doing treasures tonight, but we are going to go do the Morrowind and Clockwork City quest lines. I was like, oh, tribunal event's coming up, I should wait for that. But I realized we need to do the storylines in both of those places to make sure we have access to the dailies, so that we can get our daily our daily event tickets. So no lead, that's fine. Next treasure map is Auradon. We have actually quite a few in Auradon, so a little bit better chance of getting a lead in Auradon. Oh, cool. I thought you had to activate the maps. Apparently you don't have to activate the maps. You don't have to ever click them. If you have them in your inventory, they just show. So we'll go to the Harborage. So yeah, should be a pretty quick collection of treasures on our hunt for leads. Another reason I'm kind of hunting for leads is we're halfway through level 8. We do need to finish our leveling our scrying sooner than later. So instead of current zone, if I go to can scry, Put it on all zones. Like, I've lost one gold lead. So we're going to go ahead and we'll do both of these leads too, since we can already do that level. We've lost one gold lead. I want to make sure we're level 10 scrying. We don't lose another one of the final leads, but these are Cold Harbor, so we'll get back there in a bit. Right now we are going to show all leads. Current zone, just so we can keep an eye on what we can and can't get. I really enjoy the scrying minigame, especially as somebody who really like a lot of people really enjoys furnishing houses. The amount of furnishings you can get from it, it's really awesome. We eventually have to do the big grind being the mount. And no lead to speak of. Oh, wait. I forgot to actually click the treasure. I said no lead to speak of and didn't even open the treasure chest. That's fun. There. Still right about no lead, but that's not a big deal. Next treasure is still in this area, so head that way now. Was a really good podcast. Glad you enjoyed it, Max Daddy. I thought it was great, informational, and very interesting. Cool. Yeah, that's the idea. Is like, as a streamer, as much as I love to talk to other streamers, don't always get a chance to just jump on Discord calls. Like, we all have a lot of work streaming. A lot of us have additional jobs or school and things, plus, wanting to spend time with our friends and family. So doing podcasts is a good way to like have that kind of conversation. Show a different side of the streamers you love. Oh. There we go. Brendan, really. So Living Suspense brought up the mount. And I said, oh, I'm on the fence. And then Sakar jumped on the mount because he had it. Showed up in front of me in Western Skyrim. And I was like, well, okay. Well, okay, I got to get it. So I also just picked it up like 5-6 minutes ago. Always I'm like, I don't know if 600 gems is worth it. I have like 2,000 gems. Glad I got convinced to get it. Let's finish getting our treasure. Now we're just, like I said, looking for leads by finishing up these treasure maps we should have done a while ago. Thank you for existing, PC, because talk about quality of life. And there's a lot of quality of life improvements, but coming from console. I used to play this entire game with a Chromebook, like literally next to me. So if I had to go like find a treasure, not really doing dolmens, but if we see a dolmen happening while we're riding around, we might as well. Right? But yeah, now I can just use a bunch of add-ons that show me all that same information and more. Catching up with your podcast with KJ in the background. Often. Awesome, Living Suspense. With the podcasts, once I have a few, I am going to edit them down into YouTube videos, and then I'm also going to take the audio, slightly edited audio. So full audio will basically be on all the major podcast things, and then shortened video highlights will be on YouTube. Once we've done a few on the channel, I'll get official schedule out. So I don't know when that's going to be, but once I've done a few, we'll get an idea of how often those podcasts will come out, and also get set dates for doing them on stream. At least for the foreseeable future, I'd like to, once I have the first number banked, at least get in the habit of doing at least like one a week. Obviously, it always depends on other streamers' schedules and things like that, but I grinded all day for it. Awesome. Oh, you literally got the I was thinking, I thought you were talking about the mount I was on, because I'm a bit of a dunce sometimes, Brendan. You got the Ebonheart, the scrying mount. Congrats. That is a grind. That is a big grind. I was talking about grinding one mount while riding another. Congrats on finishing that grind up. That's awesome, Brendan. That's super cool, man. Evening, Zoe. How are you? Hope you're doing well. What is it? Saturday? Lose track of days sometimes. Saturday. Hope you're doing great. Saturday. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Brendan. I was talking about one and writing the other and got myself good and ADHD confused. But no, congrats. That's super cool. Oh, no, not your bad at all. You actually were mentioning the one I was talking about. I'm the one who got my who bungled things. Don't worry about it, my friend. Yeah, I wanted a fire-based mount. I saw Sakars. I think if I didn't have such a stockpile of gems, like if I didn't buy so many crates, I wouldn't have got it for how expensive it is. But since I had 2,000 gems, like the other day I was like, nah, it's not worth it. And then today I was like, I saw Sakars and it was mentioned. It's like, yeah. Part of it's like during the flame crates, I didn't get like a fire mount. So I was just kind of like, I do want to have one. But I also completely understand your sentiments on the cost of the mount. Don't disagree, but talk a lot about being ADHD, my superpower, but also my kryptonite. Part of having ADHD, for those of you who don't know, there's a lot of things about ADHD. One of them is impulse control. And with certain things, I have really good impulse control because I've trained myself to have good habits. But with other things, things bought with abstract money. So obviously, real money went into the purchase of crown crates, and real time went into getting Ouroboros crates from drops. But once they're gems, they're just an in-game currency to my mind, and so impulse control with those gems can be a little non-existent. Like I try to look ahead and see things I want to spend them on, but as long as I have enough, if I don't get them from the Dwarven crates, to buy all 3 of the motifs, since those will all save me a bunch of time, I figure 600 for this. But yeah, you mentioned the wolf. I was talking about being on the fence living, and then Sakar showed up on the wolf in front of me, and I was like, okay, all right, impulse control, nah, it's not there, let's get it. No. Add-ons are great. Treasure should be, there it is. And I did not. Yes, I did. I pulled one lead. Cool. I pulled one of the motif chapters. This is the main reason we're doing these. So that is awesome. Because of that, we will go ahead and get the ancestral high elf chest. Cool. Do the same thing a lot, Brendan. Yeah, okay. Good. Just did Darkshade Caverns 1 dungeon 12 times in a row to get the last piece. Yeah, that's a lot. But yeah, the grind is real. Especially in this game when you want something, you gotta get it. Oh, wrong one. This one. If we do this, right? That one. Perfect. Oh, this one hasn't leveled it to. Oh no, I didn't mean to use that. I misclicked. That was a waste. I wasn't sure if I'd level this up to be 4 areas at War 6. But instead of fixing it, I bungled that. All right, the purple, so we'll still be golden. Still gonna be easy peasy. Hey, Lasambe. Given it's not the normal day I stream, but we did it because we were doing our podcast, our first podcast earlier. Don't worry about missing any of it by any means. It was with Heat Week and podcasts and stuff. We've been doing extra streams here and there, so we're completely off of our standard schedule, but we are going to get back on schedule next week. Oh, I guess technically that's not true. I have a 24-hour stream coming up at the end of next week. So March, we'll get back on a regular schedule. We'll have done a bunch of extra streams and stuff for podcasts and stuff like that. So we'll be able to start scheduling podcasts on a more regular. I do see we have a Stream Raiders battle up. So let me get to the Way Shrine here, bring it closer to where we are scrying, and I will pop up that Stream Raiders battle. Actually, yeah, this is the closest. Let's go. And okay, so I appreciate you dropping a full 6 units. I know that takes commitment, Max Daddy. I think with the versus event, too many people are preserving their units for their versus captains. So I did an extra one, but I think we're gonna go ahead and not do Stream Raiders for the rest of today. Because yeah, it's hard to go head to head with a versus event, even though we're winning. I think it's better to wait till we can have more participants. Also, Lasambe, never apologize. Like, the reason I say the most valuable thing is time is I don't expect anybody to ever catch every single stream I do or anything by that means, so you never have to apologize. There's some bonus units for you, Max Day and Arhul, for being the only 2 to throw some in. But yeah, we're gonna leave Stream Raiders just for today. You know, we normally do it every day, so yeah. I only have that much gems because I spend far too much disposable income on this game. I play so many hours of it that and I really like gambling, not with the expectation of getting anything, but like scratch tickets. So I spend a little too much on the game. I really wish, with the number of gems that I got, I wish you could buy things off of the crown with crown gems that could be gifted. I know that kind of defeats the purpose of people buying stuff, and also like it could be abused more than other things are, but even buying this wolf, I have 1,400 crown gems, so like I would love to do giveaways of some stuff with it. Yeah, no problem, Max Daddy. Like I said, I love Stream Raiders, and I'm glad other people love it. I just versus is super fun, but yeah, instead of 1 battle every 30 minutes, it's 5 battles every 30 minutes, so people's like cooldowns burn out real fast. When I was actively doing versus, doing a versus event earlier, dropping units in juice boxes stream, yeah, even with having every single unit, I was running close on cooldowns. Mr. Bear, please get out of the way. Don't have any grief with you. You just are standing in the way of me and my treasures. This isn't the treasure I was looking for, but I'm not gonna not gonna pass on a chest if it wants to just be there in the open for me like that. No, you son of a beast. Oh no. Thank you. I totally thought that that character was gonna snipe the chest, but they're kind enough to notice that I didn't get the chest because I was in the middle of a fight, so it was kind of them not to snipe it when they could have. Let's excavate. Let's all catch up on chat. Hey, Avalanche, what's up? What is up? Like to chill here. Very nice. Awesome, Listen, man. I'm glad you like to chill here. Hey, everybody. Yeah, ante up. We got a few more minutes till we do that crate giveaway. Hey, well, that was lucky. Think want knock this layer down like that. That way we can do this. Perfect. And there is our ancient elf motif, our ancestral high elf motif. Oh, and we hit our bonus. Wow. Let's see if we can look into another bonus item. Unlikely, but no, never know. Nope, but we got one. And all right. Treasure map's already paying off. Motif, one of the two from the area. We don't have the green one, but that's fine. We do have that one. Start that pattern. Looks like we're going to Balfoyen next, which I believe is this one. Yes, it is. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, Velvet, how are you? Avalanche, I'm doing great. I did my first ever podcast. Well, not my first. I used to do a podcast for live action role playing. I haven't been able to live action role play for a year. So decided to start doing one with other streamers. Did our first one tonight with KJ Driz. So that was the first hours of our stream was that. And it went really well. It was really exciting. A lot of people interested in doing more. So feeling great off of that. Playing a little ESO afterwards. Fun little game time to calm down. It is still heat week, and unless I want to do two major heat challenges tomorrow, I do need to do one of those in a little bit as well. Good chance we will be should be knocking out one more heat challenge tonight. If we do the one chip, it's gonna burn me, but I can also play while I suffer. Could be its own level of entertainment, I feel like. So, or I could do Satan's Toe, which is only 5 minutes, but it is the hardest heat challenge or spicy challenge I've ever done. Meanwhile, about the journey, not the destination. Here at the Loctopus party, and the reason for that is I get lost pretty easily, pretty often, pretty common. But yeah, doing great, doing great. How are you, Avalanche? I hope you are also having likewise an amazing evening. Because I roared off a cliff going the wrong way, but you know, whatever. We'll get where we're going eventually. I mean, we were always going to this master chest, clearly. Boom. Awesome. So in our quest, doing treasure maps and our quest for leads, we also picked up a lead from a treasure chest. Or yeah, from just a normal treasure chest, not a treasure map chest. So that's why I never get too concerned when I get lost, because never know what you're gonna find when you take the road less traveled. So I need to do this too. Scrying or treasure maps? Both. Right. Let's take a look at, okay. I'm pretty sure the way we get here, yeah, is up here. So we just go up and come down. Okay. Got your sorcerer to 50. Love to hear that. Congrats. Congrats, Avalanche. That's on getting your Sorc leveled up. I will pull the winner of the giveaway in just a moment. I'm going to resume entries just for a few minutes. While I grab these. So I will pull the winner after we get our 2 treasure maps, but before I do the antiquities. So if you haven't anteed up yet, make sure you ante up. Because we're about to be at the first of 2, and we should be pulling this anytime now. And then we'll do another giveaway. Because I've just been in a giveaway mood lately, so I'm doing them. And no lead. Actually, can you get lead? Yeah, you can get motive chapters. I think it's 2 in every single zone of each alliance. So these are Ancestral Nord. So still have a chance to get one of those leads, even if we don't. We did already find a lead here, so that's all good. Antiquities, I have like 23 to do. Oh. I have already missed one level 10, so one like max level antiquity. Due to not getting to level 10 in time. So I have 8 days before I lose my next one, so I'm very committed to making sure I get my scrying and excavation to 10 prior to losing another one of those max level leads. That's another reason I'm doing this, because I really want the motifs, don't get me wrong, but also doing those will help. I know I could just grind in Artaeum. This is such a small place, but I kind of got a little bored just doing our Artaeum grind, so now it's more about trying to get leads we haven't got yet. So we will draw the winner. Yes, another lead. Love to see it. 2 leads in the zone now. Cool, cool, cool. We will figure out who I am giving crates to, though, and the answer is the winner of Crown Crates, or if you are on Xbox, a Crown gift card is Living Suspense. Living Suspense, let me know where you play ESO so I can get you those crates. I'm going to get a poll going. We have more people here than we did earlier, so if I was to do another giveaway, which you know means I'm going to. Do you want crates? Want more crates? Crates are great. You want to get some furnishings, or maybe some pets? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. while we wait to hear from Living Suspense, I'm going to go ahead and actually we're going to go ahead because we haven't got the 3 base treasures here. We haven't found any. We're going to do these ones as well. We'll just get the whole zone scried up. A small zone anyway, so boom. Also, that is always nice when you scry and it's just where you basically are. Living Suspense, I hope you're still around. We generally give people 2 or 3 minutes to chime in before I have to pull a different winner, so you still have plenty of time to chime in. I just want to make sure you heard that you won. There it is. Had a lot of luck just checking the corners, to be honest, and then just kind of checking near it. There you go. Oh, looks like there is a second available bonus, so we will keep looking for that. Looking like we'll find it, but I think we'd find the first one, so you never know. There we go. All right. Do one more. Again, Living Suspense. Chime in, otherwise I'll pull another winner, but I will do that if we don't hear from you after I get this one. So plenty of time still to chime in. Let us know you're there. And crates will be our next giveaway as well. What made you go Nightblade Outmare? Well, so my main on PlayStation, as I've said a bunch of times, is a Khajiit Stamblade, who I love to death. But when I came to PC, I'm like, what have I never... That was an easy find. What have I never played? And the answer was, I have never done healing. I did very minimal healing, but not a lot of healing on PlayStation. I was just so burnt from my time I spent on WoW back in the day healing that even though it was way different on ESO, I just never did it. So I was like, I want to play healer. And so originally I was going to make a Warden because meta-wise, Wardens make a lot of sense. A lot of people basically say, hey, you know, Warden or Templar if you're going to heal. And I started playing the Warden and I go, you know, I'm going to look at videos. And when I looked at videos, it's like, it's different. It's a little more difficult, but I actually really like the concept of a Nightblade healer. I love the class. But I didn't want, as I mentioned before, I'm not big on meta builds. But I was just like, I didn't want to make a Khajiit healer for whatever reason, so I started thinking of concepts. So even though I don't do a lot of RP, I've never been like part of an RP guild or anything on ESO, I still always have like backstories. It's kind of the same as I do with the single player version. I always have backstories for my characters, just like concepts. So I have this idea of like a Trevinter, just kind of a obsessed with knowledge at any cost Altmer character. So that's what made me go with Altmer for the class choice, or for the race choice. Yeah, that's basically it. Is I wanted to do healer. I looked up videos of all the classes doing healing and said Nightblade looks like it's for me. A lot of it probably doing with my love of the class. Hey, how are you, Makari Morph? Good to see you, my friend. In case you don't know, maybe you haven't had the pleasure. Makari Morph is a streamer, been streaming a long time, is an amazing artist. Bit of a lewd artist, but you know how we appreciate that here. But also, recently came to the ESO community, has been playing some Final Fantasy 14. Just a real like pleasure to watch Makari streams. So yeah, if you haven't ever checked out Makari Morph, give Makari a follow, check out a stream. I really think you'll enjoy it because I love spending my time there. But also, good to see you, Makari Morph. We are just doing a little bit of doing some treasure grinding, doing some scrying in ESO. Earlier, we did our first ever streamer podcast. So I used to do a podcast for live action role playing because I'm a LARPer. Not being able to LARP, stopped doing the podcast, but recently repurposed it for streamers. So we did a podcast with KJ Driz earlier in the stream, and it went really well. So I think we're going to start doing more of those. So feeling the vibe on that, but back in ESO, doing a little bit of the scry grind. I did the same thing and made a tank. Love tanking out. Oh yeah, never played a tank, so you decided to go for a tank. Awesome. Yeah, I really do like tanking in ESO. One of my alts was a tank. I tanked on a lot, so healing was something I never did. But yeah, I just like the active battle kind of system in ESO. I think lends itself to a bit more engagement when it comes to things like tanking and healing versus my years in WoW. First alt's going to be a tank. Awesome, Makari. Only downside of ESO coming to PC for me is used to be like, oh, people play on PC and I can't play with them on PlayStation. Now it's like I play on PC and I meet all these cool people who also play on PC, and then I find out they're on EU and I'm like, no. The next character I make instead of being on NA really should be on EU so I can play with people. Yes, any class can be any, yeah, like Brendan just said. The coolest part about ESO is that any class can be any role, and you can be any race. There is meta, obviously there's like certain races meta speaking are better, but other than like the most like intensive challenges, and even then those are more about your synergy with your other raiders. So there are classes I think are a bit easier. I don't think better's the right word, because people, like when I went to heal, people are like, oh, Nightblade healer's not the best. Not that it's not as viable, I think, as other healer types. I think it's trickier to learn. And I don't know about tanking on a Nightblade, but I think if you like the playstyle, you'll definitely be able to figure out how to do anything you want on the class. That's what I found. There's our scrying. Hey, Living Suspense, just in time, actually. You won 4 crown crates, and I was about to have to pull a new winner, but there you are in the nick of time. Glad to see it. What platform do you play on? And what is your game name so I can send you those crates you won? And that way I can start the giveaway for the next set of crates. Oh, was that your clip I showed? Awesome. Oh no, by all means, I'm happy that you're enjoying the enjoying the podcast. I'm also just likewise happy that I didn't have to move on and that you're able to get the prize you won. Oops, I messed those up. Yeah, it should be fine. Still be able to easily get to things. Yeah, we're good. We're still good. BCNA, awesome. Yeah, that's also what I really liked about doing the podcast is people who, obviously there's a lot of crossover, but people who might not be familiar with me, who are familiar with KJ, or people who are familiar with, or the other way around, could get familiar with new people. So I thought the podcast was really great for that too. Crown crates. There we go. And it's the same. So living. Sue. There we are. Congrats to you. And then I will activate the next giveaway. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Do another crate giveaway because that's what the poll said. So there we go. Good night, Lady Star Witch. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. Appreciate everyone. Thanks for spending time with us. I think the giveaway is going. Yes, there's the bot. There's the bot. Be all good. Oh, Gypsy's just talking to Lego. Let's and another one. Actually, these ones take a bit more. Now we got it. Now that a little bit of a hunt for bonus is on. Nice. Found one. Can't complain about that. He's not listening. I'm gonna make him tank things for you. Awesome, Gypsy. Crashed twice. Oh no. Sorry, yes, I was crashing for you tonight. I'm glad it's letting me stay in, but I hate to hear crashing for other people. How'd you feel about? And we do have one more lead to grab. Let's knock that one out. That's the one we want. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing great this Saturday. I'm still very excited about how the podcast went. I know I keep talking about it, but this was our first one, and I think it went so well. So psyched about that. I always have been, like, obviously part of the grind for months is getting back to where we were. It's just with my ADHD, I keep having different focuses. So it's like, oh, I want to get these achievements back, or oh, I want to get this back. So yeah, but I've been really feeling like, oh, I really need to there's a timer on the scrying thing, so I'm doing that right now. But yeah, I was like, I want to do questing in zones. I can do everything, but the one thing I can't do if I feel like it right now is veteran stuff and trials. So I just need to grind out my my initial sets of gear, my crafted, and that way when I feel like it, I can do it. That way I can join y'all when you have openings on and stuff. 'Cause yeah, that's another thing is I'll be like watching a stream and I'll be like, we'll be like, oh, we have a slot for this if someone's available, and I'll be like, oh, you have a healer slot, and I haven't bothered to grind that out yet. I really need to do that. Oh shoot, I completely forgot how far that went down. Well, there's a first time for everything. Luckily you get more shots than one on Antiquity, since that was my first time just complete bungle and just blowing it up. Gotta do it at least once, I guess. Guess Gypsy is volunteering me to do something again. seems to be that's the standard mode of things, Lego. If Locke wants to ever play, sure, I'm not the one currently going on the thing, unfortunately, Lego, but in the future I will gladly spend my time dying. This time will be a little more cautious and not blow our treasure completely up. There we go. All right, almost done. I think this will finish up our treasure maps and scrying for here, which is nice. Also, we got like bandits here in this zone, to be honest. So I'm pretty dang happy about that. But take actually a look. Yeah. We did all 3 of the excavation rewards in the built-in. We also managed to get the Dutiful Gar and Triangle Truth Altar. Didn't get either of the motif things, but I did get something from treasures. So happy about that. All right, let's continue this for a little bit more. Got our giveaway up and going. Our next treasure map is in Bankarai. All of our collector's edition ones that we've been holding on to forever are starter zones. Bankarai is actually... Oh wait, no. Bankarai is the final zone, not the starter zone. Hey, Sage, how are you? Good to see you. Hello, Sage Raiders. Welcome in, one and all. How was your stream, Sage? How has your day been? I'm doing some ESO today. Awesome. How are you, Raiders? Let me know how things have been going. Also, if you haven't checked out Sage, part of the ESO fam, give a follow. Check out her content. Good to see you. Hey, OG. We're currently just clearing out some treasure maps, doing some scrying. We do have a giveaway going for those who just came in. You want to use exclamation point ante up. We're going to give away some crates here in a bit. It was great. That's good. I loved it. That's what I love to hear. I'm glad you had a great stream. Truly, truly, I am. Oh, I am trying to use my antiquity thing when we're digging a treasure up. That's a new one. Boom. We're finally going through our treasure maps, hoping to get leads for motif chapters. Nope. No such luck on that one. All right, let's go ahead. Our next treasure map is in Betnik. So Betnik it is. But yeah, what'd you get up to today in ESO, Sage? Oh, I just saw your comment. Ran 3 trials. Freaking excited. I'd bet. Congrats on running 3 trials though. That's awesome. How you doing, OG? Good to see ya. Great to see ya. Spicy Sage Raid, says Lasambe. Heck yeah. Grabbing some treasures. Have a good night. And no lead. I don't think we have any leads in the area other than what comes with the area, which we can worry about later. All right. We'll just basically what we're doing is finally knocking out all of our treasure maps. So Blackreach, Raymore Caverns. Is our next stop on the treasure hunt tonight. So originally the Heat Week plan for today was the 1 chip challenge. The thing about the 1 chip challenge, however, is that to completely master the challenge, it's not just eating the chip and waiting like 5 or 10 minutes like many other challenges. It is an entire hour. So while I attach it to a bonus stream like this, we might do that because it's pretty late and things like that. On the other hand, I am kind of debating whether I want to just suckle on Satan's toe this evening. I don't really want to extend Heat Week out past Monday, and I don't want to I mean, I could do 2 heat challenges on Monday, but I kind of want to just do the AMA. I kind of just want to do 1 a day because doing 2 of the major ones on the same day seems like something I could handle, but pretty intense. So we may end up suckling on Satan's toe in just a little bit, chat, because gotta keep on our Heat Week goals. Just chilling, OG? Awesome. Hey, Searcher Gall, how are you? I am not going to think that is a coincidence. So how have you been? Searcher Gall is a longtime friend of mine from Antguard, the LARP we talk about sometimes. So the LARP I mentioned wanting to live stream when we can actually play it again. So good to see you. How have you been? Been, I'd say a minute, but since I haven't played Antguard since January, it's been at least a year. Doing good, better than I have. Hope you're still, sounds like you're doing good though, so that's good to hear. All right, we did get a lead, so we'll just keep on keeping on. I think that, so we got a lead. Let's check. I keep hitting the wrong lead. This is 1. All right. Oh, nope, we did not. Oh, never mind. I think we did get a lead But I think the way the leads work here is we can get leads for the surface in the underground and vice versa. So before we grab more treasures, what I want to go ahead and see real quick is, do we have any treasure maps for any other parts of Skyrim? I don't think we do. Tor, Shadowfen. Nope, but that's okay. Go ahead and take a look. So we want to just go can scry all zones, and then we should see. Okay. We got a motif chapter because we were underground. It's actually in the Reach where our lead is. So we actually want to go to the other side of Skyrim. I think. No, the Reach is Markarth. Okay. Good morning from my perspective. Morning to you, Gorham. Yeah, so it seems like Ancestral Reach leads also drop in Western Skyrim maps, because I just did a Western Skyrim map in Blackreach, and the lead we got was actually in the Reach. It was this Ancestral Reach helmets. So the motif can still be gotten there, it turns out. Now we know. Hey, thanks for following, Sir Trigal. Thank you so much, Trigal. Appreciate that follow, my friend. Regress on this, yeah. Yeah, I am also glad I didn't get rid of any maps, since the turns out the maps are very good for well, the maps are the only way to actually get the motifs. So treasure maps now have a bit more of a thing that matters than they did in the past. Because yeah, let's go ahead and bring it up real quick. Yeah. Can find. We can do all zones, and then we can just do motifs. Yeah, just ones that are from treasure maps or motif chapter. Yeah. But yeah, all of the motif chapters. So the Ancestral High Elf, Ancestral Nord, Ancestral Orc, and Ancestral Reach motif chapters are only, the leads are only obtainable by treasure maps. I had just been holding on to them because I was like, I don't know if I should get rid of these or not. And now I'm very happy I kept a hold of them. But if I get any more, I will use them. The only Blackreach, Western Skyrim, or King Surface. You can get them basically any treasure map in Western Skyrim, the Reach, or Blackreach. So basically, Blackreach, the Reach, Western Skyrim, and Blackreach Greymoor Caverns. All four of those treasure maps are what you use to find these motifs. So originally they say this, so the zone for these says the Reach, but also I can't extend it out, but it's the Reach, Ancestral Skyrim, or Western Skyrim, and yeah, Blackreach. So all four of these zones are where you can find those pieces. They only made, besides the ones in Western Skyrim and the Reach, they only made one for each of the factions. But I'm assuming going forward, like with Blackwood, there's no way to know for sure, but I think with Blackwood, I wouldn't be surprised to see that there's another motif that's obtainable from the same way. There's our book. Book, there's our book. Boom, boom, boom. I crave every motif. So yeah, I gotta go for it. Yeah, what's Tergal there stopping in? Yeah, I'm still a ways away from the end of COVID and being able to go back to LARP, but I am still really looking forward to being able to show you all the world of live action role playing in a live stream sometime in the future. I want every motif, so. Not enough to pay 5,000 crowns for them, but enough to grind. Always on the grind. All right, so miscellaneous. That would mean the next place we're going is Bleak Rock. Kind of going alphabetically through these, so Bleak Rock. Is Bleak Rock. My geography, my love of lore and my retention of lore in this game, monstrous. My ability to remember even the simplest of locations of things on this map. Yeah, Bleak Rock's here. It's the starter zone. Is like 0. So bad with geography, so good with lore. Oh, go you in regards to the heist. No, gotcha, Ezra. Bum, bum, ba, dun, dun. Constantly thinking about the future. Super happy with the podcast, so we're going to keep doing those. Obviously, next week, we still have some more Heat Week stuff to do. Next week, we have 24-hour stream, but I'm already thinking about new things to try in the future. More things like the Dagoth Dance Wave. Finally getting to our cooking streams. So much I want to do, so little time. I mean, in the long run, there's going to be plenty of time for everything. And lead? Come on, lead. Nope lead. Oh, good. I think next up, we should have a big chunk in the same area because we got most of these while... Oh, we have a bunch of leads to get in Cold Harbor. So our next treasure's in Cold Harbor, but also we have a number of leads to go ahead and dig up while we're there. We finished the zone yesterday. So I'm going to guess the treasure is up and not down. So we'll go here and go around. I'm going to grab this treasure. Then I'm going to take a small break. Not too big. I've been streaming for about 5 hours at that point. Been 2 hours since my last break. We do still have that giveaway going for crown crates. Still have a spicy challenge coming up. Yeah, stretch my legs a bit. We got some groceries delivered. I need to take those to Juice. I think can find print zone. There we go. Oh, I'm still on motif chapter. I'm like, what? Yeah, the no motif chapters get here. Everything. And everything we can't find. But we have 2 things here that we got leads for yesterday. So, but let me take a quick look. I don't think so technically I can get treasure leads and treasure map leads, but I don't think either is here. Yeah, Safe Box, Mammoth. The all zone ones are there. Innkeeper one. This treasure won't result in a lead. But if we're going to clear all of our treasure maps, we might as well. Oh, I was wrong about where the treasure was. It's actually down there. I think we can get creative and not die. Let's find out. Ooh. Yeah? Okay. So far, so good. Haha! Surprisingly, we jumped off cliffs and it was both a shortcut and we didn't die. Okay, thank you everybody who has been spending time with me. For those of you who won't be here when I get back, thank you for spending time. I appreciate you so much. For everybody else, when I get back, we still have people anteing up. We are still giving away some crown crates in about 20 minutes. We still have some more ESO and likely a spicy challenge unless I decide to do them both tomorrow. So we still have plenty of stuff left. So for those of you who will be here when I get back, I will see you momentarily. Everyone else, you have a great evening, day, whatever time it may be for you. Hello, everybody. I am sorry that while I was away, our playlist actually ran out, so you were without some music there while I was away. We'll get the Final Fantasy playlist on. Continue treasure hunting while we wait for the giveaway. So, for those of you who are around, my question actually is, thanks Loa, do you want to see me do a Heat Week challenge and go through the Satan's Toe at the end of the stream tonight? Or, since I'm doing a split stream tomorrow where I do the Daedric Prince tournament where we debate with Avron from UESP and Lotus of Doom from Tales of Tamriel and the Lore podcast, and then taking a break after that and then doing my normal stream on Sunday. Do you want to see me do the Toe of Satan after the first stream and the one chip challenge in the second stream tomorrow? I'm basically game for either, but if not a lot of people are around this evening, I'm happy to do them both tomorrow. My body can easily handle them both with the break, so let me know what you prefer. I am game either way. Right now we are just doing some scrying and doing some treasure hunting. Boom. Fair enough, Loa. I really enjoy doing them. This is outside. So to clarify, outside of a charity stream far in the future, or a subathon way in the future, where people want to bring them back. This is the Heat Week, is my way of testing myself, doing all these hot challenges one last time. So we're basically saying a fond farewell to Heat challenges. I'm bringing new content in after these. My 6 months as an affiliate's coming up, so that's what kind of spurred Heat Week. I feel really accomplished after I do them, and they have no lasting impact on me other than the intensity of the moment. So don't feel too bad, because well before I was streaming heat challenges, spicy challenges, back in the day, the ice bucket, if it's a challenge that's not going to cost me lasting harm, I'm basically always doing them. But that's also fair that if this is not necessarily a thing you enjoy watching, that no need to do it tonight on your account. All right, Max Daddy. Well, much like doing the Stream Raiders earlier to see if we could get anybody to play despite it being a versus day, I will do a hot challenge tonight for you. And that will just leave us, I think, because the one chip is, you have to go an hour. I've done it before. After like the first 25 minutes, it's more just my mouth is dry. But even then, for purposes of making it into a video, I want to make sure we're lasting the whole hour. And since this is basically a bonus stream day, even though we're doing a full stream's length of time, I will do I'll do Satan's Toe. I'll put the call out here in a bit and let people know to expect that and when to expect that. So I'll double check that people are still around. Keep. Normally I'm not really paying too much attention. Like, I don't mind 1 viewer or 1,000 viewers. I'm going to always stream the same, but we'll make sure some people are around before I do it. But yeah, we'll go ahead and do that tonight, Max Daddy. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. Remember when I was originally learning scrying, like some even without the extra tools, but just like finding. Oh no, it's fine. It worked out fine. We doubled up on the shovel, but we didn't manage to hurt our treasure, so we are still a-okay. And there's a bonus while we're at it. Nice. Second bonus. Nice. Cannot complain about double bonuses. You doing regular stream tomorrow or the Among Us stream? Tomorrow I am doing two things. Neither one's the Among Us stream. So tomorrow we are doing finally, we are doing the tournament I set up. So basically we did you can catch it on YouTube if you haven't seen it before. We did a tier ranking of, oh, hi Virgil, all of the Daedric princes, and then I had an idea of, and then we had everybody, on Discord vote. We did a second vote recently on who they thought the most powerful Daedra was. And the idea was always to do a tournament, basically, and debate it with other lore people. So we have two wonderful lore people coming in tomorrow from UESP and from Lore Podcasts. We're also streamers. So I'm doing that at 2 p.m. Pacific time. So I'll be streaming a little bit beforehand. That way I'm ready to set up for both of them at 2. And then after we do the kind of lore thing, I'm going to take a break, and then I'll be back that evening because Sunday, right now we're doing what the equivalent of like one of my overnight streams, but we're going to do our normal Sunday overnight stream. Overnight for me, that is. Of course, it's the one-way shrine we didn't pick up yet. So doing a split stream tomorrow. Or rather a tiny bonus stream at the earlier in the day and then later a overnight one. Hard to catch a normal stream times unless it's the weekend here in Australia. Otherwise, it's just normally I just catch the end of your stream. Lunch break. Yeah. So Australians, who I love, and I keep weird hours. So I'm up late, I'm up early. It just depends on what's going on in my life. Like the ADHD, sometimes I get insomnia. So I've met a lot of people streaming in Australia, in the UK, from all over the world, really. Denmark, Germany, list goes on. Which is why I started doing my early streams on Thursdays to catch more of my UK friends who can't always catch the full stream, and why we started doing the overnight Sunday stream for Australians, so I can spend more time with everybody. Yeah, I'll tweet the bracket out here later tonight. I think I already posted the bracket on the Discord though. Basically, I took all the votes that we did back in December when I had the initial idea, and then I took all of the votes that were cast this time around, removed any duplicates from people who voted in both, and used that to seed the tournament. Yeah, it should be fun, really getting to lore with 3 people, because the way it is, we'll discuss the lore, why we think, and we'll take turns casting votes, and we'll cycle who starts and who moves on. I believe our number one, I think, if I'm remembering right, our top 4 seeds were Sheo. I know Sheo was number 1. I think it's Sheo, Azura, Daddy Dagon, and Hermamora were our top 4. I can't remember the other ones. I'll actually pop it up here in just a second once I get this thing scried, actually. Take a look at that. Bum, 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 bum. I think we're gonna have to go up, yeah, up top to find this one. I do see that we can no longer enter the game of chance. I am resuming entries on the crate giveaway. I will pull the winner as soon as we're done doing the scrying here. As soon as we have scryed what we need to scry, I will. Oop, keep hitting the wrong button. We'll eat my soup. Put on my scroll. This way it says. Oh, I see it. Hello. Hello, soul-shriven folk. That was the heist on cooldown still, Ezra. I gotta say, I'm super happy that I found your stream. Easily my personal favorite streamer to watch. Hey, that's really kind of you. There's so many great streamers on the platform. But hearing that I am high up on anybody's list is super cool. Thanks. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. I'm guessing we're going to need to actually go here. Be able to boom, yeah, shovel down. Shovel down again, and there it is. Oh, at a weird angle, so we actually have to grab the corners. We cut that one a little closer than we normally like to, but we still got a bonus, and we still uncovered it, so nice. All right, let's take a look at the leads in the area. We have dug up the excavation rewards at least once in the built-ins. Cool, and we've actually done a pretty good job. What are we missing from Cold Harbor? The maps, but we get the maps from, we haven't gone around, we'll eventually go around and get all the maps. Those are from the merchants in each zone. You have to eventually do the Eben Dwarven mount. Yeah, a few things. And the Blood Lords in, anyway. Curious, since we've been doing this for a bit. Nice. Put a good chunk, put 50, or we're at 45 to start, so put 55 points in scrying so far. We're gonna do a little more. We do have some more treasure maps before we do that heat challenge, but we will be doing that heat challenge here pretty dang soon. Let's go ahead and pull a winner of this giveaway. Hey, Le Son Bay. Let me go to my stream notes. Oh, it's been 3 days. I can also send you your gift card you won. Cool. But in addition to your gift card, I do need to send you 4 crates. And I know you are Jay Loker on EU. Hey, Virgil, can you get it? Take you out in just a moment. I promise. When we set up for the heat challenge, I will take you out. So congratulations. Since we are going to be going just a little bit longer, I will go ahead and do one more giveaway for the evening. Not a problem. We'll go ahead and crown crates kept coming in first, but furnishing was always a close second. So I am going to set the last giveaway for furnishing packs or furnishing items because I know people want that. Let's see where our next treasure map is. It is Craiglorn. Time to go to Craiglorn. I am going to have to take... I know I just took a break about 30 minutes ago, but I am going to have to take another tiny break here because my puppy, who's been out a couple times today, seems to need to go out a second time. And, well, when nature calls, I can't really make my puppy wait. So I'm going to head to Craiglorn. We're just going to take a break long enough for me to take him out so he can potty. I will be right back. I'll do a little more treasure hunt. Have I been to? I've not been to Craiglorn yet. So we will skip the Craiglorn one. Unless I can. Not gonna make anybody be in Craiglorn, but if someone happens to just be there, I will grab it now. Otherwise, we have so many more treasure maps. I am not too worried about. So instead of Craiglorn next, we will do Deshaan. All right, Deshaan. See if I can remember my locations. I bet I can't. Oh, I found it quicker than I thought I would. So. Yep. I've finally given you enough things from giveaways over the months, Lasambe, that I can remember where to send it. Awesome. All right, so I will be right back. I'm going to do a real quick break, but that's just because my dog needs to go out again. So I'll be right back with you all. We do have a giveaway up and going. We have a heat challenge coming up. And anybody who's not here when I get back, I love you. Everybody else, I'll see you soon. Hey, everybody. My dog took time to figure out where he wanted to be to potty. So it took me a bit longer than I expected, but again, he is a living creature. Juice is in bed, so when nature calls, you can't really ignore that. Hey, everybody, let me catch up on chat, see if I missed anything. Hey, lonely granddad. How are you? Great to see you. We are doing a bit of a treasure hunting, clearing out our maps, mainly with the hope of getting leads for the motif chapters here in just a little bit, actually. We're going to suckle on Satan's toe for Heat Week. It is the most intense of my heat challenges, but as the one chip challenge lasts an hour, the one we're doing tonight is Satan's toe. Oh, you're talking to... Yes, I was... Oh, you're talking to Lonely. Cool. Boom. Hey, mellow fellow. Like I said, just currently just knocking out treasure maps. So with antiquities, treasure maps have a chance in all of the alliance zones to give you a motif chapter, either for Ancestral Nord, Elf, or I think it's Orc, for the other one. And then in Western Skyrim, it's a chance for another ancestral set. So finally going through our stack of treasure maps, working on our scrying, and doing our best to find some leads. No lead there. Next map. East March. We have a couple in East March, so that is nice. Even nicer is they're right together. Yeah. Now that he's been out, he's feeling better. Sometimes when I take him out, because they go out twice a day, but sometimes when I take them out twice, one of the times they go out, they don't, they get so distracted smelling and enjoying their outside time that they don't fully potty. So Virgil needed an extra little trip. He's my old man corgi. Got some hip issues, so it takes us a little extra time when we go out, but it's okay. I love him. Oh yeah, he did a doggy dance for sure. He may be older. He may have some hip issues that we're going to the vet to get fixed, but he still has the energy of a puppy. Corgis are machines of energy, just utter machines. My diehard Aldmeri Dominion. Well, I'm a diehard lover of the Khajiit, but also a diehard lover of the Orsimer. So I'm not diehard. It was my first faction, so I do have a connection to it there, and also it is the faction of my Khajiiti. This character I wanted to be Tavinter, be kind of evil and all consumed with the collection of knowledge, so ended up being AD, but my opinion is each faction has their ups but also their downs. On this character, do I solo dungeon? No. I go into dungeons with groups and things. I do need to get my armor stuff put together, so I can do more of the DLC dungeons and start doing veteran stuff. However, that said, on my hey, did we get a lead? We got a lead. On PlayStation with my my max CP, or not max anymore, but max at the time CP Nightblade. Non-DLC dungeons I could definitely solo and would on occasion for grinding things. And could on the Nightblade on my Stamblade I could solo all the public dungeons, so. But on this character, that is a healer Nightblade without max gear and not a lot of. Don't even have my sets for healing built up, so I don't have DPS sets built up. No, can't solo it. All right, we do have the furnishing pack raffle going on. My brain is overloaded. Elder States dog, yeah, Ezra. Oh, your brain is overloaded. Suspense. Lore wise, what is kindest? So I've always been a sucker for lore, reading lore. I'm not a lore master like some, but so the thing that's really cool about the Elder Scrolls is the lore is written from they're like, they don't have trustworthy narrators, and you'll find lore books in some games that seem very different from the same book in other ones, and that's because they do a really good job of cultures kind of telling the story from their perspective. But throughout the games, I guess it would have to deal with your perspective of kindness. Like Altmer, definitely not the Altmer. The Treventer, I mean, they're very snobby, you know, some of them quite out racist. It's not going to be your Bosmer. They're cannibals if you don't obey the Green Pact. Like, they're not always great to outsiders. The Dunmer also have a very strong, like, they're one of the best, like, races in terms of what they've accomplished, but they've also, like, you know, well, flat out enslaved multiple races. So, the Nords may seem great on the surface, but even though the Snow Elves attacked them first, you know, they did play part in the genocide of Snow Elves, so we're not going to be able to really stack Nords. Also, they can be a bit of a xenophobic people. Kind of working my way through the races. Bretons aren't super bad. They can be very open to people. But I wouldn't consider them the nicest. Thinking. Continuing our thoughts as we look for bonuses. Let's see. I feel like we've covered all of the elves. Imperials are the worst. If you remember our race tier ranking, so not Imperials, they're out. For a multitude of reasons. All right. There's our lore book. So let's go ahead and let's see. Not the Nords, not the Dunmer, not the Bosmer, not Altmer, definitely not the Imperials. Bretons getting closer than the other ones I mentioned, but no. Redguards are actually pretty welcoming if you think about all the times we haven't had a game other than ESO set in their regions. but they're, for the most part, when you encounter them, pretty open people. That said, they have constantly fought and taken over and vied for land, even if it's not rightfully theirs, in like Rothgar and stuff like that with the Orstmer. So I think we have to get rid of them. So that's going to bring us to the Orstmer, Argonians, and Khajiit. All right, let's look for where our next treasure map is. So all of them are pretty welcoming. Obviously, Argonians on the surface may seem like they're not the most like welcoming of people, but at the same time, they have spent so much of their time enslaved and things like that. So I feel like they're very inviting once you've kind of proven yourself. So it's not their fault they're not the nicest because of what they've been through. But even though the Khajiit have also spent time in servitude, their culture is very open and welcome. And the Orstmer also, on the outside, everybody makes them out to be brutes and angry, but that's really a false narrative. So really from there, it's going to depend on some other traits. Like, you know, Khajiit and Orstmer both have their own like cultural values you have to take into consideration. Yeah, Khajiit like do not place the same affects on theft and things like that others do, and property is very different. So people might not consider that the nicest, but as far as cultures, they're very welcoming. So I'm going to say Khajiit or Orstmer. Both of them have had a ton of hardships, but still managed to have very open and welcoming cultures. If you want to be part, you can really see that in the Rothgar chapter here. Various things you do with... Oh, nice. We got another scrying thing. Let's go ahead and grab this treasure first, though. Looks like we missed some way shrines, so we're just going to throw it down. But the same can be said about the Khajiit, especially when you look at like Elsewhere and Reaper's Marsh. I'm going to say, honestly, as long as you're not coming in treating them horribly, the Orstmer are probably overall the kindest and most accepting. I think because of what they've been through, they're more quick to open their homes, their ways of life, and culturally share. And I think that comes with having Trinimac, their original patron of the Orstmer, before Boethia consumed him and turned him into Malakath, turning the Orstmer into the orc-like beings we know now. So I'm going to go with Orstmer, the kindest in the world. My dog is loudly grumbling that it's bedtime. Oh, sorry I missed that. Probably already gone, but in case you're not, thank you so much for the raid again. Thanks for always being a wonderful part of our community. Really appreciate you, Sage. I hope you have a wonderful night and get some good rest. You definitely deserve it. Yes, there is the Lonely Granddad. We have the Tribunal Festival coming up. Actually starts on Thursday, and you'll get event tickets from doing the daily in the Clockwork City and the daily in Morrowind. First daily will get you event tickets plus a bunch of extra loot and things like that, and they're bringing back the dwarf crates. So yeah, I'm excited for that event. I can pull that up. I'll pull that up on screen here in a minute and kind of go over the stuff again. But yeah, we have the Tribunal Festival coming up, which I don't think they've done a Tribunal Festival in actually a number of years. So it's really cool that they're bringing that back. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Easy peasy. Wow, I thought you just pick up the highlights. You went through the whole thing there. Live in suspense. Awesome. Hope you enjoyed it. Also, you don't have to post it here if you do, but if you have any feedback, you want to DM me on Discord, post in the Discord, or let me know. I'm happy to hear it. I'm always looking to improve. It was our first one, so thank you so much for going back through the VOD and giving it a listen. Watch, rather. The next giveaway is going on right now. Looks like we have about 24 minutes on that because we do have our Heat Week challenge coming up. So 24 minutes and some seconds. So that is actually coming up pretty dang soon. I tried it. Normally I would time them for the top of the hour, but we started them at odd times tonight. So it's going to be like halfway through this hour. A little before, but right around there. Oh, no worries. Understand. Everybody's in different time zones and different things, but appreciate you, like I said, going back and giving it a listen, watch, whichever. So. Oh, took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Just trying to do a quick ride there, but got off base. We're just gonna pay to travel. We'll just Which furnishing pack is it? Ask Max Daddy TV. I will show you. Since I forgot to say furniture special. It is the Vampiric Libations. Oh no, it wasn't the Vampiric Libations bundle because that one's actually only 2 items. It's the one we've been giving away is the Khajiit Life. Comes with an alchemy station. And then a ton of the elsewhere furnishings of all of the different rarities. Comes with a Khajiit tent, moon sugar supplies, the two sapphire candlefly gatherings, and then some tools. Yeah, Khajiit Life. That's the one we've been giving away the last few days. So that's the one we're going to give away this time as well. Because I feel like the values there, like the Vampiric Libations, it's 2 gold items, so the value is there. But I feel like as far as packages go, the Khajiit Life just gives you so much more you can use in current builds, future builds, and the like, for right around the same price. Therefore, I feel it makes a better giveaway. Gotta rub your bottle for luck. That's fair. We all have our luck rituals, our luck habits, so I understand that, Lonely. And there we go. Another motif chapter. We've been pretty lucky overall on the treasure maps, getting some of these motif chapters. See if we can. There we go. Let's see if we can at least locate where it is. And there we go. Make our way around, grab the book for motif chapter. Another chapter. Cool. I'll take a look when we're all done with the treasure hunting for the evening. How many we got? I wasn't paying that close of attention, but I know we got a few at least. Always do a little hunt for a bonus. See if we can luck out. Not always the case, but as long as we're getting what we came for, that's what actually matters the most. All right, cool. We'll do a couple more of these before we do the heat challenge, because I have so many treasure maps, obviously. not going to get through all of them, but we have like 3 in Grotwood, so that's going to be a pretty good haul, I think, for us. It's like it came for Richard's spite and then went, oh, hey, you're here too, and you, and you. I just started watching Band of Brothers for the first time. Oh, yeah, there's so many people in that show. I haven't watched that in ages, but yeah, that Band of Brothers had so many different actors in it. Mellow Fellow, sorry, I was catching up on chat here. So, what's your favorite Daedra? My favorite Daedric prince is Clavicus Vile, and I'm gonna see if I can file safely. I think I can. Yeah. Clavicus Vile. There are stronger Daedra, cooler Daedra by some people's, but I love the relation because they're technically, not officially, but most lore points to Barbas and Clavicus are actually the same Daedra. It's kind of like not like Sheo, but kind of like a split personality thing. So you have Barbas, who's always like looking after Clavicus, but I am a real big fan of doing like the Thieves Guild stuff and things like that in the Elder Scrolls games. Have since I first played Daggerfall way back when I was a kid first playing these games. So yeah, ever since like the Grey Fox stuff and things like that, I've always been just really attached to Clavicus as my favorite Daedric prince. And genuinely, I usually enjoy his artifacts in games, and his quests are always fun. So that's got to be my favorite of the Daedrics. If there's one giveaway I ever win, haha, this will be one. Now I'm thinking really hard on what I want to make. I want a werewolf, also a Templar, tossing between an Altmer or Orc. So like I said, you can, obviously any race can be anything other than, and synergy still matters the most even in this case, but unless you're doing like the hardest hard mode veteran trials where you're going for like record times, you can really be anything. Like there is meta things that make it a little easier and such, but you can be anything. But if you are looking at abilities, Altmer do have an ability that when they, I can show you what the Altmer abilities look like actually. Oh, wrong. There's a Crown Store. So Altmers get every time you activate a class ability, so one of the 3 abilities from the 3 tiers in a class, you either get magic or stamina, whichever is lower, every 6 seconds. So it definitely helps with sustain. And also when you do abilities that require channel or cast time, you take less damage. They get an increase to their magicka, and they get an increase to their spell damage. Orsmer get an increase to their like movement speed. They get a bonus when it comes to crafting. And they get one other thing I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm actually going to take a look real quick. Like, never the most important thing to me when I'm choosing, but I know some people like to know also what. Oop, I'm getting punched in the face. Let me take care of the Nereid here. And then I can look at those racials. Oh, I accidentally tagged part of a world. Oh no, that's all right. So yeah, the Orsmer. Yeah, Orsmer get oh yeah. Also as an Altmer, you gain 1% extra experience, so you level 1% faster, and you also gain 15% experience when leveling Destruction Staff skill line. Orcs get 15% skill line increase to heavy armor. And again, these things help a little bit when you're first leveling, but honestly, they all come together, so it's not a huge consideration. But they also get 10% more crafting inspiration. So as you're leveling crafting, 10% really can come in handy with getting those skill levels up. They get an increase of 2,000 to their stamina by the end. They get an increase of 1,000 to their health. And when you deal damage with a weapon ability, you heal for 600 health. And then they get an increase to their weapon damage. They reduce the cost of spirit 12% and increase the movement speed bonus they reduce the cost of sprint by 12%, so it costs less stamina to sprint, and they move 10% fast. So your Templar werewolf kind of really depends. Like when you're not in werewolf, are you going to be doing a lot of magic stuff? Because an Altmer might be a little bit better in that regard, or a lot of stamina stuff. Again, at the end of the day, it's more what you think is the coolest. But skill wise, those are kind of the little bonuses to get the help. What matters the most? Are we visiting Seafoam? Yeah, we can visit Seafoam. We're gonna do a few more treasure maps. We actually might be getting near the end of doing treasure maps for the day before we do our hot challenge. Hot challenge is obviously gonna be the last thing we do. But before we do that, I mean, definitely visit Seafoam. I am going to, we already planned to open, I'm going to open about $200 worth of crown crates. Just because sometimes it's visually nice to see how rare certain things are. And I like opening crates, but instead of doing them over the course of a period of time, I'm going to do them all at once. But since we got so many things already from the Akviri crates we want, I'm waiting for the Dwarven crates. The reason Seafoam reminded me of that is because due to Seafoam's guidance and luck, we especially this season where we got the Resplendent Sweet Roll, 3 Apexes, and a Radiant Apex. I know it's all RNG, but when it comes to those luck habits, we always open with Seafoam. Goran Bat Guy, what? Love the quote from Conan. Conan, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and visit Seafoam regularly. I love the working in of we can't get Saint Alessia right now. That's why we're leveling things. But we can get the motif. Loctavian, what is best?
To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to visit Seafoam regularly.
That is what is best. You're right. Consider how they share power. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, hey Ella, how are you feeling? Are you feeling any better? I hope you are. I know you had to take a stream off tonight because you weren't feeling super well. Yeah, I did my first podcast with interviewing streamers with KJ Drizz earlier. I was a bonus stream, and then we just kind of kept going afterwards. Playing some ESO, Ella, so a surprise that I'm here to me as well. I actually really like how Clavicus was portrayed in the fair. I love Clavicus. Hey, Belnorn and Belnorn crew, how are we this evening? How was your stream? I know it was your was the Hangout stream. How did it go? I hope you guys all had a great time. I hope the stream was awesome. Let me shout you out. I know I've mentioned before that I'm going to be playing D&D on stream here in the near future. I also plan to run some D&D, but playing it, I'm actually going to be playing in Belnorn's game. Belnorn does writing streams here on Twitch, does some hangout streams. So yeah, if you're interested in, there's a few people recently been doing writing, but yeah, interested in catching somebody who does like writing and things like that, or D&D. Belnorn's great. Also, Belnorn and I know each other for a long time from LARP, and you've probably seen Belnorn around the channel quite a bit. Have you considered buying that Elnar Arena Lion Pet and making it your own personal? I don't believe I've taken a look. Where do you get the I'm gonna say that word wrong because I'm bad at pronunciations, Gorum. Elm here, a rhino lion pet. And no, it's not one of the ones in the Crown store. I'm taking a look online because I've had people mention it before. Oh, 40 Arena Gladiators proofs available by completing conquest missions in Cyrodiil. So Sakar has swayed me to the PvP side. I just need to get together some PvP gear for this character. I also have to go into Ciro to get all of the sky shards there to finish my achievement to get Ethereal Blue. So yeah, I guess we have another thing we need to do in Ciro because I need that pet. Hello, Belnorn. I already said that stream went pretty well. Thanks for the shout out. Yeah, we are giving away a furnishing pack in ESO, so make sure you ante up if you're interested in that. We're giving away the Khajiit Life furnishing pack, actually. And for those who just came in, Raiders, we are going to be doing the we're going to suck on the toe of Satan here in just a little bit to finish off stream for Heat Week. So that is also on the way. ESO wise, we have just been busting through our treasure maps, hoping to collect leads. We have a bunch in Clenarthy's Roost, so let's do Greenshade and Clenarthy's Roost at least before we wrap things up and do the Heat Week challenge. Also had an amazing interview earlier with KJ Driz. Definitely going to keep doing the Tavern Talks podcast with streamers. Currently on the books, we have Sakar, Lady Wolf, and Pirate Steve coming up. But yeah, I've also reached out to a bunch of others, and people have reached out to me. And if you're a content creator on Twitch and interested in eventually doing the podcast, just also let me know. Because, yeah, we had such a good time doing it earlier. I think it's something that's going to be a regular staple. Probably not a bunch of them clustered together like here at the start. Get on like a normal like weekly or bi-weekly cadence. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I want to keep doing them. Heist stuff, shenanigans. It doesn't. Let me check. I was just looking at it. Let's see if when you buy it, if it is bound, because you do get it with you get it from Arena Gladiator proof. So I think it's bound the minute you get it because of that. Looks like you can get once a day you can get a Arena Gladiator proof. Yeah, proofs can be converted into several collectibles, such as the lion, which takes 40. And you need to have also got Arena Gladiators Roar, which you buy with what are those things called again? Alliance points. Yeah, it doesn't look like it can be got with gold. Looks like you have to be doing the conquest and saving those up to get that pet. No lead. No lead. Oh. Let's go to Clenarthy's Roost. Do a couple more since we have a ton in Clenarthy's Roost. Oh, no worry, Belnar. No worries whatsoever. Hey, you just got done with the stream. You don't ever apologize to me. Like I said, people can lurk, come and go as they please. I just appreciate people spending time when they can. Clenarthy's Roost is down here. Three treasures to get here. Ooh, you're right. If it is a room box, you might be able to buy it with gold. Awesome, Master Meme. Thank you for checking that. Yeah, I was looking at websites and so I wasn't fully sure that it had that full information. So, well, while I do still have to go into Cyrodiil to finish, because we did every single Alliance zone, we did Cold Harbor, we do have to get the rest of the shards from Cyrodiil. I need Ethereal Blue. It's my favorite color in the game. But it's good to know that we don't actually have to save up 40, because I am more than happy to spend $1 million on my own personal Seafoam. Actually, after Clenarthy's Roost here, before we do anything else, I think that's what we'll do. Thanks for checking that. Thanks for suggesting that. And thanks for looking it up, everybody. And a lead. Nope, no lead. No lead. Hey, so for some reason, I actually don't get alerts, and everything I've tried in OBS won't let me get alerts when people continue subs. So I just saw that you continued the gift sub you got from Pyrostebe. Thank you so much, Max Daddy. That's really kind of you to extend the subscription. Really appreciate that support. Where are my other two treasures? Oh, right there and up there. But I can just free travel to that one because I own that house. I mean, there's an endless list of things to do in the game, but that also reminds me, there's a bunch of houses I want to get, and I'd rather get them with gold than with crowns, so there is some zone storylines I need to start knocking out. First, Morrowind and Clockwork City, because I need to be able to do the dailies come the Tribunal event on Thursday, but then we have to start doing some zone quests here soon so I can get more houses I want. Yeah, stream ran down. It went pretty good. A little over 5-hour stream. That's good. One person might have gotten a little bit drunk. That's cool. As long as nobody was too drunk, you're allowed to drink. I've seen plenty of people do drinking streams and drink on Twitch. I think the Twitch TOS is just basically like, can't be like a dangerous level. So somebody got drunk on your stream, that's not a not a big deal. I've seen, like I said, seen plenty of big streamers do Fireball Fridays. So I'm glad you had a good time. Glad you had a good stream. Love to hear that, Belnar. I know you had a little bit of a reset and a break recently, so I'm glad you came back with a really solid stream. That's the sort of thing I love to hear. Thank you, Max Daddy. All right, the room box is going to be purchased with gold. I can purchase that lion. Let's finish grabbing our treasures here, and then I forgot to update the Tamriel Trade Center add-on, but I can just go to the website and get an idea of where it's at. Hey, thank you so much for gifting that sub, Max Daddy. Thanks for gifting a sub to the Gorham Bat Guy. Couldn't have gone to a better person. Really appreciate the support and the gifted sub. That's super kind of you. And also welcome to the party, Krakens, Gorham Bat Guy. And Hope you enjoy the emotes. You get an extra ticket in giveaways. And as always, let's remember to
Release the party.
wasn't paying attention, but I don't. Oh, we did get a lead. We did not get a motif lead, but that is okay because we got a furnishing lead. Sick. Boom, boom, boom. Easy peasy. People said with scrying, the minute you get all of the, I don't even have all of them, but once you get most of the tools for scrying, just becomes real short work on any lead that's purple or less for sure. And I don't even have the last upgrade yet. But yeah, thank you so much again for gifting that, for continuing your sub and for gifting one. And welcome, Gorum Bat Guy. Gonna keep our treasure hunt going before we do our hot heat challenge. Oh, you have 2 of them? Awesome, Master Meme. Yeah. Furnishings are what it is all about. Sorry, Mr. Sheep, but you are considered livestock, and the achievement hunter in me my brain reminded me I still have 100 of you. How many more do I have to kill? How many defenseless sheep have to pay in my achievement hunting? Character justice. I've only killed 24, so unfortunately I have to kill a total of 500. So of course of my journeys, I am going to have to kill far more. Far too many. Poor defenseless livestock. Sometimes you just find what you're looking for right off the get-go. That was very fortuitous. Oh, that was lucky too. This one's just, this is just a good solid luck of the draw. So nice. Oh wow, we really we really knocked this one out of the park. That's a big picture. How's it been going? Really well, Carol. How are you? Good to see you. A little bit hyped. That's good. Whenever you can end a stream hyped, that is the best feeling. So I'm glad you're still hyped, Belnorn. Yeah. The quest on PlayStation, I got to 41,000. Nowadays it's 44,490. It's going to go up as expansions and stuff come out. So we have a ways to go to even catch up and one day complete this. Luckily, as much as I am a completionist, that completionist only needs to be on one character. So not every character will have to do the mega grind. All right. What time is it? It is 12:30. Says some people come in, so I'm going to resume the entries for just a little bit longer. Make sure you ante up. We're going to be giving away the furnishing pack here in about 8 minutes. A bunch of people came in, so I want to make sure everybody has a few more people have a chance. I'm not going to get through all these treasure maps, obviously, but let's see. I have 2 in the Rift. I have 2 in Stros. It looks like I have the most in Stormhaven. So we will knock out Stormhaven and then call it good on the treasure grind for today. But we can still suck on Satan's toe and do our Heat Week thing. No, Stormhaven's over here. This is Stormhaven. No, it's Runespan. Yeah. But yeah, we have 3 here, so we can at least get another good chunk of our maps knocked out. Been doing good. It's been an okay week this week. I'm glad you haven't had an okay week. Glad to hear that, Carol. No, you're waving OG Wolf Mob, but Lasambe, I also have better Twitch TV, BTTV. Got any questions about it? Yeah, that's why I love better Twitch TV, and that's why when I have things like Easy Clap, you can see the emotes there. I'll come across the screen in my OBS, and if you have it, you can see them in chat. Do you like games? Okay, that was just me reopening up the giveaway for a few more minutes while I grab these 3 treasures. You see chat button and smiley, then cogwheel. Oh yeah, highlight quick keywords. I'm just explaining BTTV to OG. I see. No lead there. 2 more treasures to go though. Where are we at? Okay, we're right here, so we'll just this way. Gotcha. I see, Lasambe. Yeah, I'm a very big proponent of better Twitch TV add-on. One, because if you watch a lot of, not even big streamers, but a lot of streamers, you get a lot more out of chat when people are using those emotes. I need to actually add a lot of personal emotes. To better Twitch TV, so we have even more emotes for people to use. Myself. Hey, Garish, how are you? Good to see you. Going good. Did a podcast earlier. Went great. Been just doing some scrying and knocking out our treasure maps to hopefully find leads to scry. I think we were at 45 to start. We were up to 100 and we're now at 114. So we put a pretty good dent towards level 9. Of 8 days before we lose out on our Alessia statue. So it's plenty of time to go. Give me a second, Max, and I will actually answer that question. I added them up yesterday, so I just need to take a look at how many people entered today, and I can give you an accurate number of how many entries I have. Right, so February. Also, I didn't get rid of all of my channel point rewards, so people know I turned most of them off during the podcast and just left them off for the stream. But so all your favorite channel point rewards will be back tomorrow. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 today. And go check my Google Drive sheet that I've been tracking them all in. So we had 91 entries. When I started stream today, we got 5 more. So 96 entries and 40 different people. Some people have entered more than others, so it's not an even split. Like some people only have one, some people have quite a few. But yeah, we've had 96 entries now and 40 different total entrants. In case people are curious or not on the Discord or weren't here when we announced it, we're actually giving away the main prize, and you don't have to be present during the 24-hour stream to win it. The main giveaway prize this month is the all 5 leather-bound books for the Hyrule Historia. So these are Legend of Zelda art and lore type books. They're really amazing books. It's a set of all 5 plus a poster and a treasure chest like case. We'll have some other runner-up additional raffle things during the stream, but that's the big one. Entries can just be bought one a stream at 3,500 channel points. All right, this is the last treasure I need to get, and then we will draw that furnishing giveaway. We'll do one more giveaway after that. See where we're at on time before I do the Satan's Toe Heat Challenge. And treasure, boom. And do I get a lead is the question. Did not look like it. Double check, see if I did get one and I just didn't notice. Don't think it, nope. All right. So I'm gonna go to the next zone, but while I'm traveling to the next zone, I will draw a winner. So let's go ahead and we have 2 in the Rift. We have 2 in Stros. So let's go ahead and just go to the Rift and draw that giveaway while we're traveling to the Rift. All right. The GD Life Furnishing Pack goes to bum. Hey, Lasambe. It is your night tonight, my friend. I'm going to add that to my list. Been 3 days, so I can send you your gift card from the Marbles stream when you won the Near Impossible map. You got 4 crates from a couple giveaways ago, and now GD Life Furnishing Pack. You definitely have time for one more giveaway, so I will do a poll. Question is, crates? You want crates? Music box or outfit or pet. All right, we'll go 3 minutes. Let us know what we're doing next. I feel like we're on a roll with these treasure maps. I want to leave myself enough time for that spicy Satan's Toe, but also the more of these we can knock out, the better. Yeah, sometimes people go a long time between wins and our giveaways, and sometimes you can see 2 in a night. It's kind of awesome. Like I said, smaller community means more chances of winning, and congratulations, Lasambe. Where's my dirt? Like I am just... Oh, because it's in the tower, not outside. Oh, my treasure chest too. Don't mind if I do. No lead there. Maybe a lead in here? Nope. You have one more over here to go grab. These go a lot faster than... Will I go before they punch me? Will I get there before I punch me? You ruined my port. Jerks. No, I haven't done the toe yet. I have the toe, the one chip, and the hot sauces. Hot sauces are on Monday. Speaking of which, if you have any questions for the Hot One AMA or things you want me to talk about during the Hot One, the 10 Hot Wings of Death AMA on Monday, you can use exclamation AMA to get the Google form to leave those in. Tomorrow, I will be doing a split stream. So everybody knows, I know I've mentioned a few times, over on Discord and other locations, we put together a seating. Basically, I had people vote on their favorite Daedra, who they thought was the best and most powerful. And tomorrow, Avron from UESP and Lotus of Doom, who is part of the Tales of Tamriel and Lorecast podcasts, will be joining me as we debate the lore and see who wins the tournament. And I'm going to be doing that at 2 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. And then after that, taking a break and then doing my usual overnight Sunday stream, starting around 7 or 8 p.m. Pacific time. And during that, we will do the one chip. Music box or outfit. Music box or outfit. Perfect. Basically, for this next one, the winner will be able to choose if they a music box and which music box they want. Currently available on the Crown Store, there's the Hymn of 500 Axes, Blood and Glory, and Flickering Shadows. Or if you prefer Wardrum, you will be able to choose whatever costume you like, including the Shimmering Soiree gown. So, be a big open choice. We'll pull a couple winners from that one too. But I'm gonna do a smaller one, so we will complete that. Let us find correct giveaway for this one. There it is. Choice of music box or costume. Multiple. Will be our last giveaway of the night. I'll use that as a timer to make sure I coincide when we do the Satan's Toe here in a bit. Let's go ahead and take a look though. Like I said, feeling good, and we've been knocking out these treasure maps. Now that there's so few left, I'm like, well, maybe we do just knock the rest of them out. Let's see. Doing Stros. Let's go to Stros Mackay next. Well, let me go ahead and catch up on chat real quick. Just about an hour ago, my favorite ASMR streamer invited me to play games with her and laughed at my jokes. Oh, that's awesome, Lasambe. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad one of your favorite streamers invited you to play games. That sounds really fun. Congratulations, Lasambe. Sounds like you had a great time. Was it Ari? Implying I don't already play games with Ari. I think we used all my giveaway luck for this year. Won a Corsair Pro Wireless headset and a Night Sword mouse last week. Woo! Nice, Garish. Big wins. I also feel like I've used up all of my giveaway luck this year. I guess no. I guess it's a new year. Maybe it's returned. I'm still adding things to it, but the reason I was able to afford the new microphone I got here, the Shure SM7B, is because instead of having to get a soundboard or a cloud lift or all these things for a US or a XLR mic, I actually won a Go XLR last year. I might have used up my giveaway luck forever with that one. So that's awesome, Garish. Congrats. You'll love to hear it. I've spent too much doing the waste trends, being impatient. That's just people anting up. Hope the tow isn't as bad as before. It's gonna be. It's gonna be. It's the worst heat challenge. I mean, I felt really accomplished when I did it. It's as hot as anything else. It's as hot as the one chip, as the death nuts. But for those you eat and then have to wait before you can like use ice cream or milk. With Satan's toe, it has to sit in your mouth for the whole 5 minutes. So it's definitely the hardest. I feel the most accomplished when it's done. It wouldn't be Heat Week if we didn't do it, but like the one chip is intense for about 20-25 minutes, and then it's really just 35 minutes for the, even though it's an hour challenge, like wishing you could have a glass of milk because it doesn't hurt anymore. Your mouth is just dry. If Heist isn't starting, it's because it's still on cooldown. It's supposed to only have a 30-minute cooldown, but sometimes the bot's weird and the cooldowns can be a bit longer. Hey, we did Ancestral Orc Axis. Okay, cool. Got another piece of that. That's what we've been doing this for, so that is great. I love Final Fantasy VI. Like I said, I want to do at least one more speedrun attempt. I was like, where is it? It's out on this island. I want to do one more speedrun attempt at ESO, just because I know that was the practice I've been doing. I can get at least a sub 5 hour versus the 6 hour 20-minute. But after that, we are going to do what I was already training for before, and I'm going to start speedrunning Final Fantasy VI. And while I want to do some of the glitched speedruns and like the races, my first one's going to be glitchless because I also wanted to play through that game again. So we will be playing this game fairly soon. Or at least I probably in March. We'll add that in. Contemplating just doing a playthrough of Final Fantasy VI over a couple streams before getting into speedrunning, just for the enjoyment of it. So I might do that too. I know I want to add in some more retro games and stuff to our lineup. Oh, you're not stupid, Garish. Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say I could do a stream where people can enjoy the story elements of the game before getting into the speed run of it all. Wednesday. My ESO speedrun attempt will be round 2 will be Wednesday. I have been off stream. I've done some practices of the things leading up to Cold Harbor, and while I wasn't speedrunning it when we did Cold Harbor on this character most recently, going through Cold Harbor was a good reminder of some of the things. So I feel prepped on Wednesday. The goal is to do a full speed run, but if we don't get to Cold Harbor on a good pace, we'll call it at Cold Harbor. If we're on a a pace to get a sub 5 hour or a world record pace when we get to Cold Harbor, we'll finish up the run and set a new PB. Yeah, I know, like I went in blind, and I know after doing the last one and some practice, I can do much better than a 6 hour 20. Even if I can't beat Stank Tank's 3 hour 57 minute, I feel like I can at least put a time on the board that's a little less embarrassing by comparison. I mean, I feel like I can eventually get the record, but bare minimum, I want to get within an hour of it. Knock an hour and a half off of my last run. Can't go to Craiglorn right now because I don't have a way shrine there, so that's the only one we're not doing. So Malbel, Tor, and Orsinium. It's been 6 hours and 41 minutes since I started the stream. Almost 1 a.m. here. We have a giveaway going. Yeah, we'll knock a couple more, maybe all of the treasure maps, maybe not. We'll see where we're at here in about 10 minutes or so. I get the stream from there. I just want to make sure I'm leaving enough time to do Satan's. Oh. But a bonus stream that was supposed to be a short bonus stream has turned into a much longer stream, but I do not mind a bit. I don't have an FFA or a boss command. Garish? Only commands we got going now as far as the gambling games go is Gamble, Slots, which both have a 15-minute cooldown, and Heist. Those are the three I decided to do for this February little contest. And then Bank shows your current personal standing in chips, and then Top shows the top 10. And then during the 24-hour stream, while there is a prize for the people at the top, there's going to be things you can use the chips for, smaller prizes, sound effects, things like that. So that people who've been doing the gamble game and might not be near the top still have fun things they can do with those chips. Hey, thank you so much for gifting a. Oh, something is attacking me. Hey, Bellern, put up there. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to, Garish Lee. Thank you so much. That's really appreciated. Thank you for supporting the community in that way. Garish, enjoy the emotes, extra ticketing giveaways, and as always,
release the party.
Oh yeah, welcome Garish, and thank you, Bellnorn TV. Really kind of you. And any leads? Not look like it. Although Briarheart is a set I'm happy to get items from. Always. Not for this character. Sell decently. Or I can let another one of my characters have it later. Malabel, Reapers, Rivens. Yeah. Malbel next. I feel like we're going to get through all of these maps except for maybe the Craiglorn. That's nice. All right, Malabel Tor. Thanks, everybody. Everybody's been so kind today. Really appreciate it. Just all the time. I really love this community. I love you all. Really appreciate it. Checking my, I got a text. I'm just checking my text. Checking my text. Only open my Twitch app. Anyway, Albator, let's head north. Check my text. I was checking my text before I accidentally opened up an app. So just look at it. Treasure. Probably spent too many gems on this wolf, but it looks so cool, so I'm happy I got it anyway. I mean, I had 2,000 gems. Oh, that reminds me, I also need to take a look at Tamriel Trade Center because I do want to buy that lion now that I know I can have my own personal sea foam. Let's grab this treasure real quick, and then I'm actually going to look at Tamriel Trade Center on my other monitor here real quick. All right. We want the rune box. Elmher. That's what it's called. Elmher. All right. PCNA. Rune box. Let's see if there's one out there for sale. Yeah. Like people said, looks like the price wise looks like I can get one for around 1 million gold. Maybe if I look, I can get this one as 800. I'm gonna actually probably go check that after. Go check that actually. So. All right. Cool. All right. It is. Where is it? Oh. Oh, hey. Lonely Granddad, welcome to the Loctopus Krakens. Thank you, Sovereign, for gifting that sub to Lonely Granddad. So many gifts tonight. Enjoy the emotes, Lonely, extra ticket and giveaway, and always remember to
release the party.
Thank you so much for that. All right. Sorry, back to looking at, really do appreciate that. Just back to look at where is it located? All right, so it's 1 million elsewhere. Looks like, yeah, I need to go to elsewhere. All's Fair Trading Guild has one for 1 million. We'll take a, we get a lead, not get a lead. We'll take a little detour to elsewhere real quick. We're gonna go to Rimmon. Guild Trader at right here. There's the Guild Trader. Cool. Go get ourselves a sea foam, y'all. Finish up our treasure maps and do Satan's toe sucking. All right. Right over here. All's Fair Trading Guild. Nope. Nope. I just looked over them. All's Fair Trading Guild. Fresh search, tech search, rune, bot. It is still there. It's still a million. Every other one was 1.2, however. So what's the point of having money if you don't spend it? I mean, I like to give it away too, but in this case, a million seems like a fair enough deal, especially since, like I said, most of them I saw were going for 1.2. There's one that said it was going for 850, but it said it was in Chapter House, and I don't know what that means, so I just went with the million. Reaper's March for our next treasure. Yeah, let me look at my commands in my bot real quick. There's certain commands that I just never remembered the name of. To follow age is how long you've been following the channel. I thought there. Let me double check. I think there is, but I could be wrong. Nerd, gamble, 8-ball. Nope, that's not it. Nope. Looks like I do not have a command for that, and if you can make a command for that, I don't know how to tell my bot to. So there is a command to see how long you've been following the channel, but not one that shows the total time you have watched the channel. That said, I'm sure I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm sure I can figure out a way to make one. What I can do, however, is I can't, because I reset the watched, because I had to reset the number of hours watched to reset the points for the gambling game we're doing in February. So however, I think Stream Elements actually tracks that, and I've never reset it there. So let me check Stream Elements. I'll eventually get a command built for that if that's something people want. But yeah, let's see. Yes, I've never reset my... Oh, that just shows points though, not time watched. So no, unfortunately, it doesn't look like I have a way to... Yeah, unfortunately, doesn't look like I have a way to track that, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Oh wait, nope, I found one. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I don't have a, I need to set a command. My bot can figure that out. I just need to figure out the variables for it. But I think if I can look it up at least on my end. Yep. Max Daddy TV, you have watched 1,590 minutes. And before next stream, tomorrow, I'll go ahead and go through my variables and figure out how to make that a command. No lead. Fine. Miscellaneous. Right. 4 more maps. Riven, Shadowfen, Stonefalls, Ardenfall. Cool. Our giant stack of treasure maps about to be depleted. Well, then we can check our motifs to see how many motifs we actually managed to pull. We actually got a couple other leads too for treasures and furnishings, but mostly we're doing this to get motifs. So Riven Spine is to... What's the reach? Bankarai, Rothko. Here. I need to set the watch time command. Yeah. Given that you've only been following for 13 days, yeah, 26 hours is a lot of time to be in the channel, so that's quite impressive. Oh. Hey, Mr. Banker Kitty, I need to... Nope. We've opened so many treasure boxes, I actually need to deposit some things. Furnishings are good. And we can learn those, so... Well, that should be enough room. Hey, thanks for the host, Mythical Eye. Wonderful Mythical Eye. Thank you so much for hosting, sharing your community in that way. That is super kind of you. Shout out for Mythical Eye. Oh, hey, thanks for hosting as well, Lasambe. Shout out for you as well. Doing well. Gathering up treasure maps, hunting down motifs to scry. Getting ready to do the spicy Satan's Toe heat challenge. Oop, that was the wrong button. I kind of wish you didn't have to look at the chapter when you learn things like this, but there. We've cleared out enough space, I think, for our next couple treasure maps. We only have a few more left anyway. Shadowfen is next. Also, we have a giveaway going on for your choice of costume from the Crown Store or music box. I'm gonna have we're gonna pull a couple winners for that, so make sure you use an exclamation point ante up if you're interested in that. I'm gonna suckle on Satan's Toe, which is a very spicy hot challenge I have coming up. Oh, I forgot to look where the next map was. Shadowfen. To the sweet home of the Argonians. Can't wait to learn more in the next chapter. Watch time. There are some threads about that on our Twitch, but I don't know if they have the right code syntax. That's fair. Yeah, I just need to look it up to see if there's a way, because if the data is tracked in Streamlabs, then the bot should be able, I should be able to put something in there that lets it find out that information for people. Especially since it is pulling that info for things like follow age. Followed for 7 months and 4 days. Which makes sense. We've been friends for a long time. Grumpy Discuss, you've been following since when I announced that I was going to start streaming, but before I had ever even streamed. In the summer, I was like, I'm going to start doing this, and started asking my friends to follow ahead of time, so awesome. I will eventually get the command down. Because I can look at the watch time. Although, since it is a bot, it would be from the first time I used the bot, so it'd be a little off, but not too far off. But just for example, that is Lasambe's watch time. Oh. Oh, my chat was stuck. Let me go ahead and catch up. Sorry, I scrolled up a little bit and didn't realize I did. Shouting out Lasambe and I. Haven't followed them, you should. They're both amazing. I'm okay. Face is a bit Face is a bit of a state as I had a... Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're... I mean, obviously, stitches and being swollen, that's not great. But I'm glad to hear you're okay. Hopefully you're feeling a lot better. Seizures are really scary, so... Sorry to hear you had to go through that, Mythical. That is... Oh. This is the wrong... I just got my treasure here. I didn't get a lead, though. Nope. I know you do, Gus. You are a true friend. You've been, following, chatting, playing marbles, lurking for me, Belnor, and countless other friends since we all decided to get into this, so... Unfortunately, with this account on PC, I have neither vampire or werewolf bites to spare because I don't have it on either of my characters. All right, 3 more maps, but I'm not sure if I can get to Craiglorn, so let's go to Stonefalls and then Vardenfall. Then, unless we get a lead, we'll be good with what we wanted to get accomplished. Still don't understand how I can know so much about lore and other things and just still such a failed understanding of geography. Like, on a plus note, my Octavian jacket. Nice. I hope it's cool. I think that's the I think that's the only jacket I've ever done a giveaway for. So. Glad it has arrived. And no lead. With my brain, I keep forgetting where things are. Boom. All right. Said... 1 Craiglorn, 1 Vard. All right, so Vardenfall is next. Almost done. I'm gonna stream a lot more than I thought, but I'm having such a good time chatting with everybody, and we're so close to finishing. I wanted to get this finished before the hot challenge, so we are going to be doing Vardenfell soon. We're going to do the storyline through Vardenfall because I want to make sure, again, coming up, starting on Thursday, we have the Tribunal event, which before we do the hot challenge, I'll pull up that information just because I like to look at it. But I do know that in order to get your daily tickets, one is by doing the daily quest in Vardenfall, and one is by doing your first daily quest in Clockwork City. So before the event, I want to make sure we've done enough of the story to unlock the dailies. Plus, been debating which zone to do next for the story, and so that will make it fun to kind of go through this content, get ourselves prepped for the event, so that during the event we can really just knock out all the other achievements on the side of just getting them tickets. Virgil. Dog's just pacing around. He's a good boy. But yeah, so after this one, provided see if we get a lead. If not, let's go ahead and take a jump to we find our way to Craiglorn to get the last one. Hey, thank you so much, Dragona Man. I'm gonna say your name wrong. I'm so sorry. Dragona Man, Enel. Thank you so much for following. Welcome to the Locktopus Party. We're so happy to have you here. We've been going through and excavating all of our treasure maps, mostly on the hunt for scrying leads to find motif chapters and furnishings and things of the like, but also just to kind of finally take them out of our bank and get the most use out of. Yeah, Dragona, thank you so much for the follow. All about the journey and not about the destination, 'cause I'm gonna keep getting lost, even with maps. Might not be the normal way out of the city, but it's how we're getting out of here. So excited about the tribunal event. I am trying to think of the last time, because it's not the first one. I can think of one back in, like, I want to say when Morrowind and Clockwork City were newer, so like 2017? 2018 might have been tribunal event. I don't know if they've actually done a tribunal celebration since the first one. Might be only the second one. Might be misremembering, but remember, if you are saving up the Morphling pet, to make sure you get your tickets and get your second piece of the skin, or if you haven't got your first, you get both. Every event, every quarter, you'll be able to put together the Morphling pet. It's most important that you get the fragment for the skin. First quarter is the skin, then the personality, then the mount, and finally the house, which secretly hoping is that house that has the Sheogora statue. Probably not, but wouldn't that be cool? Exactly. Sometimes we don't get there, but we get somewhere else. So as long as we get somewhere, as long as we had a good time, that's what matters. And nope, I don't see a lead. I don't have another lead. So take a quick look around. Hey, someone's in. Perfect. This is what we were hoping for, was that eventually someone in one of our guilds would be in Craglorn so we could get the last treasure map, and lo and behold, they are. Also, this is great because we can grab our way shrine, so when we want to come grind our Nirncrux, it'll be a bit easier to get here. You have to ride the zone. However, because we have 0 way shrines. Let's see what the quickest way is. Going back out, going to the main road, actually down there, will be the quickest approach to this. Can I make that fall safe? I think if I do this, yep. Ah. This is how you know it's a true Elder Scrolls game. Because I can strategically fall off cliffs to get to where I'm going. Alright, here we go. Put a couple other things in our bank before we dig up the treasure, because our inventory is full again, but we will deconstruct a lot of this after we bank the pieces from any sets. Like, I did get a Briarthorn piece, so that's worth holding on to. know we can get things back with the sticker book, but just to keep things I might need in the near future for alts. Yeah, awesome. Great podcast, great treasure hunt. Going to be a great second on Saint. So Heat Challenge giveaway coming up. Let's see when the giveaway is. Too many tabs open. Oh, yeah, we will give away. Before I do the Saint Snow Challenge, I will flip over to EU and get Lasambe prizes from the other wins. After the Heat Week Challenge, we will draw the winner of the current giveaway. Craiglorn is a pretty cool zone. I know there's all the things they've added to the game. There's prettier zones and cooler looking zones, but I still remember back on PlayStation when I was first playing the game when Craiglorn was a new experience for me, and it's still just a cool, interesting like zone. Even if its scenery is a little repetitive, it's got really cool features to it. Switch up the music. We've been listening to the Final Fantasy VI soundtrack. I'm gonna go ahead and on the Morrowind soundtrack for a moment. Once again, just a reminder that tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, I will be joined by Avron from UESP, who's also a streamer outside of UESP, and Lotus of Doom, who is another streamer who's been doing a lot of the original Elder Scrolls games on the stream, but also is a member of the Tales from Tamriel and Lorecast podcast. So two very knowledgeable people about the lore of Elder Scrolls. And we will be debating, and I will show the tournament bracket after we finish up here. Debating our DG Prince. We did votes in Discord and in other social media to seed the tournament, and we're going to be debating lore, which ones we think are the strongest based on artifacts, impact on Tamriel, and all of that sort of thing tomorrow at 2. Then a break before we do our all-night stream. Oh, I need to put some things in my bank before opening that treasure and then getting our other treasure. All right, let us see. Oh, deposit. Anything with a trait? Yes, plenty of things with a trait to deposit. That should clear up plenty of space for this and for the treasure we're about to receive. Let's remember that enemies in Craiglorn in parts are deliberately meant to be group, or at least a little stronger. We have to be a little more on our game here than we were the first time. But as long as we stay on our game, we should be fine. For being on our game would not be mislooking like that, however. Here we go. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Good night, Nerds. Hello, hidden treasures. Hello, SB. Let's see if we have anything else we need to deposit. Nope, no traits. Yep, we just did get something with the trait there, though. That's good. Traits. All right, we got through all of our treasures. We got our room box with our new seafoam, so now we just have to go clean out our inventory. Once we have our inventory cleaned out, we're all set in our hometown currently of Western Skyrim. Take a look at the Tribunal event, and then we'll set up and we will do the Toe of Satan 8-week challenge. And then after that, we will do our giveaway for either your choice of a music box or outfit from the Crown Star. I'm going to have a couple winners for that, actually. So these have reset, so we might as well also do these since we have to go to each of the stations and do a big deconstruct anyway. Actually, we can't do the writs until we do our deconstruct. Didn't think of that. Actually, we can do it after this first deconstruct. Mm-hmm. Not the one we made, though. We made this one for our thing. Yes? I'll just remake it. It's not a big deal. Oh, it is. Alright, so if we do this, then we should do the construction really quick. Cool. Now we can do our rich real quick and then do our deconstructing. Hey, someone won the slots. Doesn't happen very often, so it's cool to see. I need silver aunts, but I haven't refined in a while, so I bet if I just refine, we can finish that. Yep. I'm going to extend the game a chance because, like I said, I want to draw the winner after we do the heat challenge that we're about to do. So as soon as I finish up these writs and deconstruct and clean my inventory, we will check out the Tribunal event and then we will do that challenge. Hope everybody's having a great night. I know I say that much. Excited. Apparently, I will not be doing this writ at the moment because I am lacking. What am I lacking? Hagfish. Good. Take a quick look, see if anybody over here has hagfish. Nah, I'll just have to do that later. We'll just do it later. We can do everything else right now. Drum roll. We're gonna, like I said, I reopened up the game and chance so that we can conclude it after our heat challenge since we're almost there. Drain health poison. Alkahest. Boom. We can do the other one, because if we can do the other one, maybe we'll actually check if we can get some hagfish. Yeah, we can do the tonic. So Oh, not enough bag space. Now we'll have plenty of bag space. Egg Raven. Hagfish. What ingredient are we missing? We are missing garlic. So let's go see if any of these people have garlic. Yay! There we go. We need to train our mount. Nope, we don't. We have room in our inventory. Cool. Should be able to exit and come back in and have our garlic. That is not it. Was our pet buy from earlier. We'll go deconstruct things. Oh, I know we can. Do we have anything stolen? Yeah, we have to go to the Thieves' Refuge anyway, so switching in and out of there should load our garlic purchase. I think I'm just gonna be some real big quick deconstructs and a few things banked, and then maybe. Mail is one of the things when they update their servers. I don't know if it's probably not a priority, and I know mail gets to everybody quick enough, but I really wish the speed and the glitchiness at which mail loads and how many times you have to sometimes switch scenes to get it to load would be improved. It's a minor thing, obviously, but it would be nice. Wouldn't it be nice? It would be nice. But yeah. So for my money, just in terms of the debate tomorrow for the Daedric Prince, Sheogorath, across all the forms of voting, was our number one scene. Definitely our most popular. I do see, especially when I did my personal tier rankings, the strong argument for Uncle Sheo to win out. I think Sheo has a good chance. I also think there is a lot of stock looking at impact on Tamriel, artifacts and things like that. I think Daddy Dagon's got a good shot. Kind of surprising to me, Nocturnal actually on our votes on Discord. Nocturnal was very highly seated. People have a lot of belief in Nocturnal being the best. It'll be really interesting to hear what Lotus and Havren have to say as well. I'm I'll keep mentioning this because I'm just real excited. Trainee. Warrior Poet. Collect. Sticker book. Twin Sisters is not something I need to. Way of Fire. Nope. On set. On set. So much. So many treasure maps. So many just basic blue 160 staffs. However, that is really good for our crafting materials, so this should be really good for our... We're not going to get rid of the Briarheart, obviously. Queen's Elegance is in the set I'm needing to put together, so we can do the book. Briarheart's not one for this character, but I'm definitely going to hold on to that. Hey, Rejected Bot, how are you doing? Good to see you. Hey, Phantom Killer, thank you so much for the follow. Good to see you both. I'm doing really good, Rejected Bot. And welcome to the Locktopus Party, Phantom Killer 69. Be sure to use Anti-Up if you play ESO and are interested in our giveaway. I am just finishing kind of cleaning our inventory after a massive multi-hour treasure hunt, getting leads. I'm clearing out all of our treasure maps. So right now I'm just kind of cleaning up my inventory before we look at the Tribunal event coming up. And then I do my Heat Week, I'm going to do a intense sucker Sainstow challenge here in a moment. Thanks, Rejected Bot. Hope you're well. I hope you're also doing well. Egg deconstruct there as well. Cool. AMD just welcome, got some foods. Getting a decent amount of rest and eating. Those are some of life's great pleasures. So glad to hear you are doing well. Not mean to pop that ability, but it happens. Finish this. Grit. And we just need to disenchant these rune stones that we got. Take just a bit more time than other things do, but not too much more. I keep hearing about the Among Us stream. I think I might have missed the chat message. So, I most likely will. I was actually sent messages out about it initially, and then I noticed people were talking about it again, so I haven't had a chance to respond on Discord, but I'm pretty sure I will now that I know about it. So yeah. All items. Bank that. Need to use this. This is nice. How many writs are in this? 91. Nice. That's awesome. Ezaby, I need to bank just a couple things with you. Survey. Amazing writ. That's about it. I think everything else. Oh, prayer band. Yep. Yeah. I went to make the group a while ago, then realized I wasn't friends with everybody I needed to, and then kind of other things came up, and then the group got the group chat got resurrected the other day, so and I hadn't had a chance to take a look to see what was being said, but love Among Us, and I've not played in a while, so more than happy to play if that's what we're doing. Oh, let's go ahead and repair as well. Yes, now we are completely ready to rock and roll after our amazing journey. Our main goal was getting leads for motifs, and in the grand scheme of things, we got 2 pieces of the ancestral high elf style, we got 1 piece of the ancestral Nord style, 2 pieces of the ancestral orc style, and a piece of the ancestral reach. So I consider it a pretty big win to get 6 of those motif pieces. So love to see it. With that, I'm going to quickly hop over to EU to give Lasambe prizes they won earlier, even though we do have another giveaway coming up. After that, we'll take a look, like I said, at the upcoming tribunal celebration. Yes, so. And just want to make sure, Max Daddy, are you still around? Because doing the, I know it took us a while to get here, but definitely want to still do the heat challenge if you're around. If not, I can wait till you are, because the main reason I was going to do it tonight was to make sure you were able to be there for it. Even though I put a couple extra hours onto the old stream night. Awesome. So we'll definitely be doing that here in just a moment then. Cool. I'll forgive you if we play if we're playing Among Us. I'll forgive you if you take my life as well, rejected bot. While we're getting Lasambe their prizes, I'm going to eat my Tums. Make sure I am ready for this. I've never done much with Werewolf, but I'm assuming based on how Werewolves run that the Stam Sork makes the most sense. Come on, ESO. It looks like ESO crashed. So, I'm going to close out ESO real quick. Hopefully it doesn't hurt anything else. I'm going to have to reboot it real quick to get Lasambe their prizes. Never happens when I join NA, but I think I need to optimize my add-ins on my character on EU. I'll stream one of these days because I think that's what's causing it on EU sometimes. ESO crashes. That never happens. Yeah, even without any add-ons, that who's ever heard of ESO crashing? Not I, for sure. Logging in. Bum, 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 bum. Second time is hopefully the charm. We'll see in a moment if it is or not. Okay, here we go. Now learn. Here we go. So, it was La Sambe's night. They won 4. Congrats. 4 crown crates. But also, they won the GD Life furnishing pack. Enjoy the GD Life, but take it easy on the skooma. There we are. Prizes bestowed. I don't think anything's been returned. Nope, things have been sent. Nothing returned. Cool. So, before we get on to the spicy challenge, as I mentioned, tomorrow we have the great debate with 2 other amazing lore people. This is the bracket. After all the different votes we've held since I came up with the idea, the seeding ended up like this. So Sheogorath was 1st seed, Azura was 4th, Hermamora was 2, and Dagon was 3. So that was our top 4 seeds. So Molag Bal was our last seed, so that's why Sheo's against them. And it looks like our number 5 was Nocturnal, 6 was Sanguine, 7 was Hircine, and 8 was Clavicus Vile. So these will be our pairings initially, and we will be debating them. And we'll debate these ones until we find out who of the 16 Daedric princes is the absolute most powerful in terms of a lot of different factors. Tomorrow, again, we'll start that. I'll start stream about an hour beforehand, but we'll start the actual content about 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Also, starting next Thursday is the Tribunal event. You're gonna get double reward boxes for zone dailies and trial weeklies. Get extra rewards from harvest nodes, extra loot from world delve and trial bosses. Public dungeon and world bosses will have a chance to drop the new style page, and you'll definitely get a page from the final boss in AS. You'll get coffers for a lot of reasons, including the first time you do your daily quest in either of the 2 zones, Clockwork or Vardenfall, which is also how you get your tickets. For this event, you're gonna get a ticket, 1 each day for doing a Vardenfall and 1 for doing a Clockwork City daily. Any kind of daily, doesn't matter. So that is, plus the Dwarven crates are coming back, so that is all super amazing and exciting stuff coming up in the near future, which is why on stream we are going to be getting Clockwork and Vardenfall to the point, at least in the storylines, where we'll have all of our dailies to choose from. And I'm pretty dang excited about this event. Make sure you ante up if you're interested in the giveaway. The giveaway is coming up as soon as we finish the Heat Challenge. I'm going to go ahead and change the stream information now for that. For those who don't know, we have been doing something called Heat Week through February. I've done all my old plus some new spicy food challenges. We have been putting them up on, I've been putting recaps up on YouTube. Each day after we're done, we're down to our final 3. One is Satan's Toe. The next one is the one chip challenge tomorrow. And then on Monday, we are doing a Hot Ones. So all the sauces from the show Hot Ones AMA. So, to wrap things up, change my thing. Clicking on Satan's Toe. Spicy food challenge. Time to suck on Satan's toe. Just chatting. Updated. I don't know if I'll have better tolerance this time around, but we've been through it before. I am preemptively coating my stomach with a little bit of the old Pepto-Bismol. I already ate my Tums. Bum 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 bum. Here we go, here we go. Red light behind us for this challenge. That is what we're about to do. I'm making sure everything is set up. I think my timer should still be set up, so I need to add that. Widgets. Stream timer, add source. Five minutes, countdown. Shortcuts enabled, Control Shift P to start. Putting up the timer now. Should all be good. It looks good. It looks good on the screen here in a second. All right, that is much bigger than I thought it'd be. Let me go ahead and scale that a bit. All right, properties. Sorry about that. Apparently it's set way too big. Try reducing that just a touch. There we go. gonna just make sure real quick that the timer fits when I start it, because it didn't last time. I don't see the timer, so all right. This is the part of stream where we make sure everything fits. All right. Mm-hmm. We'll try this again. Make sure the timer is going to work this time as it's supposed to. Almost set correctly. Five minutes, seconds, okay. That now I think we should be correct. Control Shift P when it's actually in my mouth to start the timer. No, we did not have a 0 in front, but that's fine. Don't mind. All right, so that is correct. So now the thing will work as intended. Minutes. All right. Okay. I have drank my Pepto. We have the timer set up. We have Satan's Toe right next to us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a very small break. It's not really much of a break at all. It's mostly I need to give my dog water. I need to grab myself my soy drink and my milk for afterwards, and then we will do this. Yeah, I ate 4 Tums. I drank my Pepto just now. So I'm going to go ahead and put on some music for just a couple minutes. It's mainly I'm just grabbing the last things I need to do this challenge, and then we will do our giveaway and raid off to another amazing streamer. So that is what we have left of stream. Music. All right, I will be right back. No, Skinwalker. I am Roma. Hello, everybody. Everything is set up. My boys, my dogs are taken care of. I have my milk, my soy drink, and even ice cream. Thank you so much, Garish Lee. So, as we've done before, prior to today's challenge, we're just going to watch our video from yesterday. A recap. We're not going to watch every single video from Heat Week. But we are going to channel. Watch yesterday's happenings before today. All right. So this is my channel. Currently does not have a unique URL. Need to have 100 followers for that. So if you haven't already, if you could consider, it's absolutely free, subscribing to my channel. I've just posted a link. At 100, I actually can get a vanity URL with my name. Really appreciate it. But let's go ahead. Let's call it. Yesterday's was this spicy food made me cry. Welcome everybody to the Locktopus party. It is I, your party host, Loctavian, here on the 4th day of Heat Week. In this video, we are going to eat ass-kicking. Hey, new mini pit isn't too bad at all. It's awesome, Wasambe. Ghost pepper gumballs, ghost pepper hard candies, consume some of the hottest pre-packaged ramen. But first, if you can take a minute, subscribe to the channel. It's absolutely free. Like the video. It really helps me out. We have ass-kicking jelly beans. Kick yo ass hot. There we go. Out the gate. It's really sweet, like grape. A little heat. These are delicious. Yeah, all the snacks were actually pretty tame. Honestly, these are goddamn delicious. Gumballs were pretty hot. They're coated. Whoop. Okay, there it is. Woo. Are officially
The hottest balls I've ever put in my mouth.
the ghost pepper hard candy. There it is. We prepared it according to the package. Fantastic tasting. Ooh, there it comes. Heat is setting in. The ramen was so good yesterday, but it was also each bite builds. Real intense. Another big old bite though. Oh, the straight got a home. That's awesome, Wasambe. Woo. Another bite. Oh, another bite. Whew. Waste not, want not. Really good. The ramen was really, yeah, because the way you make the really spicy ramens is after you boil the noodles, you get rid of all but like about 8 spoons of water, and then that's when you actually add the seasoning and you simmer it onto the noodles. They're very, very coated with the seasoning. Oh yeah, the spicy tier. There it comes. The tier of deliciousness. Oh, it hurts so good. It's so good. It hurts so good. Need another bite at least. All right. Cheers. Oh, it's really good. Oh, oops. Oh. Oh. A beautiful, beautiful night. The Locktopus Ramen House, right? Let's finish it off. Now, people were saying not to, but I had to finish. It tasted really good. And I feel like it was the spirit of the challenge if we didn't actually finish the entire bowl. I have more packs of it. I'll probably eat more off stream. Actually, it was so good. I just have to be in the right mood for it.
Thanks for
Oh, that is sad, Garish.
coming to a little meal. No, we were partying here at the Loctopus Party, but sometimes you gotta go out for a little bit, little ramen, little after party ramen. Whew.
So, yep, that is the video. In addition to, obviously, we've been doing Heat Week. This is where we've also done our like ESO tier ranking lists and our storytelling. So this has all been helping me learn editing. So again, if you could consider, if you don't already, following the channel, the cut down highlights version of the podcast, the Daedric lore thing we're doing tomorrow, that's all going to find its way here because my intention is to continue to create consistent content for the channel. So all right, so that was yesterday's. We have done Death Nuts, we've done Little Nitro Gummy Bear, 2 of the world's hottest chocolates, the ramen, variety of other things. We're into the final harsh stages of what we are going to be doing. All right. One more thing I just want to show real quick. Go to my clips. Oh, let me get the stream off there so it doesn't keep doing that. So I can just kind of show you the last time we did this. Someone took a clip of the very end. Top all, there we go. Here it is. This was the end last time. All right. Boom, boom, boom. If you had stopped when I told you, we would never had the tier of deliciousness. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you need the tier of deliciousness. All right. Just like the previous videos, feel free to chat, spam emotes, and the like. I will start it off making sure I can edit it for YouTube, so don't mind me here at the start. Oh. I shouldn't be muted. Can you hear me? Okay, cool. I was gonna say, I appear to not be muted, so hopefully I'm not. So. All right, cool. So yeah, here at the start, I'm gonna just go ahead and intro it like I would the YouTube video. That way it makes for a better, easier to put together edit. So don't mind the stuff that sounds like it's for a YouTube video. Welcome once again, everybody, to the Loctopus Party. It is me, your party host, Loctavian. We have done an insurmountable... Let me start that over real quick. Welcome once again to the Loctopus Party. It is me, your party host, Loctavian, here in the depths on the back end of Heat Week. We have taken on 11 of our 14 challenges, which brings us to the big cliff. That's right. Tonight we will be doing the Toe of Satan. The Toe of Satan challenge from Flamethrower Candy Company comes possibly the hottest candy on the planet. Do you dare attempt to conquer this sinister lollipop? The Toe of Satan has been spawned from a devastating 9 million Scoville unit chili extract, guaranteed to scorch any mortal's tongue. Can you survive 5 whole minutes of intense heat? And as you can see, it goes from coward to 911. What is your emergency? So that is what we are doing this evening. So once again, I'll do one more take just so I have it for YouTube. But Welcome everybody once again to the Locktopus Party. It is I, your party host, Loctavian. In this video, we will be taking on the most sinister challenge yet, the Toe of Satan. I'm going to have this lollipop in my mouth for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for following WTF Drew. Thank you so much for joining the Locktopus Party. Same with you. Thanks for the follow lol29 haha. Really appreciate those follows.
Can you stub out the toe of Satan?
Can you stub out the toe of Satan?
So yeah, now it is time for another toe. 5 minutes is what we have to endure. Getting it out of its container now. We will be doing that ESO giveaway immediately following this challenge. There is the Dark Lord's toe. Let me get some music going. That's the plan, Nanoskid. Gonna well, I can see how far it goes down my throat, but I'm gonna have to leave it in my mouth and on my tongue for 5 minutes. So I'm gonna have to gawk 9000 this toe. That's the one we want. We're gonna put that on repeat. Turn it down a bit though, but here we go, consuming and sucking on Satan's toe.
Oh my God. We fucking did it. Let's go. Let's go. Didn't spit a ball over myself this time either. Oh, it hurts so much. Oh my God, guys. Ooh. I almost gagged. Almost. Ooh, that was so hard. CB, I don't want to know what's next for the Dark Lord. Because yeah, if that's his toe. Whew. Second. Oh my God. Fuck. I'll be right back. Ugh. Oh, that one's so hard. Ugh. Ugh. I gotta walk. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, let's raid somebody. Ugh. I gotta lay down after that. Love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's say hi to Makari Morph. Ugh.